of the few surviving Flaxens. Nolan righted himself in the air, his costume torn and singed, his face etched with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He stared at the spot where Maharaga had stood, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. "What did you just do?" Nolan demanded, his voice carrying a note of genuine concern for the first time. His instincts were screaming at him, warning him that something is seriously wrong. Sukuna landed gracefully some distance away, his expression triumphant despite the exhaustion evident in his posture. He had pushed himself to his limits, channeling every ounce of cursed energy he possessed into that single, devastating attack. "I completed the ritual," he explained, as the wheel clattered to the ground and disappeared into shadow. "Maharaga is the divine general, the strongest of the 10 shadows Shikigami. To control it, one must first destroy it." Nolan stared at him, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Destroy it? You destroyed a spiritual familiar of that magnitude just to control its power." "To tame it," Megumi corrected. "To make it subservient to my will. Only by destroying it can I truly command it, and the only way to destroy it as such is with the sacred flame." A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. "I am not yet completely understanding, but I am impressed. Seriously though, what are you implying? That its power is now yours to use?" Megumi smirked in a way. "Now that the ritual is complete." He raised both his hands in an open manner as his shadows shifted. 10 Shadows Technique. 8th Form Divine General Maharaga. The summoning was different this time, faster. More controlled. The shadow behind him rose, and then manifested Maharaga, now fully under Sukuna's command. The wheel on its head rotated slowly, and its posture was alert, ready for battle. But there was something new as well, a faint red aura surrounding its form, a hint of the cursed energy that now bound it to Megumi's will, making it far more powerful than before. Nolan's eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. "I see now. So this is what you meant when you said you tamed it. A spirit that can die and be resurrected. Incredible." "Indeed," Megumi confirmed, a hint of the old Sukuna's arrogance entering his voice. "The divine general Maharaga, a Shikigami no one has successfully tamed. Until now. Until my existence." He stepped forward, Maharaga moving in perfect synchronization with him. "So, Nolan Grayson," Megumi said, his voice carrying the weight of decades of battle experience. "Are you ready for round 2? Round 2. The purple landscape of the Flaxen world trembled as 2 titans squared off. Maharaga stood imposingly behind Megumi, its will spinning with hypnotic precision, while Nolan hovered several feet above the shattered ground, reassessing his opponent with newfound wariness. Round 2. Nolan's mustache twitched with a humorless smile. "You've shown impressive abilities. I'll grant you that. But you're still human-enhanced, evolved perhaps, but human nonetheless." Megumi's eyes gleamed battle thirst. "You keep using that word, human, as if it's a limitation rather than something with its own strengths and potential." Without warning, Maharaga launched forward with impossible speed, its massive fist aimed directly at Nolan's chest. The Viltrumite dodged, but barely, the Shikigami's attack clipping his shoulder with enough force to send him spiraling through the air. Nolan righted himself, genuine surprise registering on his face. "Faster than before." "Adaptation," Megumi explained to strengthen Maharaga's ability, advancing steadily as Maharaga circled back to his side. "The divine general learns from every encounter, every phenomenon it experiences. You've shown it your speed, now it understands." Nolan's eyes narrowed. "Interesting, but understanding isn't matching." He disappeared in a blur of white and red, reappearing behind Megumi with his fist already in motion. But Megumi had anticipated this, sinking into his shadow at the last possible moment. Nolan's strike passed through empty air as Maharaga pivoted, its will spinning faster as it launched a counterattack. The Viltrumite caught Maharaga's massive arm, straining visibly against the Shikigami's strength. "Impressive construct," he grunted, before hurling the divine general into a distant structure. "But still just a puppet. Is that what you think?" Megumi emerged from shadow 30 meters away, cursed energy swirling around his hands. Dismantle! The cutting technique sliced through the air, and this time Nolan wasn't quite fast enough. A deep gash opened across his chest, Viltrumite blood spattering the purple stones beneath him. Nolan touched the wound, examining his blood with something like fascination. Few beings can harm a Viltrumite. Your energy, it bypasses our cellular density somehow. As I said, for the third time now, Megumi replied, there are forces beyond the physical. You really have trouble accepting that, don't you? Nolan's expression hardened. Perhaps, he began, ignoring Sukuna's taunt. But physical force still has its uses. He launched forward again, this time moving in an unpredictable zigzag pattern that even Sukuna's perception struggled to track. The impact when it came was devastating. Nolan's fist connecting with Megumi's midsection, driving the air from his lungs and sending him crashing through multiple structures. Pain exploded through Megumi's body, but even as he flew backward, he was already channeling reversed curse technique, healing the worst of the damage like earlier. He crashed through a final wall and rolled to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth but otherwise intact. Maharaga appeared beside him, having traversed the distance with uncanny speed. The Shikigamis will spun rapidly, and Megumi felt its adaptive energy resonating with his own cursed energy. You heal quickly, Nolan observed, hovering above the rubble. But each healing depletes your reserves, doesn't it? I can hit you indefinitely. How long can you repair yourself? Instead of answering, Megumi placed his hand on Maharaga's leg. Cursed energy flowed between them, and the Shikigami's form seemed to solidify further, its red aura intensifying. Let me show you something interesting, Megumi said, his voice carrying that distinctive blend of arrogance and anticipation that had once made sorcerers tremble. Maharaga doesn't just adapt to phenomena it experiences directly. The divine generals will spun faster, glowing with ethereal light. It adapts to phenomena I understand as well. Nolan's eyes widened slightly as Maharaga suddenly accelerated, moving with Viltrumite-like speed. The Shikigami's fist connected with his chest before he could dodge, the impact sending him hurtling into the amber sky. Megumi didn't waste the opening. Dismantle! The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan was tumbling. This time, the cuts that appeared across Nolan's body were deeper, drawing more blood, having had more cursed energy in them than before. Nolan stabilized himself in midair, his white costume now stained with crimson. His expression had shifted from confident to calculating, the look of a warrior who has unexpectedly encountered a worthy opponent. Adaptation through proxy, he mused, wiping blood from his face. Fascinating. Your abilities are more sophisticated than I initially assessed. You have no idea, Megumi replied, the cursed energy around him pulsing. Nolan descended slowly, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the scent of destruction. I'm curious, Megumi. With such power at your disposal, why align yourself with Earth's defenders? Why play at being a hero when you could rule? Who says I'm playing? Megumi countered, circling slowly as Maharaga mirrored his movements. I've seen your true nature, Nolan pressed. In combat, when the restraints fall away, there's something ancient in your eyes, something that understands dominance, hierarchy. Something not unlike a Viltrumite. Megumi's lips curled into a cold smile. Perhaps, but unlike you, I choose my path rather than following orders blindly. Nolan's expression hardened. You know nothing of my choices. I know enough, Megumi replied. I know you're preparing to betray Earth, to eliminate its defenders and prepare it for conquest. For your precious Viltrum Empire. The words hung in the air between them, a challenge and an accusation. For a moment, Nolan seemed almost surprised at the directness of the statement. Then his posture shifted, becoming more predatory, more alien. And if I am? He asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. What then? Will you try to stop me? Alert the Guardians? Tell my son. That depends, Megumi said, maintaining his calm despite the tension crackling between them. on whether you're capable of reconsidering. Nolan's laugh was harsh, devoid of humor. Reconsidering? My mission has been in progress for 20 years. Earth's evaluation is complete. The time for action approaches. And your family? Megumi pressed. Debbie? Mark? Are they just collateral damage in your grand mission? Something flickered across Nolan's face, a momentary hesitation, quickly suppressed. They are complications, but ultimately irrelevant to the greater purpose. Are they? Megumi took a step forward, Maharaga moving with him. Is that why you've delayed your mission? Why you've played the devoted husband and father for 2 decades instead of simply conquering Earth upon arrival? Nolan's eyes narrowed dangerously. You presume much. I observe, Megumi corrected. The spiritual conflict within you is visible to my perception. You care for them, despite your conditioning, despite your mission. Enough! Nolan roared, launching forward with renewed fury. The clash that followed was cataclysmic. Nolan's fist met Maharaga's, the impact generating a shockwave that leveled what few structures remained standing in the vicinity. The ground beneath them cratered further, purple stone pulverized into dust. Megumi used the momentary distraction to execute his own attack. Sacred flame! The supernatural fire erupted from his palm, not as an arrow this time but as a wave that engulfed Nolan before he could dodge. The Viltrumite roared in pain as the flame seared his supposedly invulnerable skin, though they were weaker, as he reversed the binding vow of using them only as an arrow. Yet still they were enough to harm Nolan. But Omni-Man was far from defeated. With a burst of speed, he flew upward, breaking free of the flames, then dive-bombed directly at Megumi. The impact was devastating, driving Megumi deep into the ground and creating a crater nearly 50 meters wide. Blood filled Megumi's mouth as several ribs shattered, his internal organs rupturing once again from the force. Even with reversed cursed technique, the damage was severe enough that healing took precious seconds in which Nolan pressed his advantage. The Viltrumite grabbed Megumi by the throat, lifting him from the crater. Your abilities are remarkable, but you lack the physical resilience comparable to mine. One solid hit is all it takes. Megumi's response was to direct Maharaga with a thought. The divine general appeared behind Nolan, its massive arms wrapping around the Viltrumite in a crushing bear hug. Physical resilience isn't everything, Megumi gasped as Nolan's grip loosened. Strategy counts too. He placed his palm against Nolan's chest. Cleave. The adaptive cutting technique at such close range should have been a near-killing blow if Sukuna intended Nolan's death. But he twisted at the last moment, the invisible force slicing through his shoulder rather than his heart. He roared in pain but managed to break free of Maharaga's grip with a burst of strength, blood streaming from the deep wound. For a moment, both combatants separated, each assessing the damage they'd sustained. Nolan's white costume was now more red than white, torn in multiple places to reveal lacerated Viltrumite flesh beneath. Megumi's clothing was similarly shredded, though reversed curse technique had closed his wounds, leaving only blood-stained skin as evidence of the damage he'd taken. You fight well, Nolan acknowledged, his breathing slightly labored. Better than any human I've encountered. But you must realize the futility of your resistance. Even if you somehow defeated me, the Viltrum Empire would send others. Earth's fate is sealed. Nothing is sealed until it happens, Megumi replied, wiping blood from his mouth. And you haven't answered my question about your family. Nolan's expression darkened. What would you have me say? That I care for them? Perhaps I do in my way. But they are temporary, fragile. Debbie will age and die in a handful of decades, a blink in a Viltrumite lifetime. And Mark, Megumi pressed. Your son? He has your heritage, your potential longevity. Mark will understand eventually, Nolan said, though a hint of uncertainty entered his voice. He is a Viltrumite. Once he embraces his heritage, he'll see the necessity of our mission. Will he? Megumi took a step forward, cursed energy swirling around him. Will he understand when you tell him his mother was just a tool? When you explain that the world he loves must be subjugated for the glory of an empire he's never seen? Rage flashed across Nolan's face. You know nothing of Viltrum, of our greatness, of our purpose. I know enough, Megumi countered. I know it's a dying empire clinging to outdated ideologies. I know you're not here to protect Earth but to evaluate its breeding potential. To replenish your dwindling numbers with half-breed offspring. Nolan's eyes widened slightly. How could you possibly? As I said, Megumi interrupted. I see more than most. The Viltrumite's expression hardened into something truly alien, the facade of humanity dropping away completely. Then you understand why resistance is pointless. Viltrum has conquered thousands of worlds. Earth is just one more. And yet, here you are, Megumi observed, hesitating, delaying, still finding excuses to postpone the inevitable. Why? Enough talk, Nolan snarled, launching himself forward once more. This time, Megumi was ready. He and Maharaga moved in perfect synchronization, their attacks coordinated. As Nolan approached, Megumi dropped into shadow while Maharaga pivoted, its massive fist connecting with the Viltrumite's jaw. The impact sent Nolan careening sideways, directly into the path of Megumi's emerging attack. Dismantle! The technique sliced across Nolan's back, drawing a roar of pain and fury. The Viltrumite spun in midair, blood spraying from his wounds, and charged again only to meet another devastating blow from Maharaga. The battle escalated, both combatants moving with such speed and ferocity that the very air around them seemed to warp and distort. Nolan's raw physical power was matched against Megumi's tactical precision and Maharaga's adaptive capabilities. Buildings crumbled, the ground shook, and the few remaining Flaxens fled in terror as their world became the battlefield for powers beyond their comprehension. Throughout it all, Megumi continued to press Nolan psychologically as well as physically. You've built a life here, he said between exchanges. A real life, not just a cover. Are you truly willing to destroy it all for an empire that sees you as nothing more than a tool? I am Viltrumite, Nolan roared, his fist connecting with Megumi's face despite Maharaga's attempt to intercept. Our purpose is conquest, expansion, perfection. Personal attachments are weakness. Megumi went flying backward, blood erupting from his mouth. But even as he tumbled through the air, he continued his psychological assault. Is that why you've maintained those attachments for 20 years? Because they're weaknesses? He crashed through a partially standing structure, immediately channeling reversed curse technique to heal the damage. The effort was becoming more taxing, his reserves of cursed energy dwindling with each major healing. Nolan pursued, his expression a mask of fury. You understand nothing. My mission. Your mission has become your excuse, Megumi interrupted, rising from the rubble. Your justification for eventually destroying what you've come to value. Debbie is a pet, Nolan bellowed, the words echoing across the ruined landscape. A temporary diversion. Nothing more. Then why protect her? Megumi demanded. Why maintain the charade for decades when you could have completed your mission in months? Why give her a child if she means nothing? Why only have Mark and not go and test out many other descendants to see if they would have developed what you sought earlier? Nolan's response was a wordless roar as he charged again, his attacks becoming less precise, more fueled by emotion than tactical consideration. It was exactly what Megumi had been aiming for. As the Viltrumite approached, Megumi and Maharaga executed their most coordinated attack yet. The Divine General intercepted Nolan from above while Megumi attacked from below, both landing devastating blows simultaneously. The impact sent Nolan crashing into the ground with enough force to create yet another crater in the already devastated landscape. Before he could recover, Megumi was on him, hands glowing with cursed energy. Dismantle! The cutting technique sliced across Nolan's chest, deeper than before, drawing a howl of pain. The Viltrumite lashed out blindly, his fist connecting with Megumi's shoulder and shattering the joint. Both combatants separated again, each wounded, each struggling to recover. Nolan's breathing was labored, blood streaming from multiple deep cuts across his body. Megumi's right arm hung useless at his side until reversed cursed technique could repair the damaged joint. "You're stronger than you should be," Nolan gasped, genuine respect entering his voice despite his fury. "What are you, truly?" Megumi's smile was cold, ancient. "I told you, I am what I am. No human should be able to challenge a Viltrumite like this," Nolan insisted. "Your abilities, they represent something I've never encountered before. A different evolutionary path, perhaps. Not just physical enhancement, but spiritual. Perhaps," Megumi acknowledged. "Or perhaps I'm just the first of my kind you've encountered." Nolan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully despite the pain of his wounds. "A spiritual evolutionary path. It affects the biology, which means it could be replicated in descendants." The calculation in his gaze was clear, and Megumi laughed coldly. "Already thinking of breeding applications? How very Viltrumite of you." "Our species survives through adaptation," Nolan replied unapologetically. "Incorporating beneficial traits is logical." "And that's all that matters to you?" Megumi asked, his shoulder finally healed enough to move normally again. "The survival of your species? At any cost? What else is there?" Nolan countered, rising unsteadily to his feet. "Individual lives are temporary. Species endure. Some individuals leave marks that outlast species," Megumi replied. "Some choices echo through eternity." Their eyes met across the battlefield, two beings of immense power recognizing something of themselves in the other. For a moment, there was almost understanding between them, two predators acknowledging each other's nature. Then Nolan charged again, and the moment passed. The final phase of their battle was brutal, primal. Both had exhausted their reserves. Both were wounded beyond what most beings could endure. Nolan's Viltrumite physiology was pushed to its limits, while Sukuna's cursed energy reserves were nearly depleted. They exchanged blows that would have shattered moons, techniques that defied physical laws. Maharaga fought alongside Megumi, its adaptive capabilities allowing it to match even Nolan's desperate fury, and in some ways surpass him. The landscape around them was transformed, no longer recognizable as a city or even as a habitable environment. Buildings were reduced to dust, the ground cratered and scorched, the very air superheated by the forces they unleashed. In the end, it came down to a single, decisive exchange. Nolan, bleeding from dozens of wounds but still terrifyingly powerful, gathered the last of his strength for one final charge. Sukuna, equally bloodied but coldly determined, prepared his counter. Maharaga dispersed, as it could no longer be sustained. As the Viltrumite approached, Megumi dropped into shadow one last time, not to dodge, but to position himself. He emerged directly in Nolan's path, cursed energy concentrated in his fist. Dismantle! The adaptive cutting technique met Nolan's charge head-on, the invisible force slicing through Viltrumite flesh even as Nolan's fist connected with Megumi's chest. Both warriors were sent flying backward by the impact, both grievously wounded. They crashed to the ground meters apart, neither able to rise immediately. Blood pooled beneath them, Viltrumite and human alike pushed beyond normal endurance. Megumi recovered first, channeling his remaining cursed energy into one final healing. It wasn't enough to repair all the damage. His body was a mass of partially healed wounds and exhausted muscle, but it was enough to allow him to move. He crawled to where Nolan lay, the Viltrumite's white costume now completely red with blood. His breathing labored, but his eyes still defiant. With the last of his strength, Megumi positioned himself above Nolan, pinning the wounded conqueror to the ground. "It's over," Megumi gasped, blood trickling from his mouth. "You've lost." Nolan stared up at him, his expression a mixture of pain, fury, and something like respect. "Have I? Or have you merely delayed the inevitable?" "Perhaps," Megumi acknowledged. "But delay can become defeat with the right strategy." For a long moment, they remained locked in that position, Megumi barely maintaining his hold, Nolan too wounded to break free. Around them, the ruined flaxen world burned, a testament to the scale of their conflict. "Do you truly believe?" Nolan asked finally, his voice quiet, almost contemplative. That you can stand against the entire Viltrum Empire? That any force on Earth could resist when they come in full strength. Sukuna's laugh was soft, pained, but carried an edge of genuine amusement. This isn't even my full power, Nolan. I just need more time to access all my potential. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Together with you and Mark, with what we know, what we can prepare, Earth can win. Nolan's eyes widened slightly. Together? You think I would betray my people? I think, Megumi replied, that you already have in your heart. Why else delay your mission for 20 years? Why else build a life you knew you'd have to destroy? The Viltrumite said nothing, but something flickered in his eyes, doubt, perhaps, or recognition of a truth he'd been avoiding. You have a choice, Nolan, Megumi continued, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. Complete your mission. Destroy everything you've built, everything you've come to value, or help us find another way. There is no other way, Nolan insisted, though with less conviction than before. Viltrum's will is absolute. Nothing is absolute, Megumi countered. I've lived long enough to know that. Even I, the strongest who nearly brought down the heavens, would have lost after all. To that brat, Itadori Yuji, my blood nephew, spiritual son of all people, Sukuna thought to himself. For twins were in spirit in the eyes of cursed energy. The laws of heaven a single entity, and Itadori Yuji was his twin son. They fell silent then, two broken warriors on a burning world, each contemplating choices that would reshape worlds. Above them, the red sky of the Flaxen dimension swirled with smoke and ash, while around them, the ruins of a civilization stood as mute testament to the price of conquest. The king won. Now the conqueror only needed to admit it and submit. Decision hours passed on the devastated Flaxen world. The twin sons of this dimension had completed nearly a dozen rotations across the amber sky since the battle's conclusion, casting long shadows across the ruined landscape. In the center of what had once been the governmental district, two figures sat in silence, their backs against a fallen pillar of purple stone. Both were bloodied and exhausted, their bodies pushed beyond normal endurance, yet slowly recovering through vastly different means. Nolan Grayson's Viltrumite physiology worked to knit his wounds, cellular regeneration gradually closing the countless lacerations that had penetrated his supposedly invulnerable skin. Beside him, Megumi Fushiguro periodically channeled small amounts of cursed energy through his battered form, accelerating his own healing process. Neither had spoken for some time, each lost in contemplation of what had transpired between them. The battle had been more than physical, it had exposed truths both had been avoiding, questions neither wished to confront. We need to return to Earth, Megumi said finally, breaking the silence. For us, it's been days here, but on Earth, barely hours have passed since the invasion began. The Guardians, the team, they'll still be dealing with the aftermath. Time dilation, Nolan nodded, wincing slightly at the movement. One of the Flaxen's natural advantages. It's why they can rebuild and regroup so quickly between invasions. What might be years for them is only days on Earth. And for Viltrum? Megumi asked, watching Nolan's expression carefully. Time is consistent there with Earth. Standard galactic measurement. Nolan's voice carried a hint of the academic he pretended to be on Earth. They'll expect my regular reports. If those cease, they'll investigate. How long? Nolan considered this. 6 months, perhaps a year. Viltrumite resources are stretched thin. They won't divert assets for a routine check without cause. Megumi nodded, absorbing this information. Then we have time. Not much, but some. Time for what, exactly? Nolan asked, his tone carefully neutral. I haven't agreed to anything. No, Megumi acknowledged. But you haven't rejected the possibility either. Another silence fell between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the few surviving Flaxens, scurrying through the ruins of their civilization. We'll need the Flaxens to create a portal, Megumi continued. Neither of us has the ability to traverse dimensions independently. Nolan laughed, a harsh sound that held no humor. After what we've done to their world, they'll be more likely to hide than help. They're pragmatic, Megumi replied. They'll understand that cooperation is preferable to further destruction. The Viltrumite studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Perhaps you're right, though neither of us is in condition to be particularly threatening at the moment. We don't need to threaten, Megumi said, pushing himself to his feet with visible effort. Just persuade. It took them nearly a day to locate a group of surviving Flaxens. The aliens had retreated to underground shelters, hiding from the catastrophic battle that had demolished their capital. When Megumi and Nolan descended into one such shelter, the green-skinned beings cowered in terror, their goggled eyes wide with fear. Nolan started to step forward, but Megumi placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Let me handle this," he said quietly. "You're the one who's been systematically destroying their world for the past several days." The Viltrumite frowned but stepped back, allowing Megumi to approach the trembling aliens. "We require passage back to Earth," Megumi stated, his voice calm but carrying authority. "Create a portal, and we will leave your world in peace." One of the Flaxens, distinguished by more elaborate goggles and what appeared to be insignia of rank, chittered something in their language. "They want assurances we won't return," Nolan translated, his knowledge of alien languages another benefit of his centuries of experience. Megumi nodded. "Tell them they have my word. No further incursions to Earth, no further retribution from us." As Nolan relayed this in the Flaxen language, the alien leader seemed skeptical, gesturing emphatically at the Viltrumite. "He says my word means nothing?" Nolan explained, a hint of dark amusement in his voice. "Given the circumstances, that's not unreasonable." Megumi considered this, then stepped forward again. "Tell them that I defeated you," he said to Nolan. "That I am now the one who decides whether their world lives or dies." Nolan's eyebrows rose slightly, but he translated the message. The effect was immediate. The Flaxen's chittering increased in volume and urgency, their gestures becoming more animated. "They're discussing it," Nolan murmured. "The concept of someone defeating me seems to have made an impression." After several hours of intense debate among themselves, the Flaxen leader approached cautiously, making a series of gestures toward what appeared to be a technological installation at the far end of the shelter. "They'll create the portal," Nolan confirmed, "but they need time to prepare the equipment. Their primary dimensional gateway was destroyed in our disagreement." "How long?" "Several hours by their estimate, which would be mere seconds on Earth." Megumi nodded. "Then we wait." They retreated to a corner of the shelter, maintaining enough distance from the Flaxens to allow the aliens to work without the constant terror of their presence. As the green-skinned beings scurried about, connecting equipment and making adjustments to their technology, Nolan and Megumi resumed their conversation. "You still haven't answered my question," Megumi said quietly, "about what happens when we return to Earth." Nolan's expression hardened. "What would you have me do? Abandon my mission? Betray my people? 20 years of preparation, discarded because of one battle. One battle that proved you can be defeated," Megumi pointed out. "One battle that showed there are forces on Earth capable of challenging even Viltrumite power." "You are an anomaly," Nolan countered. "A single individual with abilities that defy conventional understanding. The rest of humanity remains inadequate." "Mark isn't," Megumi said simply, "and he won't be the last. If my theory is correct, Earth represents not just one evolutionary path, but multiple. Physical, like the Viltrumites, spiritual, like myself, perhaps others we haven't yet identified." Nolan fell silent, considering this. When he spoke again, his voice had lost some of its certainty. "Even if what you say is true, the Viltrum Empire won't simply abandon its plans for Earth. They'll send others." "Then we prepare," Megumi replied. "We build defenses, train defenders, create alliances. With your knowledge of Viltrumite strategies and weaknesses, we'd have advantages no other world has had." "You speak of betraying my people," Nolan reiterated, though his tone was more thoughtful than accusatory now. "I speak of choosing your family," Megumi corrected. "The family you've built here," not the empire that sees you as merely a tool for expansion. Nolan's eyes hardened again. Debbie is... Don't... Megumi interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp. Don't say she's just a pet. Not again. Not when we both know it's a lie you tell yourself to make your mission palatable. For a moment, it seemed Nolan might lash out again, his muscles tensing despite his injuries. But then, unexpectedly, the fight seemed to drain from him. 20 years, he said quietly. 20 years I've lived among humans. Watched them, studied them, prepared for their eventual subjugation. And in that time, he trailed off, his gaze distant. In that time you found things worth preserving. Megumi finished for him. Worth protecting. Nolan didn't confirm this verbally, but his silence was answer enough. Tell me about Viltrum, Megumi said, changing tactics. Not the empire it is now, but what it was. Before the conquest, before the expansion. Surprise flickered across Nolan's face at the unexpected question. Why? Because I want to understand what you're fighting for, Megumi replied simply. What this mission really means to you. Nolan studied him for a long moment, then began to speak, his voice taking on a quality Megumi hadn't heard before, something almost wistful. Viltrum was magnificent once, a world of achievements, of art and science advancing in perfect harmony with physical perfection. We didn't begin as conquerors. We were explorers, philosophers, builders of wonders. His eyes grew distant, seeing not the ruined flaxen shelter but memories of a world light years away and centuries past. The scourge virus changed everything. Half our population gone in months. The civil war that followed claimed more. What remained was harder, more focused on survival at any cost. Thrag's ascension to Grand Regent solidified the new direction, conquest as the path to restoration. And you believe in this path? Megumi asked quietly. Nolan's expression grew complex. I was born after the change. Raised to be a warrior, a conqueror. It's all I've ever known. Until Earth, Megumi observed. Until Debbie. Until Mark. Another long silence fell between them, each lost in their own thoughts. Around them, the Flaxens continued their work, the dimensional portal gradually taking shape under their skilled manipulations. If I were to... Nolan began, then stopped, recalibrating his words. Hypothetically, if I were to consider an alternative to my mission, what would that look like? Practically speaking, Megumi recognized the significance of the question, not a commitment, but an opening. A willingness to at least discuss possibilities. First, we'd need to address the immediate issue, he replied carefully. The Guardians of the Globe. Your original plan involved eliminating them. Correct. Nolan nodded reluctantly. They represent the most organized defense Earth has. Without them, resistance would be fragmented, ineffective. Instead, they could become the core of Earth's defense against Viltrum, Megumi suggested. Trained with your knowledge of Viltrumite tactics, equipped with technology designed to counter your species' advantages. They wouldn't trust me, Nolan pointed out. Not without explanation. Which brings us to the second point, Megumi continued. The truth. Mark and Debbie deserve to know. All of it. Who you are, why you came to Earth, what choices you're facing now. Nolan's expression darkened. Debbie would never understand. She'd see only the deception, the years of lies. You underestimate her, Megumi countered. She's stronger than you give her credit for. And she loves you, the real you, not just the cover identity you've maintained. And if she doesn't? Nolan's voice carried a note of vulnerability that seemed alien coming from the powerful Viltrumite. If she sees me as a monster? Then that's her choice to make, Megumi said simply. But hiding the truth from her is making that choice for her. Denying her agency in her own life. Nolan fell silent again, absorbing this. When he spoke next, his voice was quieter. And Mark will struggle, Megumi acknowledged. His worldview will be shattered. But he's your son, Viltrumite and human both. He has your strength and Debbie's compassion. Given time, he'll understand the complexity of your position. You seem very confident in your assessment of my family, Nolan observed, a hint of his usual dry humor returning. I've observed them, Megumi replied. And I've observed you with them. The connection is real, Nolan. Whatever you tell yourself about pets and temporary diversions, the bond you've formed with them is genuine. Sukuna, as he said this himself, still felt a bit of wonder at the words coming off his tongue, at trying to convince one so much alike to his previous self in view of love. In his original life, he himself was a person who quite believed in connection, especially the one of family. Yet being the tyrannical king of curses for decades, having forgotten during it his first life made him believe any form of love worthless. Weakness. Yet, it is that brat again. Sukuna thought to himself as he looked at the sky. Yorozu, for all her words and attempt to make me understand love, be it through connection, emotional or physical, thinking me incapable of understanding love was foolish. I always understood love. I never saw it as something valuable, as something worthy of possessing. But my loss proved otherwise. Though I experienced it not physically, I read it. I know what I would have done. I saw the truth behind it. And I am not fool enough to deny reality, to deny when I was wrong. Before Nolan could respond, the Flaxen leader approached cautiously, making a series of gestures toward the now completed portal device. It's ready, Nolan translated, rising to his feet with visible effort. They can open the gateway to Earth whenever we're prepared to depart. Megumi stood as well, his movements equally strained. Both were still far from fully recovered, though their respective healing abilities had closed the worst of their wounds. Before we return, Megumi said, fixing Nolan with an intense gaze, I need to know your decision, not a commitment to every detail of what might come, but a direction. Are you with us, or against us? Nolan held his gaze for a long moment, the weight of centuries of conditioning and duty visible in his eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but quiet. I've spent 20 years on Earth, Megumi. I've watched humanity with the detached assessment of a Viltrumite officer, cataloging strengths and weaknesses, preparing for eventual conquest. But I've also— He paused, seemingly struggling with the admission. I've also lived among them, built a life I never intended to value, found connections I never expected to form. Another pause, longer this time. I don't know if Earth can stand against Viltrum. I don't know if I can betray everything I was raised to believe. But I do know that I'm not ready to destroy what I've built there. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. It wasn't a complete commitment, but it was honest, and for now it was enough. Megumi nodded. Then we return together, and we face what comes next together. The Flaxen leader, sensing they had reached a decision, activated the portal device. A swirling vortex of green energy formed in the center of the installation, identical to the gateways that had opened above Earth during the invasion. As they approached the portal, Nolan spoke again. When we return, Mark will have questions. About what happened, about why I entered the Flaxen dimension, about why we're returning together injured like this. We tell him the truth, Megumi replied. Or at least the beginning of it. That we encountered each other here, fought the Flaxens together, and found common ground. The rest can come later, when you're ready to have that conversation with him and Debbie. Nolan considered this, then nodded slowly. A partial truth, then. For now. For now, Megumi agreed. They stood before the swirling portal, two beings of immense power who had fought each other to a standstill and emerged with an understanding neither had anticipated. After you, Nolan said, gesturing toward the gateway with a slight nod of respect. And so Sukuna stepped through, with Nolan soon following after him. The Conqueror has submitted to the king. Attracting annoying women, the Global Defense Agency headquarters buzzed with activity. Technicians monitored screens displaying the aftermath of the Flaxen invasion. Agents coordinated with emergency services across the city, and Cecil Stedman, director of the GDA, stood at the center of the command room, his expression grim as he reviewed damage reports. Status on the Guardians? He asked, not looking up from the tablet in his hand. All accounted for, sir, an aide replied. The Immortal is coordinating cleanup in the western sector. War Woman and Darkwing are handling civilian evacuation in the north. Red Rush and Martian Man are assisting emergency services downtown. Cecil nodded. And the team? Still at their headquarters. They sustained minor injuries during the downtown engagement, but nothing serious. They're debriefing now. And Omni-Man? The aide hesitated. Still no contact, sir. He entered the eastern portal approximately 3 hours ago and hasn't returned. Cecil's expression darkened. Omni-Man's decision to pursue the Flaxens into their dimension had been unexpected and concerning. It deviated from established protocols and left Earth temporarily without its most powerful defender. What about the other one? The new hero who followed him in? Sukuna, the aide supplied. Also no contact. The team reports he entered the eastern portal shortly after Omni-Man. Cecil removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. 2 of our most powerful assets, in an unknown dimension, with no communication capability. Wonderful. Before the aide could respond, alarms blared across the command center. Screens flickered as sensors detected a new dimensional disturbance. Portal activity detected, a technician called out. Eastern sector. Same coordinates as the previous breach. Cecil replaced his glasses, his posture straightening. Full alert. Deploy containment teams. If this is another wave of Flaxens, sir, the technician interrupted. The energy signature matches outgoing portal activity, not incoming. Something's coming back through. The command center fell silent as all eyes turned to the main screen, displaying real-time footage from surveillance drones positioned over the eastern sector. A swirling vortex of green energy had formed in mid-air, identical to the portals from the invasion but smaller, more controlled. Then 2 figures emerged. Even through the drone footage, their condition was immediately apparent. Both were bloodied and battered, their clothing torn, their movements stiff with barely healed injuries. Omni-Man's pristine white costume was stained crimson, while Sukuna's dark attire was shredded in multiple places, revealing lacerated skin beneath. "My God!" someone whispered. "What happened to them?" Cecil studied the footage intently, noting not just their injuries but their body language. They descended together, side by side, with none of the hostility that might be expected if they'd been adversaries. Instead, they moved with a strange synchronicity, as if having reached some kind of understanding. "Alert the team," Cecil ordered. "They'll want to know their member has returned. And get me a direct line to Omni-Man. I want to know exactly what happened in that dimension." At the team headquarters, the mood was tense. Rex paced the central platform, occasionally glancing at the monitors displaying citywide damage assessments. Kate sat nearby, her duplicates merged back into a single form as she treated a gash on her arm. Ray hunched over her workstation, analyzing data from the invasion with intense focus. Mark and Eve stood apart from the others, their conversation hushed but urgent. "He shouldn't have gone in alone," Eve said, her voice tight with worry. "Following Omni-Man into the Flaxen dimension without backup, what was he thinking?" "He's been acting differently lately," Mark replied, his own concern evident. "More independent. Ever since that night at the bank, he's been making tactical decisions without consulting Rex or anyone else." "That's not the point," Eve insisted. "The Flaxens are dangerous enough here, where we have the advantage. In their dimension, with different physical laws, different time flow," she broke off as their communicators buzzed simultaneously. Rex answered first, his expression shifting from irritation to surprise. "They're back," he announced to the room. Omni-Man and Sukuna just emerged from a portal in the eastern sector. Mark's relief was immediate. "Dad's okay? And Megumi too." Rex's expression grew more complex. "They're alive. But the GDA footage shows they're both pretty messed up. Looks like they went through hell in there." Eve didn't wait for further details. She was already moving toward the exit, her molecules rearranging beneath her clothing to form her costume. "Where exactly?" "Coordinates coming through now," Rex replied, checking his communicator. "Looks like they're descending near Uptown Park." "I'm going," Eve stated. Not a request but a declaration. "We all are," Rex countered. "Team response protocol. There's no time for that, Eve interrupted, already creating a platform of pink energy beneath her feet. They need medical attention now. Before anyone could object further, she was airborne, flying through the exit at a speed that left papers swirling in her wake. Mark looked between the exit and the remaining team members, torn between protocol and personal concern. She's right. My dad and Megumi need help. I'm going too. Without waiting for Rex's approval, he activated his own costume and followed Eve, accelerating into the sky with the burgeoning confidence of his still new Viltrumite abilities. Rex watched them go, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. So much for team coordination, he muttered. Kate, Ray, suit up. We'll follow standard protocol. Even if half the team can't be bothered. Eve reached the coordinates first, her molecular propulsion pushing her to speeds that strained the limits of her control. The scene below came into focus as she descended a small park in the eastern sector, relatively undamaged by the invasion, with two figures standing in a clearing. Nolan and Megumi looked up as she approached, both clearly recognizing her distinctive pink energy signature. She landed a few meters away, her momentum sending leaves scattering across the grass. For a moment, she simply stared, the full extent of their injuries becoming apparent at close range. Nolan's costume was torn in dozens of places, dried blood caking the once pristine fabric. His face bore multiple lacerations that were only partially healed, and he stood with a slight stiffness that suggested deeper injuries. But it was Megumi's condition that truly shocked her. His clothing was in tatters, barely hanging onto his frame. Blood both dried and fresh covered much of his visible skin. A particularly nasty wound across his chest had only partially closed, and his right arm hung at a slightly unnatural angle, as if recently dislocated and improperly reset. My God, she whispered, her scientific detachment momentarily abandoned in the face of such devastation. What happened to you? Before either could answer, Mark arrived, landing with less grace beside Eve. His reaction mirrored her shock, followed by immediate concern. Dad, Megumi, Yuri, he broke off, taking in their battered state. What happened in there? Nolan and Megumi exchanged a brief glance, some unspoken communication passing between them. The Flaxens were more prepared than anticipated, Nolan said finally, his voice rougher than usual. They had weapons designed specifically to counter Earth's defenders. Technology they've been developing over centuries of their time. We encountered resistance, Megumi added, his own voice steady despite his injuries. Significant resistance. Eve moved forward, her training reasserting itself as she assessed their wounds more clinically. You need medical attention. Both of you. The GDA has facilities. No. Nolan interrupted. No GDA. Not yet. We need to debrief privately first. Eve frowned, looking between them. Something about this explanation felt incomplete, the injuries too severe for a simple encounter with Flaxen forces, no matter how well armed. You fought each other? She said suddenly, the realization crystallizing in her mind. Didn't you? Another glance between them, another silent exchange. Yes, Megumi admitted finally. Initially, Mark's expression shifted from concern to confusion. What? Why would you? A misunderstanding, Nolan interjected smoothly. We entered the portal separately, encountered each other in the midst of Flaxen resistance. In the confusion of battle, in an alien dimension with different temporal properties. We each mistook the other for an enemy, Megumi finished. Briefly, Eve's eyes narrowed, her analytical mind rapidly processing this explanation against the evidence before her. The severity of their injuries suggested far more than a brief misunderstanding. This had been a serious confrontation, one that had pushed both of them to their limits. And after this misunderstanding? She pressed. We came to an understanding, Nolan replied, his tone making it clear the subject was closed for now, and worked together to secure our return. Mark looked between his father and his friend, clearly struggling to reconcile their explanation with their condition. You both look like you went through a meat grinder. If this was just a misunderstanding, time moves differently in the Flaxen dimension, Megumi reminded him. What was hours here was days there. We had multiple encounters with their forces while finding a way back. Eve's focus remained fixed on Megumi, cataloging every injury, every sign of strain in his posture. Her molecules vibrated with suppressed emotion, concern, yes, but also something deeper, more intense. The sight of him so damaged triggered responses she hadn't anticipated, hadn't prepared for. "You shouldn't have gone in alone," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You should have waited for backup. For the team." For she cut herself off, but the unspoken word hung in the air. "For me." Megumi met her gaze directly, something shifting in his expression as he registered the intensity of her reaction. It was a tactical decision made in the moment. There wasn't time for consultation. "There's always time," she countered, her composure cracking slightly. "There's always a choice." To everyone's surprise, tears began to well in her eyes, though she blinked them back with fierce determination. Her hands clenched at her sides, pink energy crackling around her fingertips as her emotional state affected her molecular control. "Eve," Mark said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "They're back now. They're okay." "They're not okay," she snapped, shrugging off his touch. "Look at them, Mark. Really look. These aren't minor injuries. They nearly died in there." The raw emotion in her voice caused both Nolan and Megumi to study her more carefully. Nolan's expression remained neutral, though something calculating entered his eyes. Megumi, however, seemed to realize something, a recognition dawning that made him suddenly very still. "I need to examine those wounds," Eve continued, regaining some composure as she shifted into scientific mode. "Some of them aren't healing properly. I can see molecular destabilization at the cellular level." Before anyone could respond, the rest of the team arrived, Rex, Kate, and Ray touching down nearby, their expressions a mixture of relief and concern as they took in the scene. "What the hell happened to you two?" Rex demanded, approaching with his characteristic lack of tact. "You look like you went 10 rounds with a black hole and lost." "Something like that," Nolan replied dryly. As Rex began peppering them with questions about the Flaxen dimension, Eve moved closer to Megumi, ostensibly to examine his injuries more closely. Her hands hovered near his wounded chest, pink energy emanating from her fingertips as she assessed the damage at a molecular level. "You could have died," she whispered, her voice too low for the others to hear. "Do you understand that? You could have died, and I wouldn't have known. Wouldn't have been able to help." Megumi studied her face, the intensity in her eyes, the slight tremble in her usually steady hands, the faint pink glow that seemed to emanate from her very skin as her emotions affected her powers. "I'm more resilient than I appear," he replied quietly. "Everyone has limits," she countered. "Even you." There was something in her tone, in the way her eyes tracked every movement he made, that triggered a memory in Megumi, a recollection from his time as Sukuna. A woman with similar devotion, similar intensity. Yorozu, the sorcerer who had loved him with an obsession that transcended reason, who had followed him into darkness without hesitation. Not another Yorozu, he thought, a chill running through him despite the warmth of Eve's healing energy. The recognition of that particular pattern, devotion mixing with fascination, concern blending with possessiveness, was unmistakable. Eve was developing feelings for him. Not the casual interest of a colleague or the simple affection of a friend, but something deeper, more consuming. Something that, if left unchecked, could evolve into the kind of obsession he'd seen before. The realization was complicated by his own response to her concern. In his previous incarnation as Sukuna, he would have either exploited such devotion or dismissed it entirely. But now, with the integration of his various lives and experiences, he found himself touched, concerned even, not just for the strategic implications but for Eve herself. "Eve," he said, his voice gentler than usual. "I'm fine, truly." She blinked rapidly, composing herself. "Your cellular structure shows significant trauma. The healing process has begun, but it's incomplete. You'll need specialized care." Before he could respond, Nolan approached, having extricated himself from Rex's interrogation. "We should continue this discussion somewhere more private," he said, his gaze taking in the growing crowd of onlookers at the park's edge. "The Grayson house would be suitable. Debbie should be informed of our return anyway." Mark nodded eagerly. "Mom's been worried sick, and we have first aid supplies at home." Eve straightened, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. "I'll come too, to monitor their recovery." Rex started to object something about team protocols and debriefing procedures, but Eve cut him off with a look that brooked no argument. "Their injuries require specialized attention. I'm the most qualified to provide it." The intensity of her insistence caused Rex to back down, though he exchanged a puzzled glance with Kate. "Fine, but I expect a full report later." As the group prepared to depart for the Grayson residence, Megumi found himself watching Eve more carefully. The way she positioned herself near him, the frequency with which her eyes darted to his injuries, the subtle molecular manipulation she was already performing to stabilize his damaged tissue, all of it spoke to a level of attention that went beyond professional concern. He would need to address this development carefully. Eve was a valuable ally, a brilliant scientist, and potentially a key figure in Earth's defense against the coming Viltrumite threat. But if her feelings were developing along the lines he suspected, it could complicate matters significantly. "Not another Yorozu," he thought again. "I'll need to handle this with more care than I did the first time." As they took to the air mark supporting Megumi while Nolan flew under his own power, Eve remained close, her pink energy platform keeping pace with them. Her eyes never left Megumi's form, her attention unwavering, her molecules humming with an intensity that only someone with his perception could detect. "Please, not another Yorozu," Sukuna muttered under his breath once more. Yet as he continued to look at Eve at her very soul, he knew that was wishful thinking. Damn him for attracting the annoying part in women. This one he couldn't kill, god damn it. The truth marks POV. "I've always thought I understood my dad. Strong, reliable, principled, the perfect father and the perfect hero. Omni-Man, Earth's greatest defender. My role model. The standard I've been trying to live up to since my powers manifested. Perfect person. Flawless, all-powerful." But as I sit in our living room, watching him pace with that strange tension in his shoulders, I'm not so sure anymore. Mom bustles around, gathering first aid supplies with the efficiency of someone who's patched up a superhero husband for years. She's worried I can see it in the tight lines around her eyes, the way she keeps glancing at Dad's torn costume, the dried blood still visible despite his Viltrumite healing. "Nolan, sit down and let me clean those wounds properly," she insists, her voice carrying that mix of exasperation and concern that's so uniquely Mom. Dad stops pacing, his expression softening as he looks at her. "They'll heal on their own, Debbie. Viltrumite physiology." "I don't care about Viltrumite physiology," Mom interrupts, pointing firmly at the couch. "I care about infection and proper wound care. Sit." To my surprise, Dad complies without further argument, something almost like amusement flickering across his face. It's a look I've seen 1,000 times. The mighty Omni-Man, defeater of alien armadas and natural disasters, yielding to my 5'5" mother with a dish towel over her shoulder. Except today there's something different about it. Something sad. My attention shifts to Megumi, who sits in the armchair across from Dad, looking even worse than when we found them. The adrenaline of their return seems to have worn off, leaving him pale and drawn, the partially healed wounds stark against his skin. Eve hovers near him, literally hovers, her feet barely touching the ground as she uses her powers to examine his injuries at a molecular level. She hasn't moved more than 3 feet from him since we arrived at the house. I've never seen her like this, so intensely focused on one person, her scientific detachment replaced by something more personal. "The damage to your cellular structure is extensive," she's saying, her hands glowing with pink energy as she passes them over a particularly nasty gash on his arm. "I can accelerate the healing process, but you'll need to remain still." Megumi nods, his eyes meeting hers with an unreadable expression. "Thank you, Eve." There's a weird tension between them that I can't quite figure out. It's not romantic exactly, but it's definitely not just professional concern either. Something happened while I wasn't paying attention. Some shift in their dynamic that I missed. Mark. Mom calls, breaking my train of thought. Can you get the extra bandages from the upstairs bathroom? The ones in the blue box. Sure, Mom. I'm halfway to the stairs when Dad's voice stops me. Wait, Mark. Before you go. He exchanges a look with Megumi, some silent communication passing between them. There's something we need to discuss. All of us. The seriousness in his tone makes me pause. What is it? It should wait until Debbie has finished. Megumi suggests quietly, wincing slightly as Eve's energy probes a particularly deep wound. Dad shakes his head. No. We've waited long enough. He turns to Mom, his expression gentle but resolute. Debbie, I need you to sit down for this. Mom's hands freeze in the middle of unwrapping a bandage. Nolan, what's going on? You're scaring me. Please, just sit. The room falls silent as Mom slowly takes a seat beside Dad on the couch. Eve pauses her ministrations, though her hands remain near Megumi's wounds, pink energy still flowing softly. I find myself standing awkwardly by the stairs, suddenly unsure where I should be. You too, Mark, Dad says, gesturing to the space beside Mom. This concerns all of us. As I sit, a knot of anxiety forms in my stomach. Whatever happened in the Flaxen dimension, it was clearly more significant than a simple misunderstanding followed by fighting aliens. The way Dad and Megumi keep exchanging glances, the tension in the room, something big is coming. What I'm about to tell you, Dad begins, his voice taking on a formality I rarely hear at home, will change how you see me. It will change everything. But it's the truth, and you deserve to hear it. Mom reaches for his hand instinctively, but Dad doesn't take it. Instead, he clasps his hands together, staring at them as if gathering his thoughts. I am not who you think I am, he says finally. Or rather, I am not am. Only what does that mean? I ask, confusion mixing with growing unease. Who you think I? Dad looks up, his eyes meeting mine directly. I came to Earth with a purpose, Mark. A mission. One I've been carrying out for the past 20 years while living among humans. A mission, Mom echoes, her voice small. From Viltrum, you mean? Yes. Dad takes a deep breath. But not the mission I've claimed. Not to protect and guide humanity toward advancement. The knot in my stomach tightens. Then what? To evaluate Earth for conquest. The words hang in the air, simple and devastating. For a moment I think I've misheard him. Dad, Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero. Here to prepare for conquest? That's not funny, Nolan, Mom says, her voice shaking slightly. If this is some kind of joke. It's not a joke, Debbie, Dad replies quietly. Viltrum is not the benevolent civilization I've described. It's an empire built on conquest and subjugation. I was sent here to determine Earth's suitability for incorporation into that empire. I feel like I'm falling, like the ground has disappeared beneath me. But all these years, saving people, protecting Earth, part of my cover, Dad explains, though there's a strange hesitation in his voice, and a way to establish myself as this planet's dominant protector. To learn its defenses, its weaknesses. No. The word escapes me before I can stop it. No, that can't be right. You're Omni-Man. You're a hero. You're my dad. Dad's expression softens as he looks at me. I am your father, Mark. That part is real. You are my son, Viltrumite and human both. But the rest. He shakes his head. The persona of Omni-Man, Earth's selfless protector, that was a fabrication. A means to an end. Mom has gone very still beside me, her face pale. 20 years, she whispers. Our entire marriage, was it all a lie? For the first time, Dad looks genuinely pained. Not all of it, Debbie. Not the important parts. The important parts? Mom's voice rises, anger beginning to break through the shock. What parts would those be, Nolan? The part where you pretended to love me? The part where you fathered a child with me as part of some alien evaluation process? It wasn't supposed to be like that, Dad says, a note of frustration entering his voice. The mission was simple. Live among humans, assess their potential, prepare for eventual conquest. But then what? I demand, my own anger rising to match Mom's. Then you decided to play house for 2 decades? To raise a son you were planning to, what? Turn over to your empire? No! The vehemence in Dad's voice startles all of us. No, Mark. You were never part of the original plan. You were. He struggles visibly with the words. You were unexpected. A complication. A complication. I repeat, the word bitter in my mouth. Great. Glad to know where I stand. That's not what I meant. Dad runs a hand through his hair. A gesture of frustration I've seen 1,000 times. But now it seems like it belongs to a stranger. Viltrumite-human compatibility wasn't certain. Your birth was significant. It proved that our species could interbreed successfully. So I'm what? A successful experiment? The hurt in my voice is raw, undisguised. You're my son, Dad insists, and for a moment he sounds like the father I've always known. Whatever else is true, whatever my original mission, that fact has never changed. Throughout this exchange, Megumi has remained silent, watching with that calculating intensity that sometimes makes him seem older than his years. Now he speaks up. Your father's mission has evolved, Mark, he says quietly. That's what happened in the Flaxen dimension. We didn't just fight each other and then the Flaxens. We came to an understanding. I turned to him, betrayal stinging fresh. You knew about this? For how long? I suspected. Megumi admits, the spiritual energy surrounding your father has been conflicted. It suggested a hidden purpose, a deeper agenda. Spiritual energy? Mom asks, momentarily distracted from her own shock. An aspect of my abilities, Megumi explains briefly. I can perceive certain energies that others can't, including the kind of conflict that comes from a divided purpose. Eve, who has been silent until now, looks between Megumi and my father. So in the Flaxen dimension, you confronted him about this? That's what the fight was really about. Megumi nods. I challenged his mission, his intentions toward Earth. And I reconsidered them, Dad adds, his gaze returning to Mom and me. For the first time in centuries, I questioned my orders. My purpose. Because of us? Mom asks, her voice small but steady. Dad's expression softens in a way I've only ever seen when he looks at her. Yes, Debbie. Because of you. Because of Mark. Because after 20 years of living as Nolan Grayson, husband and father, the thought of destroying what we've built became unacceptable. There's a rawness in his admission that catches me off guard. This doesn't sound like the calculated deception of an infiltrator. It sounds like truth. Painful, complicated truth. So what now? I ask, trying to process everything I'm hearing. You just decided not to conquer Earth anymore? Will your people accept that? No, Dad replies grimly. They won't. Which is why we need to prepare. Prepare? For what? For war, Megumi says simply. The Viltrumite Empire won't abandon their plans for Earth just because one agent has reconsidered his mission. They'll send others. We need to be ready when they come. The enormity of what he's suggesting hits me like a physical blow. War. Against an empire of beings with powers like Dad's. Like mine. How? I ask, the word barely audible. How do we fight an entire empire of Viltrumites? Together, Dad says. And there's a determination in his voice. I recognize the same resolve he shows when facing impossible odds. With preparation, with strategy, with every advantage we can create. Earth has resources and defenders the Viltrumites don't fully understand. Like Megumi, Eve interjects, her scientific mind clearly already calculating possibilities. His abilities operate on principles entirely different from Viltrumite physiology. They were effective against you, weren't they? Dad nods, a hint of respect in his expression as he glances at Megumi. More than effective. In all my centuries, I've rarely encountered power like his. It's one of the reasons I've reconsidered Earth's potential. And there are others, Megumi adds. The Guardians of the Globe, the Teen Team, other heroes and powered individuals across the planet. With proper training, proper equipment, proper strategy. We can resist, Dad finishes. It won't be easy. The odds are not in our favor. But it's possible. Mom, who has been silent through this exchange, suddenly stands. Her face is pale but composed, her eyes hard as she looks at Dad. You lied to me, she says, her voice steady despite the tears gathering in her eyes. For 20 years you lied about who you are, why you're here. You married me as part of a mission. Dad rises to face her, his expression pained. Debbie, I'm not finished, she interrupts, holding up a hand. You lied, and that's something I'll have to process. But you're here now telling us the truth. Choosing us over your mission, your people. That has to mean something. The surprise on Dad's face is genuine. He clearly expected a different reaction, more anger, more rejection. It means everything, he says quietly. You and Mark. You've become more important to me than an empire I was born to serve. That's not supposed to happen to a Viltrumite. We're trained from birth to value conquest above all else. But somehow, we got through. Mom finishes for him, a single tear escaping despite her control. Somehow, we became real to you. You've always been real to me? Dad insists, reaching for her hand. This time, she lets him take it. More real than anything in my centuries of existence. The moment between them is so raw, so intimate that I have to look away. My emotions are a tangled mess: anger at the deception, fear of what's coming, confusion about who my father really is. But beneath it all, there's a strange thread of relief, the sense that a puzzle piece that never quite fit has finally been replaced with the right one. It explains so much: Dad's occasional aloofness, his sometimes alien perspective on human affairs, the way he can shift from warm father to cold tactician in the blink of an eye. He's been living a double life, and the strain of it has been showing in ways I never recognized until now. I need some air, I mutter, standing abruptly. No one tries to stop me as I head for the back door, stepping out onto the porch that overlooks our suburban yard. The normalcy of the scene, the carefully maintained lawn, the basketball hoop over the garage, the neighbor's cat stalking through the flower beds seems surreal after what I've just learned. How can the world look so ordinary when everything has changed? I hear the door open behind me and turn, expecting Mom or Dad. Instead, it's Megumi, moving stiffly but with determination, his injuries clearly still paining him despite Eve's treatment. Shouldn't you be resting? I ask, the question automatic despite everything. Probably, he acknowledges, coming to stand beside me at the railing. But I thought you might want to talk. About how my dad's been lying to us for my entire life. About how he was planning to help conquer Earth until you supposedly changed his mind. About how we're now facing war with an empire of superpowered aliens. I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Megumi doesn't flinch at my tone. Yes, about all of that. For a moment we stand in silence, looking out at the yard. Then I turn to face him directly. How long have you known? Suspected, not known, he corrects. And only for a few months. The spiritual conflict within him became more pronounced recently, as if he was approaching some kind of decision point. And you didn't think to mention this to me? I can't help the accusation in my voice. We're supposed to be friends, Megumi. We are friends, he says, his expression serious. Which is why I needed to be certain before bringing this to you. Imagine if I'd been wrong, Mark. If I'd told you your father was planning Earth's conquest based on a misinterpretation of spiritual energy patterns. Put that way, it makes a certain sense, though it doesn't entirely soothe the sting of being kept in the dark. So what happened in the Flaxen dimension? Really? Megumi's expression grows distant, as if revisiting the battle. We fought. Seriously fought. I challenged him directly about his intentions, and he didn't deny them. Not at first. It escalated from there. You fought my dad. I repeat, trying to process this. And you're still standing. How is that possible? A flicker of something pride? Amusement? Crosses Megumi's face. My abilities operate on principles your father hasn't encountered before. They bypass certain Viltrumite advantages. Like invulnerability, I guess, remembering the deep cuts I'd seen on Dad's body. Among others, Megumi confirms. It was educational for both of us. And after you fought, how did you convince him to change his mind about his entire mission? Megumi's expression softens slightly. I didn't, not really. I just made him confront what he already knew but wasn't admitting to himself. That he cares about his life here, about you and your mother, that the thought of destroying that life, even for the empire he was raised to serve, had become unthinkable to him. I try to reconcile this with the father I've known all my life, strong, certain, sometimes distant but always principled. It's hard to believe he would change his entire worldview just like that. It wasn't just like that, Megumi corrects. It was the culmination of 20 years of living among humans, of building a family, a life. The conflict has been growing in him for a long time, Mark. Our confrontation just forced him to finally choose a side. The door opens again, and this time it's Eve who steps out, her expression concerned. Your mother's talking with your father, she says, coming to stand on my other side. I thought it best to give them some privacy. How's she taking it? I ask, worried about Mom despite my own turmoil. Better than expected, Eve replies. She's hurt, obviously, but also, I don't know, relieved, in a way, like some things that never made sense to her suddenly do. That resonates with my own feelings. As shocking as Dad's revelation is, it explains so much about him that I've never quite understood. What happens now? I ask, the question directed at both of them. We prepare, Megumi says simply. We gather allies, develop strategies, create defenses. The Viltrumite Empire won't abandon their plans for Earth easily, but with your father's knowledge of their tactics and weaknesses, we have advantages no other world has had. And we need every advantage. Eve adds, her mind clearly already calculating possibilities. I've been analyzing your father's injuries, the ones you inflicted, she says to Megumi. The molecular disruption patterns are fascinating. If we could replicate that effect in weapons technology. Wait, I interrupt, a realization hitting me. The Guardians of the Globe. Dad's original mission, was he planning to? Megumi and Eve exchange a glance, and I know I've hit on something significant. Yes, Megumi confirms quietly. The first phase of his mission would have been eliminating Earth's primary defenders. The Guardians would have been his initial targets. The thought makes me physically ill. My father, planning to murder the Guardians' heroes he's worked alongside for years, people I've looked up to my entire life. But he's abandoned that plan. Eve adds quickly, seeing my expression. That's the whole point, Mark. He's chosen a different path. Because of you, Megumi says, his gaze direct. You and your mother. The connection he's formed with you both was strong enough to overcome centuries of Viltrumite conditioning. I want to believe that. I need to believe that. But the revelations of the past hour have shaken my trust in everything I thought I knew. I need time to process all this. I admit. Running a hand through my hair in a gesture I suddenly realize I inherited from Dad. It's a lot to take in. Of course, Megumi nods. But time is also something we may not have much of. Your father believes we have months, perhaps a year before Viltrum investigates his lack of reports. We need to use that time wisely. Which means bringing the Guardians into this, Eve adds. And the rest of the teen team, Cecil and the GDA-2 eventually. We need a coordinated defense strategy. The scale of what they're suggesting is overwhelming. Not just personal revelations but planetary defense, preparation for an invasion by beings with powers like mine and Dad's. What if we can't stop them? I ask, voicing the fear that's been growing since Dad's revelation. What if they're too strong? Too many? Then we make them pay so dearly for Earth that they question whether it was worth the cost. Megumi replies, his voice carrying a cold certainty that, Reminds me of the moments I've seen him in combat, calculating, precise, ruthless when necessary. We're not without resources. Eve adds more gently. Earth has defenders with diverse abilities, technologies that can be adapted, strategies that can be developed. And now we have your father's inside knowledge of Viltrumite weaknesses. And we have you, Mark, Megumi says, surprising me. Half Viltrumite, half human. You represent something new, something with potential beyond either parent species. Me, I can't keep the doubt from my voice. I barely know how to use my powers. I'm still learning. And you'll continue to learn, Megumi says. Faster now with focused training. Your father can teach you Viltrumite combat techniques. I can help you develop strategies against opponents with similar abilities to your own. Eve can provide scientific insights into the limits and possibilities of your physiology. The confidence in his voice is steadying, a counterpoint to my own uncertainty. We're stronger together, Eve agrees. All of us, combining our different perspectives, abilities, knowledge. I look between them, Eve with her brilliant scientific mind and molecular powers, Megumi with his mysterious abilities and tactical precision, and inside the house, my father with his centuries of experience and Viltrumite strength. An unlikely alliance, formed in the shadow of an approaching threat. Okay, I say, finally, straightening my shoulders. I'm in. Whatever it takes to protect Earth. To protect my mom, my friends, everyone. Megumi nods, a hint of approval in his expression. That's the Mark Grayson I know. Eve smiles, her relief evident. We should go back inside. Your parents will need support too. As we turn toward the door, I pause, one last question nagging at me. Megumi, I say, why did you follow my dad into the Flaxen dimension in the first place? Did you already know what you'd find? He considers the question carefully before answering. I knew something was coming, something significant. The spiritual conflict within your father was reaching a breaking point. When he entered the portal alone, I sensed opportunity. Opportunity to confront him away from Earth, away from potential collateral damage. To force the issue before his original plan could be implemented. The implication is clear: he followed Dad to protect Earth, to prevent the attack on the Guardians that might have already been in motion. Thank you, I say simply, for stopping him, for giving us this chance. Megumi nods, accepting the gratitude without comment. As we re-enter the house, I steel myself for the difficult conversations ahead, for the painful process of rebuilding trust with my father, for the task of preparing Earth for what's coming. Everything has changed. My father isn't who I thought he was. The future isn't what I imagined. But as I look at the people gathered in our living room, Mom and Dad sitting close together despite everything, Eve and Megumi with their different but awesome strengths, I feel something unexpected. Hope. It's not much, but for now it's enough to take the next step forward. Request for my readers. Hello everyone. I hope you are enjoying the story. I just wish to ask if you guys could please make a review for the FIC. I would very much appreciate it, would motivate me more to make future chapters. I hope to see you all next chapter. Bye. Jealousy. The Guardians of the Globe headquarters was a marvel of engineering and design. Built into the side of a mountain outside the city limits, its reinforced walls and advanced security systems made it one of the most secure facilities on the planet. Within its central chamber, 7 heroes sat around a circular table, their expressions ranging from skepticism to outright disbelief. You expect us to believe this? The Immortal's voice cut through the silence, his eyes fixed on Nolan Grayson with barely contained fury. That for 20 years you've been planning our destruction? That you're an advanced scout for an empire of conquerors? Omni-Man stood at the head of the table, his posture rigid but his gaze steady. Beside him, Mark shifted uncomfortably, still adjusting to his father's revelations 3 days after hearing them himself. On Nolan's other side, Megumi Fushiguro, or Sukuna, as he was known to the hero community, remained impassive, observing the Guardians' reactions. I understand your skepticism, Nolan replied, his voice measured. In your position I would feel the same. But yes, what I've told you is the truth. The complete truth. For the first time since I arrived on Earth. War Woman leaned forward, her muscular forearms resting on the table. And we're supposed to just accept that you've had a change of heart? That after 2 decades of deception, you've suddenly decided to betray your empire because you've grown fond of us humans. Not humans in general, Nolan corrected, glancing briefly at Mark. My family, and not suddenly. The conflict has been growing within me for years. Convenient timing, Darkwing muttered, his shadowed features unreadable beneath his cowl. Just as you were preparing to eliminate us, according to your own admission. The timing wasn't coincidental, Megumi interjected, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. I confronted Nolan because I sensed his internal conflict reaching a breaking point. The decision had to be forced before his original plan was implemented. The Guardians' attention shifted to Megumi, their expressions recalibrating as they considered this new perspective. You knew? Red Rush asked, his words coming at his characteristically accelerated pace. How long? Why didn't you warn us sooner? I suspected, Megumi clarified. The spiritual energy surrounding Nolan has been distinctive, conflicted. It suggested a hidden purpose at odds with his public persona. Spiritual energy, Martian Man repeated skeptically. That's your evidence? It was enough to warrant investigation, Megumi replied calmly. And that investigation confirmed my suspicions. The Immortal's gaze remained fixed on Nolan. Let's say we believe this fantastic story. What exactly do you propose we do with this information? Thank you for not murdering us in our sleep and move on. I propose we prepare, Nolan answered, his voice taking on a harder edge. The Viltrumite Empire won't abandon their plans for Earth just because I've reconsidered my mission. When they discover my defection, and they'll send others. We need to be ready. How many? Green Ghost asked, concern in her voice. How many Viltrumites would they send? Initially, perhaps 2 or 3, Nolan estimated. Our numbers are limited. Less than 200 pure-blooded Viltrumites remain after the Scourge virus and Civil War. They won't commit significant resources until they assess the situation. Even 2 or 3 would be devastating, War Woman pointed out. If they're all as powerful as you. They are, Nolan confirmed grimly. Which is why we need to develop countermeasures, strategies, weapons if possible. That's where I come in, a new voice announced from the doorway. Eve stood there, a tablet in her hands, her expression professionally composed despite the tension in the room. May I? The Immortal nodded, and Eve approached the table, placing her tablet on its surface. A holographic display activated, showing molecular structures that rotated slowly in the air above the device. I've been analyzing the wounds Sukuna inflicted on Omni-Man during their confrontation, she explained, her scientific demeanor fully engaged. The energy he utilizes, what he calls cursed energy, operates on principles that bypass Viltrumite cellular density. It affects them at a fundamental level that their natural durability can't defend against. Cursed energy? Darkwing echoed, his tone skeptical. A simplified term for a complex phenomenon. Eve replied smoothly. The important point is that it works. It can harm Viltrumites when conventional weapons can't. Can it be replicated? War Woman asked, leaning forward with new interest. Incorporated into our arsenal? Eve hesitated, glancing at Megumi. No, Megumi stated firmly. Cursed energy cannot be replicated through technological means. It's fundamentally tied to the wielder, a manifestation of specific spiritual and psychological qualities that can't be synthesized. More specifically, it's his technique that can't be replicated, but he has no interest in going into much detail about his abilities to anyone. Being an unknown has its advantages. The hope that had begun to dawn on the Guardians' faces dimmed noticeably. However, Megumi continued, Eve's research has identified something promising. The key factor in my ability to harm Viltrumites isn't just the energy itself, but how it operates at the subatomic level, bypassing conventional durability. Nolan nodded, picking up the thread. Viltrumite invulnerability is based on what we call Smart atoms, a cellular structure that actively resists external force. Conventional weapons, even nuclear devices, primarily affect matter at the molecular level. Our bodies simply adapt and resist. But attacks at the subatomic level, Eve added, manipulating her holographic display to show new diagrams, could potentially bypass this resistance. And I believe we have a starting point for developing such weapons. She brought up schematics of a familiar device, the quantum technology that the team had prevented from falling into the wrong hands during the museum heist and bank robbery. The quantum destabilizer that Dr. Wexler was attempting to build, Megumi explained. Its theoretical function was to disrupt molecular bonds at a fundamental level. With modifications, it could potentially replicate some aspects of how my abilities affect Viltrumite physiology. You're suggesting we build the very weapon we stopped Wexler from creating? The immortal asked, his brow furrowing. With significant safeguards and ethical constraints, Eve clarified quickly. The original design was indiscriminate. It would have affected all matter within its range. What we're proposing is a targeted version, designed specifically to affect Viltrumite cellular structure. Is such specificity even possible? Green Ghost asked. Theoretically, yes, Eve replied. Viltrumite DNA has unique markers that could serve as targeting parameters. With Nolan's cooperation in providing biological samples, we could develop weapons that affect only those with Viltrumite genetics. The implications hung heavy in the air. Mark shifted uncomfortably, all too aware that such weapons would affect him as well. There's more, Nolan continued. Viltrumites aren't completely invulnerable. We have other weaknesses, specific sound frequencies that can disrupt our inner ear function, certain toxins that can temporarily impair our strength, vulnerabilities in our biology that can be exploited with the right approach. And you're willing to reveal these weaknesses? The immortal asked, his suspicion evident. To help us develop weapons that could be used against you? Yes, Nolan said simply, because the alternative is Earth's subjugation. And that's no longer acceptable to me. A heavy silence fell over the chamber as the Guardians processed this. The enormity of what they were discussing, planetary defense against an empire of superpowered conquerors, seemed to settle on each of them differently. This is a lot to take in, Martian Man finally said, his alien features difficult to read. We need time to consider, to discuss among ourselves. Time is precisely what we don't have enough of, Megumi countered. Viltrumite investigation of Nolan's silence could begin within months. Every day matters. We're not dismissing the threat, Warwoman assured him. But trust isn't built in a single meeting, especially not after learning of a 2-decade deception. Mark, who had been quiet throughout most of the exchange, finally spoke up. I understand your hesitation. 3 days ago, I learned that everything I thought I knew about my father was incomplete. Still hard to process. But I've seen the evidence of his commitment to this new path. He's choosing us, choosing Earth over his empire, his people, everything he was raised to believe. The sincerity in Mark's voice seemed to reach the Guardians in a way that the logical arguments hadn't. Several of them nodded slightly, their expressions softening. We'll need to bring Cecil Stedman into this, the Immortal decided, referring to the head of the Global Defense Agency. If we're preparing for an alien invasion, the GDA's resources will be essential. Agreed, Nolan nodded. Though I suggest we approach him carefully. Cecil's pragmatism can sometimes manifest as extreme solutions. You're worried he might see you as a threat to be eliminated rather than an asset, Darkwing observed shrewdly. The thought has crossed my mind, Nolan admitted. Cecil's primary concern has always been Earth's security. From his perspective, a Viltrumite defector might seem like an unacceptable risk. We'll handle Cecil, the Immortal assured him, though his tone suggested this was as much a warning as a reassurance. For now, I propose we proceed with caution. Eve, continue your research into potential weapons technology based on the quantum destabilizer concept. Sukuna, we'll need more information about how your abilities affect Viltrumites, even if we can't replicate the energy itself. Megumi nodded his agreement. Nolan, the Immortal continued, his ancient eyes hard as they fixed on Omni-Man. You'll provide complete documentation of all Viltrumite weaknesses, tactics, and capabilities. Everything you know about their empire, their command structure, their technology. No omissions. Understood, Nolan replied evenly. And Mark? The Immortal's gaze softened slightly as it shifted to the younger Grayson. Continue your training. If what your father says is true, your hybrid physiology may represent something unique, potentially an advantage. I will, Mark promised, straightening under the weight of the Guardian's attention. Then we're adjourned for now, the Immortal concluded. We'll reconvene in 3 days with Cecil present. Use that time wisely. As the meeting broke up, the Guardians moved away in small groups, their hushed conversations filling the chamber with a tense murmur. Mark found himself approached by War Woman, her expression sympathetic despite her earlier skepticism. This can't be easy for you, she said quietly. Finding out your father's true nature, his original mission. Mark shrugged, attempting nonchalance despite the turmoil still churning within him. It's been an adjustment. If you need someone to talk to, she offered. Someone outside your family, I'm available. I've seen many worlds, many cultures. Perspective can help in times like these. Thanks, Mark replied, genuinely touched by the offer. I might take you up on that. Across the room, Megumi observed this exchange with quiet approval. The Guardian's reactions had been largely as he'd anticipated, initial skepticism giving way to cautious cooperation in the face of the larger threat. It was a promising start, though only that a start. They themselves weren't the reason he was focusing on them, though some among them could prove useful. No, it is because of their influence. Earth has much potential, it simply needs to be realized. Eve approached him, her tablet tucked under her arm. That went better than expected, she murmured. The Immortal is pragmatic, Megumi replied, and ancient enough to recognize existential threats when they're presented. The others will follow his lead, at least initially. And Cecil will be more difficult, Megumi acknowledged. His perspective is narrower, more focused on immediate security concerns. He'll see Nolan as both asset and liability, with the latter potentially outweighing the former. Eve nodded, her eyes tracking Megumi's movements with that now familiar intensity. I've been meaning to ask you something, she said, her voice dropping lower. About your recovery. Megumi raised an eyebrow, waiting. Your cellular regeneration has accelerated beyond what should be possible given the extent of your injuries, she continued. The molecular restructuring I'm observing suggests capabilities beyond what you've previously demonstrated. Have you been holding back? The question was asked casually, but Megumi could detect the deeper current beneath it, the scientific curiosity blending with personal interest in a way that formed a fascination that continued to remind him uncomfortably of Yorozu. My abilities continue to evolve, he replied carefully. The confrontation with Nolan pushed me to access aspects of my power I hadn't fully utilized before. Fascinating, Eve murmured, her eyes briefly glowing pink as she scanned him at a molecular level. The energy patterns within your cellular structure have reconfigured themselves. It's almost as if. She trailed off, distracted by something in her readings, her brow furrowing slightly. As if what? Megumi prompted, suddenly alert. Eve blinked, refocusing on him. As if your body is adapting to better channel the energy you command, becoming a more efficient vessel for it. She hesitated, then added, It reminds me of how Maharaga adapted to phenomena it encountered. According to your description, Megumi concealed his surprise at her perceptiveness. An interesting parallel, he acknowledged neutrally. Before Eve could pursue the subject further, Nolan approached them, Mark at his side. We should discuss next steps, the Viltrumite said without preamble. The Guardian's cooperation is tentative at best. We need to solidify it with concrete progress before our next meeting. Agreed. Megumi nodded. Eve's weapons research is a priority, as is beginning Mark's enhanced training. And the team, Eve added. They should be brought in soon. Rex won't appreciate being kept in the dark much longer, and their abilities could be valuable in our preparations. One step at a time, Nolan cautioned. Too many variables too quickly increases the risk of information leakage. If word of my defection reaches Viltrum prematurely, we understand the need for discretion, Megumi assured him. But Eve is right. The teen team represents resources we can't afford to ignore, particularly with their diverse power sets. Mark, who had been unusually quiet throughout the meeting, finally spoke up. What about Mom? She's still processing everything, and now we're talking about bringing more people into this, bringing more attention to our family, making more plans. The concern in his voice was evident, reminding them all that beyond the strategic considerations, this situation involved real people with real emotions. Debbie Grayson's world had been turned upside down by her husband's revelations, and she was still finding her footing in this new reality. Your mother is stronger than you might think, Nolan said, his expression softening. She's already begun asking practical questions about Viltrumite physiology, tactics, societal structure, looking for weaknesses, points of leverage. Really? Mark seemed surprised. Really? Nolan confirmed. She spent last night researching psychological warfare techniques. Said if we're facing an empire of superpowered warriors, we need to understand their minds as well as their bodies. A small smile touched Mark's lips. That sounds like Mom. We should include her in our planning sessions, Eve suggested. Her perspective as a non-powered human with intimate knowledge of Viltrumite psychology could be valuable. I agree, Megumi nodded. Different perspectives will be essential in developing a comprehensive defense strategy. As they continued discussing next steps, Megumi found himself observing the dynamics between them with a strategic eye. Nolan still adjusting to his new role as defector rather than conqueror. Mark, struggling to reconcile his father's past with his present choices. Eve, her brilliant mind already calculating possibilities while her attention remained disproportionately focused on Megumi himself. They were an unlikely alliance, formed through conflict and necessity rather than natural affinity. Yet there was potential here not just for survival but for something more. A true defense against a threat that would otherwise overwhelm Earth's existing protections. The path ahead would be difficult, fraught with challenges both external and internal. Trust would need to be built, strategies developed, technologies created. But the first step had been taken. The Guardians, skeptical but pragmatic, had not rejected Nolan's revelations outright. They were willing to consider, to prepare, to fight if necessary. It was a beginning, and for now that would have to be enough. Later that evening, Megumi found himself alone in the training facility beneath the Grayson house. Nolan had converted their basement into a reinforced space where Mark could safely practice his developing powers without risking damage to the surrounding neighborhood. Now, it served as a temporary base of operations for their fledgling resistance. Megumi moved through a series of forms, his body flowing from one position to the next with fluid precision. The movements were not merely physical exercise but a way of channeling cursed energy, refining his control over the power that had proven so effective against Viltrumite physiology. He had just completed a particularly complex sequence when he sensed a presence at the entrance to the training area. Eve stood watching him, her expression a mixture of scientific interest and something more personal that continued to unsettle him. Your movements are beautiful, she said, stepping into the room. Like a dance, but with purpose behind every gesture. It's a form of meditation, Megumi explained, lowering his arms. A way of aligning body and energy. Eve approached, her eyes briefly glowing pink as she scanned him. Your energy patterns shift during the movements, becoming more harmonized, more efficient. She hesitated, then added, I could watch you for hours. The comment, delivered with such straightforward honesty, triggered another flash of memory. Yorozu, watching him with similar fascination as he practiced techniques centuries ago. The parallel was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Was there something you needed? Megumi asked, deliberately redirecting the conversation. Eve seemed to collect herself, her scientific demeanor reasserting itself. Yes, actually. I've been analyzing the data from your confrontation with Nolan, and I have some questions about the technique you called dismantle. The molecular separation it achieves is unlike anything I've encountered before. She produced her tablet, pulling up diagrams that showed the cellular damage Megumi's technique had inflicted on Nolan's Viltrumite physiology. See here, she pointed to a particular pattern. The separation occurs at a subatomic level, not just molecular. It's as if you're influencing the fundamental forces that bind matter together. Megumi studied the diagram with genuine interest. Eve's scientific perspective offered insights into his abilities that he hadn't considered before, a different framework for understanding what he had always approached through the lens of jujitsu. For in the Heian era, there was no such terms as atoms or subatomic particles to consider. That's a reasonable assessment, he acknowledged, though I conceptualize it differently. In my understanding, the technique isolates and severs specific bonds rather than applying force broadly. Precision over power. Eve nodded, her eyes lighting up with excitement. That explains the clean separation patterns. But the energy required to achieve such precision at that level should be enormous. How do you channel it so efficiently? The question was perceptive, touching on aspects of cursed energy manipulation that even many sorcerers didn't fully understand. Megumi considered how much to reveal, weighing strategic value against necessary caution. It's a matter of focus and intent, he explained after a moment. The energy responds to specific visualization and conceptualization. The word dismantle isn't just a name, it's a trigger that shapes the energy according to a particular pattern I've internalized. Eve's fingers moved rapidly across her tablet, recording his explanation. Like a programming language for energy manipulation, she murmured. Fascinating. And the energy itself, you call it cursed energy. What makes it cursed? Megumi's expression remained neutral, though internally he was reassessing Eve's perceptiveness. Her questions were probing deeper than he had anticipated, moving toward territory that touched on the true nature of cursed energy, its origins in negative emotions, its connection to the darker aspects of human existence. In hindsight, he should have named it something else to prevent this complication. But him being who he is, and his obsession and respect for jujitsu would never allow him to gift it an undignified name. It's a traditional term, he said carefully, reflecting the energy's connection to certain spiritual concepts. Eve looked up from her tablet, her eyes meeting his directly. You're being evasive, she observed, not accusatory but matter of fact. There's more to it than you're saying. There's always more, Megumi acknowledged. But not all knowledge is immediately useful for our current situation. Eve's lips curved into a small smile at his response. Fair enough, she conceded. We all have our secrets, I suppose, and you're entitled to yours. She turned her attention back to her tablet, making a few final notes before setting it aside. There was a moment of comfortable silence between them, the tension easing slightly as Eve seemed to accept his reluctance to elaborate further. Then, without warning, she asked, Who is Yorozu? The question hit Sukuna like a physical blow. He maintained his composure through decades of practiced control, but internally, alarm bells were ringing. What did you say? Yorozu, Eve repeated, her eyes fixed on his face, studying his reaction with incredible focus. You've muttered that name a few times, when you thought no one was listening. When you were deep in concentration during training. Megumi's mind raced. Had he really spoken that name aloud? It seemed impossible he'd maintained strict control over his thoughts and words since arriving in this world. Yet Eve's certainty suggested otherwise. It's a Japanese name, Eve continued when he didn't immediately respond. A woman's name. I know enough Japanese to recognize that much. Her tone remained conversational, but there was an undercurrent to it now, something possessive, almost predatory. It's nothing important, Megumi replied, deliberately casual. Just someone from my past. No one of significance. Eve studied him, her gaze uncomfortably perceptive. You're lying, she said softly. I can tell by the molecular changes in your skin temperature, your pulse rate, the subtle shifts in your energy patterns. Whoever Yorozu was, she was important to you. She took a step closer, then another, her demeanor giving way to something more personal, more intense. Megumi found himself backing up slightly, an instinctive response he immediately recognized as uncharacteristic for him. Was she someone you cared about? Eve pressed, continuing her advance. Someone who understood you? Who watched you, like I do? Another step forward, another step back. Megumi realized he was allowing himself to be cornered, his back nearly against the wall of the training room. This was ridiculous. He, who had once been the king of curses, retreating before a young woman with an unhealthy fixation. She was no one, he stated more firmly. A memory from a different time. Nothing more. Eve was very close now, close enough that he could see the faint pink glow in her eyes as her powers activated subconsciously with her emotional state. She must have been something, Eve whispered. To make someone like you remember her name after all this time. Megumi's back touched the wall. Eve stood mere inches away, her face tilted up to his, her expression a strange mixture of curiosity and possessive intensity. The situation was becoming increasingly uncomfortable and undignified. Enough of this, he thought, his patience wearing thin. This was not how Sukuna, the first son of heaven, should be treated. Not even in this new life with its different priorities and constraints. In one fluid motion, he grasped Eve's arms firmly, but without causing pain, and reversed their positions, spinning her around so that her back was now against the wall. He maintained the close proximity, his face now hovering above hers, their positions mirroring what hers had been moments before. You're overstepping, Eve, he said quietly, his voice carrying a hint of the authority that had once made sorcerers tremble. My past is my own. My memories are my own. And while I value your contributions to our cause, there are boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. Eve's breath caught, her eyes widening at the sudden reversal. For a moment, he thought she might be afraid, a rational response to having triggered something dangerous in him. But instead, a flush spread across her cheeks, and her pupils dilated. Not fear, then, something else entirely. I'm sorry, she whispered, though her expression suggested she wasn't sorry at all. I want to understand you, all of you, not just the parts you choose to show everyone else. Megumi maintained his position for a moment longer, ensuring his point was made, then deliberately released her arms and stepped back, creating appropriate distance between them. Understanding comes with time and trust, he said, his voice returning to its usual calm tone. Not through interrogation or invasion of privacy. Eve remained against the wall, her composure visibly shaken. She took a deep breath, seeming to gather herself. You're right, that was unprofessional of me. She straightened, smoothing her clothing in a gesture that seemed more about regaining control than fixing any actual disarray. It won't happen again. But even as she said it, Megumi could see the lie in her eyes. This wasn't over. Whatever obsession was growing within her had only been temporarily checked, not extinguished. I should go, Eve said, retrieving her tablet from where she'd set it aside. I have data to analyze for the quantum destabilizer project. Megumi nodded, maintaining his neutral expression despite his internal concern. Your work is important. Don't let distractions interfere with it. She paused at the doorway, looking back at him. She must have been remarkable, Eve said softly. This Yorozu, to have left such an impression on someone like you. Before Megumi could respond, she was gone, leaving him alone in the training room with troubled thoughts. Yorozu had indeed been remarkable in her devotion, her obsession, her willingness to follow him into darkness without hesitation. How annoying it was notwithstanding. And now, centuries later and in a different world entirely, he found himself facing a similar pattern of fixation. Not another Yorozu, he muttered to himself again, the irony of speaking the very name that had started this confrontation not lost on him. But this situation was different in critical ways. Eve wasn't just a devoted follower he could use or discard as he pleased. She was a key ally in their preparations against the Viltrumite threat, a brilliant scientist whose molecular abilities might prove essential to Earth's defense. More than that, she was Mark's friend, a valued member of the team, someone whose stability affected their entire alliance. which meant he needed to handle this situation with far more care than he had with Yorozu in his previous life. No simple dismissal, no exploitation, no elimination of the complication. Instead, careful management, clear boundaries, and perhaps, if necessary, a more direct confrontation about the unhealthy nature of her growing fixation. As he resumed his training forms, Megumi acknowledged the strange position he found himself in. Once, as Sukuna, he would have either reveled in such devotion or destroyed it without hesitation. Now, with the integration of his various lives and experiences, he found himself concerned not just for the strategic implications but for Eve herself, for the person she was beneath the growing obsession. The person he himself as well has grown to call friend. It was a complication he hadn't anticipated, and like all unexpected complications, it would require adaptation, strategy, and careful handling in the challenging days ahead. For now, though, he would focus on what he could control: his own abilities, his preparations for the coming conflict, his role in building Earth's defenses against the Viltrumite threat. The situation with Eve was concerning but not yet critical. He would monitor it, manage it, and ensure it didn't interfere with their larger purpose. After all, he had faced far worse challenges than a brilliant young woman with an unhealthy fixation. He was Sukuna, the king of curses. He had survived centuries, battled those called gods and demons, died and returned. This, too, he would handle with the wisdom gained from his many lives and the power that made him unique among all. But as he moved through the complex forms of his training, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered a warning. Obsession, once ignited, was not easily extinguished, and Eve Wilkins, with her molecular powers and scientific genius, might prove more annoying in her devotion than even Yorozu had been. The restaurant was small, tucked away on a side street that most people would walk past without noticing. Its unassuming exterior gave no hint of the culinary treasures within, precisely why Megumi had suggested it when Eve had proposed dinner as her form of apology. "How did you even find this place?" Eve asked as they were seated at a corner table, the soft lighting casting gentle shadows across the pristine white tablecloth. "Research," Megumi replied simply. "I make it a point to locate exceptional food wherever I go." Eve smiled, a genuine warmth in her expression that momentarily masked the intensity that had concerned him during their last encounter. "I should have guessed. You always seem to know where the best meals are hiding." It was true. Since arriving in this world, Megumi had methodically catalogued every noteworthy restaurant within a 50-mile radius. Food had always been one of his great pleasures, a constant across all his lives. As a young man in his first life, as the king of curses, and now in this new existence, his appreciation for exquisite flavors remained unchanged. The waiter approached, a middle-aged man with the quiet confidence of someone who knew his craft well. "May I recommend the chef's tasting menu this evening? 7 courses, each highlighting seasonal ingredients." "Perfect," Megumi nodded, not bothering to look at the menu. "And a bottle of the Yamazaki single malt." "Excellent choice, sir," the waiter said, clearly approving. "And for the lady?" "I'll have the same," Eve replied, watching Megumi with that familiar studying gaze. "I trust his judgment." Once the waiter departed, Eve leaned forward slightly. "So, whiskey instead of wine. Didn't peg you for a hard liquor guy." "Japanese whiskey pairs surprisingly well with a variety of cuisines," Megumi explained. "It has complexity without overwhelming the palate." Eve nodded, absorbing this information with focused attention. "Look, I'm really sorry about the other day," she said, changing subjects with practiced casualness. "I totally crossed a line. Your past is your business, and I had no right to dig into it like that." Megumi studied her for a moment. The apology seemed sincere. Though he could detect the undercurrent beneath it, her curiosity remained undiminished, merely redirected. "Apology accepted," he said simply. "We all have boundaries that should be respected." "Yeah," Eve agreed, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the tablecloth molecular structures. He realized, watching the subtle pink glow that briefly outlined her fingertips. "Though I hope you know my interest comes from a place of genuine care." "I understand," Megumi replied neutrally. And I appreciate your insights into my abilities. Your perspective has been valuable. The waiter returned with the whiskey, pouring 2 glasses with practiced precision. Eve waited until he had departed again before continuing. It's more than just science stuff, she admitted, lifting her glass. Though that's definitely part of it. You're different, Megumi, in ways that go beyond your powers. Megumi took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the complex notes of oak and fruit that bloomed across his palate. We're all unique in our own ways, he deflected gently. Your molecular manipulation is just as remarkable. That's different, Eve countered. My powers make sense, they follow rules, physics, all that so-called boring stuff. Yours. She paused, her eyes briefly glowing pink as she studied him at a level beyond normal perception. Yours break all the rules. They shouldn't even be possible. The first course arrived, a delicate arrangement of raw fish, each slice treated differently. One lightly seared, another cured, a third marinated in citrus. Megumi's attention shifted immediately, his appreciation for culinary artistry momentarily overriding all other concerns. He took a bite of the seared fish, closing his eyes briefly as the flavors registered. Perfect temperature, he murmured, almost to himself. The searing enhances the natural oils without cooking the flesh. Eve watched him with fascination, her own food momentarily forgotten. You really do love food, don't you? It's one of the few times I see you totally in the moment. Megumi opened his eyes, realizing he had let his guard down in his appreciation of the dish. It's a pleasure worth savoring, he acknowledged. Few things in life are as consistently rewarding as a well-prepared meal. What other pleasures do you enjoy? Eve asked, her tone casual but her eyes intent as she finally tasted her own portion. Her expression shifted to surprise, then appreciation. Oh wow, that is crazy good. Megumi considered the question, weighing his usual caution against a more direct approach. For a moment, the integrated aspects of his nature, the strategic restraint of Megumi, the hedonistic honesty of Sukuna seemed to reach an unusual consensus. Food, certainly, he replied with unexpected directness. Control. Sex. He paused, then added with a hint of self-reflection, and more recently emotional connections. Eve's fork paused halfway to her mouth, her cheeks flushing visibly in the restaurant's soft lighting. The blush spread rapidly across her face as she processed his uncharacteristically blunt response. For several seconds, she seemed unable to formulate a reply. Then, almost imperceptibly, her expression shifted. The embarrassment remained, but it was joined by something else, a possessive, almost dangerous look that darkened her eyes. Sex? She repeated, her voice dropping to ensure the neighboring tables couldn't overhear. Have you ever been with anyone? Before I've known you? The question carried a weight beyond mere curiosity. Megumi could sense the tension beneath it, the barely restrained intensity of her interest. He considered his response. He has indeed been with many women, Yorozu certainly being one despite her obsession. Many times actually, he may not have reciprocated her love, but he was quite possessive of her when he took her. The emperor's daughter was one as well. She offered herself in request for him to spare her father after he foolishly declared war on him with the Void Generals and the Fujiwara clan. He remembers in fact taking her with the daughter of the Fujiwara clan head, as well at the same time, though if he remembers correctly as well, she tried to assassinate him, to which he killed her. He gave her enough respect for her courage by not eating her body. He burned her with the sacred flame, as she was quite the decently strong sorcerer. Though despite what one might believe, he didn't sleep with just any women that caught his fancy because of their beauty. They needed to at least be worth something to be able to touch his flesh. He had quite the high standards. He of course knew that he couldn't state all this, but he wasn't one ashamed of his hedonistic lifestyle. He maintained eye contact, his expression neutral despite the intimate nature of the conversation. Yes, he said simply. With a couple of women. Eve's fingers tightened around her fork, the metal subtly bending as her molecular powers responded unconsciously to her emotional state. The dangerous look in her eyes intensified briefly before she seemed to remember their public setting. With visible effort, She relaxed her grip and took a careful sip of her whiskey. "I see," she said, her voice carefully controlled. "That's interesting." Megumi noticed the slight tremor in her hand as she returned her glass to the table, the way her eyes darted briefly to the other diners before returning to him with renewed focus. She was jealous intensely, possessively jealous but maintaining her composure through sheer force of will. "Isn't it?" Megumi replied, deliberately redirecting the conversation back to safer territory. "The chef understands balance, acidity, fat, texture, temperature, all in perfect harmony." Eve blinked, momentarily disoriented by the shift before realizing he was referring to the food. "Right?" she said, her voice steadying as she followed his lead. "You talk about food the way I talk about molecules, like it's the most fascinating thing ever." "Food is honest," Megumi said after a moment. "It either satisfies or it doesn't. There's a purity to that simplicity." They continued through the early courses in companionable conversation, discussing the dishes, the restaurant's design, the other diners' safe topics that maintained a comfortable distance between personal revelation and casual exchange. Yet occasionally, Megumi would catch Eve's gaze lingering on him with that same possessive intensity, quickly masked whenever he met her eyes directly. By the fourth course, a perfectly cooked piece of Wagyu beef with a sauce that made Megumi pause in genuine appreciation, the whiskey had created a pleasant warmth between them, and Eve's posture had relaxed noticeably, though a certain tension remained in her movements. "You know," she said, cutting a small piece of the beef, "I've been thinking about that quantum destabilizer. The targeting is extremely tricky. Viltrumite DNA has these weird markers, but making a weapon that only hits those specific bits without messing up everything else is complicated." Megumi finished for her. "Exactly." She took a bite, her eyes briefly closing in appreciation before continuing. "Plus there's Mark to worry about. His mixed-up DNA makes the targeting even harder." Megumi nodded, pleased by the shift to strategic matters. This was Eve at her best, brilliant, focused, applying her unique perspective to their shared challenge. "Have you considered a dual-phase approach?" he suggested. "Rather than targeting Viltrumite DNA directly, perhaps focus on the unique way their cells process energy. Create a weapon that disrupts that process specifically." Eve's eyes widened slightly. "That's actually brilliant. Their cellular metabolism is what gives them their super strength and other capabilities. If we could mess with that specific pathway." Her fingers began tracing molecular structures on the tablecloth again, her mind clearly racing with new possibilities. Megumi allowed himself a small smile. This was the collaboration he valued, her scientific genius complementing his strategic thinking, creating solutions neither would have developed alone. The fifth course arrived, a palate cleanser of sorbet infused with herbs that made Megumi nod in approval. "The chef understands progression," he commented, clearing the palate before the richness to come. Eve took a spoonful, then paused, studying him again with that penetrating gaze. "You talk like you've been eating fancy meals for decades," she observed. "There's something old about how you appreciate food. Not like old-fashioned, but ancient." The comment was too perceptive for comfort. Megumi took another sip of whiskey, considering his response carefully. "Some sensibilities transcend time," he said finally. "The appreciation of flavor is one of humanity's oldest pleasures." Eve's gaze remained fixed on him, her mind clearly cataloging his response against some internal theory. "You know what I find most fascinating about you?" she asked, not waiting for an answer. "It's not just your abilities, fascinating as they are. It's the contradiction you've got going on." "What contradiction is that?" Megumi asked, genuinely curious about her perception. "You're here but not here at the same time," she explained, leaning forward slightly. "You're totally present. Next. Remember," Sukuna told the assembled crowd, his voice resonating with power. "Your lives are mine to take or spare as I see fit. Your flesh exists for my pleasure, your blood to slake my thirst when I desire it. Your women to warm my bed, your children to serve or feed me as I choose. This is the natural order, the strong ruling the weak." The crowd prostrated themselves, murmuring, "Yes, son of heaven." Even as their fellows' entrails were splayed across the palace floor, I forced myself to watch the entire recording, again and again and again, needing to understand what we face. When the vision finally released me, I found myself on the floor of my laboratory, shaking uncontrollably, having clawed bloody furrows into my own arms without realizing it. Another vision struck immediately, no reprieve, no time to recover. This time I witnessed Sukuna battling what appeared to be an entire army of sorcerers. They came at him with incredible powers, shadows that moved like living things, blue flames that froze rather than burned, weapons that changed size and shape at will. He slaughtered them all, laughing throughout the battle. Not the laughter of someone enjoying a challenge, but the laughter of a predator toying with prey that foolishly believed it had a chance. "Is this all?" he taunted as he held a man's still-beating heart before the dying sorcerer's eyes. "Is this the best humanity can offer? Pathetic." The vision shifted again, another dimension, another time. Sukuna seated in what appeared to be a modern apartment, a woman kneeling before him, her eyes vacant with terror and something else. Devotion? "You understand, don't you?" he asked her, his voice almost gentle as he stroked her hair. "What it means to belong to me?" "Yes, honored one," she whispered, trembling. "And if I asked you to kill for me? To die for me?" "Without hesitation," she replied. And I could feel the truth in her words, the complete surrender of will to this monster who had broken her and remade her in his image. "Good," he said. And there was that smile again, the one that never reached his eyes. "Then bring me your sister, the one you told me about, the one with the special abilities." The woman's face betrayed a moment of hesitation, just a flicker, and Sukuna's expression hardened. "You disappoint me," he said softly, and before she could respond, she was in pieces on the floor, her blood pooling around her dismembered limbs. Sukuna sighed, looking at the mess with mild annoyance. "Such a waste. I'll have to find the sister myself." I came back to myself screaming, my voice raw as if I'd been screaming for hours. Perhaps I had been. The visions were coming faster now, more intense, bleeding into one another. Sukuna devouring a child while the parents watched. Sukuna battling a creature that seemed made of pure shadow. Sukuna teaching a group of followers his techniques, only to slaughter them when they failed to meet his standards. It was as if I no longer needed to see through the eyes of another version of myself, that I became so connected to this nightmare that I saw him always. "Anyone, please, tell me, how do you fight a god? How do you stop someone who has conquered worlds? How do you stop one who has lived for centuries perfecting the art of evil?" The answer came to me through another vision, brief but clear. An Angstrom Levy in another dimension had discovered that cursed energy, while immensely powerful, could be countered by something equally ancient and terrible. Demonic power from hell itself. That Levy had formed a pact with infernal forces, learning forbidden rituals that could summon a being known as spawn, a hellspawn with necroplasmic powers that could match Sukuna's cursed energy. The dimensional barriers between our world and hell are thin in certain places, allowing such entities to be called forth by those with the right knowledge. I watched as this Levy drew complex symbols in blood, chanted in languages that hurt my ears even through the vision, lit candles made from human fat that burned with green flame. The air in his laboratory seemed to thicken, to pulse with malevolent anticipation. A tear formed in reality itself, not a dimensional portal like I study, but something older, something wrong. Through it, I glimpsed a realm of fire and torment, of twisted landscapes and impossible architecture. And emerging from that tear, a figure wrapped in chains and a tattered red cape, its body seeming to shift between solid and smoke, its eyes glowing with green fire. Spawn, the Hellspawn, a general in Hell's army, now bound to serve the one who summoned it. That Levy died before completing the binding ritual, torn apart by Sukuna's invisible blades that came from nowhere and everywhere. But his research, his preparations, the ancient texts he had collected, all of it remained, burned into my mind through our connection. I've spent the last 3 days gathering the necessary components for the ritual. Ancient symbols drawn in my own blood across my laboratory floor. The blood of a dimensional traveler carries special properties, according to the texts. Candles made from human fat, thankfully available through certain black market medical suppliers who ask no questions when enough money is offered. Incantations in languages so old they were never meant for human tongues. Languages that make my mouth bleed when I practice them. It's heresy against everything I believe as a scientist. I've spent my career searching for rational explanations, for mathematical models to explain the multiverse. Now I find myself dealing in blood magic and demonic pacts, in rituals that predate recorded history. The multiverse has shown me that science has its limits. Some threats require older remedies. Another vision strikes as I prepare the final components, this one showing me Sukuna in what appears to be our world, our time. He's fighting alongside Invincible against some generic villain, his movements precise and controlled. To anyone else, he would appear heroic, a powerful ally using his abilities to protect the innocent. But I see the look in his eyes when no one is watching him. The same cold calculation, the same predatory assessment. He's evaluating them, learning their strengths, their weaknesses, positioning himself at the center of Earth's defense network. For what purpose? To destroy it from within when the time is right. To set himself up as this world's god king when he tires of playing hero. The vision shifts, showing me Sukuna no Megumi, in this world sitting in a restaurant with Adam Eve. They're talking, and she's watching him with an intensity that borders on obsession. She doesn't see the monster beneath the mask. She sees only what he wants her to see. "What other pleasures do you enjoy?" she asks him, her cheeks flushing slightly at her own boldness. And he answers with a directness that startles her. "Food, certainly. Control. Sex." A pause. "And more recently, emotional connections. The last part is a lie, it must be. The being I've witnessed across thousands of dimensions is incapable of emotional connection. He uses people, consumes them, discards them. He doesn't connect with them. Unless this version is different somehow? The thought is too dangerous to contemplate. Tomorrow, I'll approach Cecil Stedman at the Global Defense Agency. If anyone will listen to warnings about a potential threat hiding among the hero community, it's him. I've prepared my evidence carefully, nothing that reveals my dimensional viewing ability. Just enough concrete data to. When you taste something amazing, but there's always a part of you that seems elsewhere. Watching, calculating, remembering. The accuracy of her observation was unsettling. Megumi maintained his neutral expression, but internally, he reassessed Eve's perceptiveness yet again. "We all contain multitudes," he replied, deliberately echoing a phrase he'd used before. "Yeah, but yours seem more literal," Eve pressed, her curiosity momentarily overriding her earlier promise not to pry. "Like you're not just one person with different sides, but multiple people somehow squished into a single body." Megumi felt a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature in the restaurant. She was too close to a truth. She shouldn't be able to perceive the reality of his existence as a composite of multiple lives. "An interesting analysis," he said, keeping his tone light, "but maybe a bit overthinking it. I'm just a man with incredible abilities and a delight for good food." Eve smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Right? Just like I'm just a science nerd who can play with molecules." The sixth course arrived, a duck preparation with a sauce so complex that Megumi temporarily forgot his concern over Eve's probing questions. The first bite drew an involuntary sound of appreciation from him. "This," he said with unusual emphasis, "is exceptional." Eve's smile became genuine as she watched his reaction. "I've never seen anyone enjoy food the way you do," she said softly. "It's beautiful to watch. Like seeing someone experience their first sunset or hear their favorite song." Megumi realized she was studying him again, but this time with a different quality to her attention, less analytical, more appreciative, almost reverential. "Food is one of life's most accessible pleasures," he said after savoring another bite. "Available to everyone, regardless of circumstance. Even in the darkest times, a good meal can remind us of what makes life worth living." "Is that what it does for you?" Eve asked quietly, Reminds you why life is worth living? The question carried weight beyond its simple phrasing. Megumi looked up from his plate to find Eve watching him with an expression of such intense focus that it momentarily startled him. Among other things, he acknowledged carefully. What are the other things? She pressed, her voice still soft but insistent. What else makes life worth living for you, Megumi Fushiguro? Or should I say, Sukuna? He refrained from reiterating what he told her earlier, about the earlier pleasures he mentioned. My hero name is a separate identity, he explained smoothly. A persona I adopt when working with the team. Is it? Eve's head tilted slightly, her eyes never leaving his face. Sometimes I wonder if it's the other way around. If Megumi is the mask, and Sukuna is who you really are. We all wear different faces in different contexts, Megumi replied, deliberately keeping his tone philosophical rather than defensive. With friends, with colleagues, with enemies. It doesn't make any one of them less real. Eve considered this, taking a sip of her whiskey. Fair enough, she conceded, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. But I hope someday you'll trust me enough to show me all your faces. Not just the ones you think I should see. The statement carried that now familiar undercurrent of possessive fascination that continued to concern him. Before he could formulate a response that would neither encourage nor offend, the final course arrived, a dessert of such artistic presentation that even Eve's attention was momentarily diverted. Whoa, this is gorgeous, she said, examining the intricate construction of chocolate, fruit, and delicate sugar work. It's like someone built a tiny edible sculpture. The chef understands that we eat first with our eyes, Megumi noted, grateful for the interruption. Visual appeal enhances flavor perception. They ate in silence for a few moments, the exceptional quality of the dessert providing a natural focus for their attention. When Eve spoke again, her tone had shifted back to something more casual. Thanks for suggesting this place, she said. It's been eye-opening. The food is exceptional, Megumi agreed, deliberately focusing on the culinary aspect rather than any deeper meanings she might be implying. Not just the food, Eve clarified. The company, the conversation. I feel like I get you a little better now. Sukuna doubted that very much. What she understood was a carefully curated version of himself, enough truth to seem authentic, enough omission to protect his deeper secrets. I'm glad you enjoyed it, he said simply. As they finished their meal and waited for the check, Eve's expression grew more serious. I meant what I said earlier about my apology. I won't bug you about your past again. At least not directly. A small smile played at the corners of her mouth. But I can't help watching and wondering. It's who I am. Meaning? Megumi asked, though he suspected he already knew. Meaning I'll keep studying you, Megumi Fushiguro. Not by asking nosy questions, but by paying attention. She leaned forward slightly. Like how your eyes light up when you taste something amazing. Or how you stand differently when you're using your powers. Or how sometimes, just sometimes, you talk like someone who's used to giving orders and having them obeyed. The check arrived before Megumi could respond. He reached for it automatically, but Eve's hand covered his, her touch light but deliberate. This was my apology dinner, she reminded him. I'm paying. He acquiesced with a slight nod, withdrawing his hand. Eve handled the payment efficiently, and soon they were stepping out into the cool evening air. Need a lift home? Eve offered, molecular energy already beginning to form a platform beneath her feet. I prefer to walk, Megumi declined politely. The evening air helps clear my mind. Eve studied him for a moment, then nodded. Sure thing. Thanks again for tonight. She hesitated, then added, maybe we could do this again sometime? There's this crazy molecular gastronomy place that just opened downtown. I bet you'd love their weird science approach to food. The invitation was casual on the surface, but Megumi could detect the underlying eagerness in her voice. He considered his response carefully. Refusing outright might damage their working relationship, which remained essential to their preparations against the Viltrumite threat. Accepting too enthusiastically might encourage her growing fixation. Perhaps, he said non-committally. When our schedules allow. Eve's smile dimmed slightly at his lack of enthusiasm, but she maintained her composure. Of course, we've all got stuff to do. She rose a few inches on her energy platform, preparing to depart. Night, Megumi. Good night, Eve. He watched as she ascended into the night sky, a pink streak against the darkness. Only when she had disappeared from view did he allow his shoulders to relax slightly. The evening had been complicated. Eve's apology seemed genuine, and their collaboration on the quantum destabilizer project had been productive. But beneath the scientific exchange and culinary appreciation, her fascination with him had remained palpable, redirected, perhaps, but not diminished. He's begun to notice that she has begun to speak far more informally to him, no longer the complicated word use he himself uses, or the scientific way of speaking she normally does. He did not know if that was simply a personal choice moving forward or whether raised serious concerns. If Cecil dismisses me, I'll have no choice but to act alone. The summoning ritual should give me a weapon against Sukuna, a Hellspawn champion who can match his godlike might. I'll need to control Spawn carefully, direct his rage toward the right target. As I finalize my preparations, a new vision washes over me, more intense than any before. I feel blood trickling from my eyes, my ears, my nose as my consciousness is violently pulled into another dimension. This time, I see through the eyes of an angstrom levy watching Sukuna no. Again, Megumi sitting alone on a rooftop, staring at the night sky with an expression I've never seen on his face across any dimension. Regret. I can't undo what I've done, he says softly to himself, unaware he's being observed. The blood doesn't wash away, but perhaps I can choose differently now. He looks down at his hands I've seen tear people apart, hands that have ended countless lives across countless dimensions. I was a monster, he continues, his voice barely audible. Perhaps I still am, but here, in this life, I can be something else. I can protect instead of destroy. I can build instead of ruin. He closes his eyes, and for a moment, his face is completely unguarded. The arrogance, the cruelty, the cold calculation all gone, replaced by something that looks almost like humanity. They trust me, he whispers. Mark, Eve, the others. They see something in me worth believing in. And maybe they're right. The vision fades, leaving me confused, uncertain, blood streaming down my face and staining my shirt. Could this version of Sukuna truly be different? Could the monster I've witnessed across thousands of dimensions actually be attempting redemption? I stagger to my bathroom, vomiting violently into the sink. The very idea feels like a betrayal of everything I've witnessed, of all the suffering I've experienced through my counterpart's eyes. Another vision hits immediately, this one from a dimension where Sukuna ruled as an emperor, where humans were kept as cattle for his amusement. I watch through another Levi's eyes as Sukuna casually disembowels a child for spilling wine on his robes. Did you think your tears would move me? He asks the dying child, genuine curiosity in his voice. Did you think I would care? I dismiss the earlier vision immediately. It's a trick, a deception. The evidence across the multiverse is overwhelming. One doesn't simply abandon a nature cultivated over centuries of cruelty and domination. The monster I've seen butcher entire villages, consume human flesh with delight, torture for pleasure that being cannot change. No, he's playing a longer game, and I may be the only person in this dimension who can stop him before it's too late. I check the ritual circle one final time, making minor adjustments to the sigils drawn in blood. My hands shake so badly I can barely hold the brush, but the work must be perfect. The summoning of a hellspawn is not something to be attempted with errors. Tomorrow I meet with Cecil. Tomorrow, I begin the process of exposing the monster hiding among our heroes. And if necessary, tomorrow I take the first step toward summoning a demon to fight a demon. The irony isn't lost on me combating one monster by unleashing another. But Spawn can be controlled, can be banished back to hell once his purpose is served. Sukuna cannot. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror, bloodshot eyes, gray hair where there was brown just weeks ago, skin pale and waxy from lack of sleep. I barely recognize myself. But it doesn't matter. Nothing matters except stopping him. As night falls, I sit in the center of the ritual circle, surrounded by candles that cast grotesque shadows across my laboratory walls. In my lap rests an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, its text written in a language that shifts and changes as I look at it. I will stop you, I whisper to the empty room, to the monster who doesn't know I exist yet. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs me. Another vision flickers at the edges of my consciousness, Sukuna in yet another dimension, standing amid a field of corpses, his 4 arms spread wide as if embracing the destruction he's wrought. This is what I am, he says to no one, to everyone. This is what I will always be. I close my eyes, embracing the vision, letting it strengthen my resolve. Sukuna must be stopped, no matter the cost. Pragmatism. Cecil Stedman's POV. People think running the Global Defense Agency is about power. It's not. It's about information and the willingness to make decisions nobody else can stomach. I've been doing this job for 27 years. I've authorized assassinations of potential world-ending threats. I've negotiated with beings who could level cities with a thought. I've buried evidence that would cause mass panic if it ever saw daylight. All to keep this fragile blue marble spinning for another day. My office at GDA headquarters is deliberately unimpressive standard government issue furniture, bland artwork, nothing to suggest I command resources that rival some nations' entire military budgets. The less attention I draw to myself, the better I can do my job. Sir, your 4 o'clock is here, my assistant announces through the intercom. Dr. Angstrom Levy from the Institute for Interdimensional Studies. I check my tablet, reviewing the brief file we have on Levy. Brilliant physicist, specialized in theoretical dimensional research, no known political affiliations or security concerns. Until yesterday, when he contacted my office requesting an urgent meeting regarding a grave threat to planetary security. Send him in, I reply, closing the file. The man who enters isn't what I expected. Levy's personnel photo showed a well-groomed academic in his mid-30s. The individual standing before me looks like he's aged a decade in weeks, hair prematurely graying, skin sallow, eyes bloodshot and sunken. His hands tremble as he clutches a worn leather briefcase. Dr. Levy, I say, rising to shake his hand. Please have a seat. He flinches at the contact, then sits rigidly in the chair across from my desk. Up close, I can see dried blood crusted in his ear canal. Interesting. Thank you for seeing me, Director Stedman, he says, his voice hoarse. I understand your time is valuable, but what I've discovered cannot wait. I lean back slightly, projecting calm authority. Why don't you start at the beginning? The beginning. He laughs, a brittle sound with no humor. The beginning would take too long. I'll start with what matters. There is a monster walking among us, disguised as a hero. I maintain my neutral expression despite the familiar ring of these words. Over the years, I've heard similar claims from conspiracy theorists, religious zealots, and people with untreated mental health issues. But something about Levy's demeanor, the clinical precision beneath his obvious distress, gives me pause. A monster, I repeat evenly. Could you be more specific? Levy opens his briefcase with trembling fingers, removing a folder. His real name is Ryuman Sukuna, the king of curses, the honored one. He's existed for centuries across multiple dimensions, always with the same pattern. Accumulating power, subjugating populations, indulging in cruelty for his own amusement. He slides the folder across my desk. In our world, he's calling himself Megumi Fushiguro, or simply Sukuna, when operating as a hero. Now that's a name that gets my full attention. I open the folder, finding a meticulously organized collection of documents, news clippings about the new hero Sukuna, surveillance photos of Megumi Fushiguro, and what appear to be Levy's personal notes, some stained with what looks suspiciously like blood. And how did you come by this information, Dr. Levy? I ask, keeping my tone conversational while my mind races through implications. He hesitates, clearly struggling with how much to reveal. I have access to dimensional viewing technology. more advanced than anything publicly acknowledged. I've observed this entity across multiple realities, seen his true nature, documented his atrocities. I flip through the pages, noting the obsessive detail in Levy's observations. The man has clearly spent considerable time and resources on this investigation. Whether his conclusions are accurate or the product of deteriorating mental health remains to be seen. These are serious allegations, Doctor. I say, closing the folder. You're talking about someone who's been working alongside the team, who recently helped prevent the Flaxen invasion, who's currently assisting in preparations against potential extraterrestrial threats. It's all a ruse, Levy insists, leaning forward. A position he's cultivated to gain trust, to infiltrate Earth's defenses. I've seen him do this before in other dimensions. He integrates himself, learns weaknesses, then strikes when least expected. I study Levy carefully. The man is terrified, genuinely convinced of what he's saying. But fear, however genuine, doesn't necessarily correlate with accuracy. Let's assume for a moment that what you're saying is true, I say, steepling my fingers. What evidence do you have beyond these dimensional observations? Something concrete that would stand up to scrutiny? Levy's expression falls. The nature of dimensional viewing makes conventional evidence collection impossible. I can't bring back physical samples or recordings, but the pattern is unmistakable across thousands of observations. Thousands? I raise an eyebrow. That's quite extensive research for a subject you discovered recently. The visions come without my control, he admits, his voice dropping. Day and night, I see through the eyes of my counterparts across dimensions. I experience what they experience. I've watched Sukuna slaughter entire villages, devour humans for pleasure, torture for amusement. I've felt the deaths of dozens of alternate versions of myself who dared to investigate him. Now we're getting to it. Not dimensional viewing technology, but some kind of psychic phenomenon. The blood in his ears, the premature aging, the tremors all consistent with untreated psionic manifestation. Have you considered seeking medical evaluation for these experiences? Dr. Levy? I ask carefully. His eyes flash with anger. I'm not delusional, Director. I know how this sounds, but the threat is real and imminent. He's positioning himself at the center of Earth's defense network, working with the team, consulting with the Guardians, even influencing Omni-Man somehow. That last point catches my attention. The shift in Nolan Grayson's behavior has been one of my primary concerns these past weeks. The Viltrumite's sudden confession about his original mission, his apparent change of heart, his willingness to provide information about his people's weaknesses, all of it centered around his interaction with Sukuna in the Flaxen dimension. Tell me what you know about Sukuna's relationship with Omni-Man, I say, allowing a hint of genuine interest to enter my voice. Levy seizes on this opening. They fought in the Flaxen dimension, not just against the Flaxens but against each other. Somehow, Sukuna managed to defeat or at least stalemate Omni-Man, a being with powers that should make that impossible. And afterward, Omni-Man completely changed his behavior, abandoning his original mission. Which suggests what, exactly? I press. Control, Levy says immediately. Mind control, coercion, some form of supernatural dominance. The Sukuna I've observed across dimensions specializes in breaking wills, in making powerful beings serve him. He's done it to gods and demons alike. I consider this. The theory has a certain internal logic, but it contradicts my own observations. I've been monitoring the situation closely since Nolan's revelation. The interactions between him and Sukuna suggest partnership rather than domination, complex, sometimes tense. It has to do with her believing they are closer than they are in reality. Besides this, his candid admission about his pleasures, particularly regarding his past relationships, had clearly intensified something within her, something possessive and potentially dangerous. As he began walking toward his apartment, Megumi reflected on the meal itself. The food had been exceptional, among the best he'd found in this new world. For brief moments, while savoring particularly outstanding dishes, he had allowed himself to be fully present, to experience the simple pleasure of exquisite flavors without strategic calculation or constant vigilance. Those moments of culinary appreciation had been genuine, a connection to the hedonistic aspects of his nature that had defined him for as his name for centuries. The love of fine food, of sensory pleasure, remained a constant across all his lives. Perhaps that was why Eve had noticed it so acutely, because in those moments, the integration of his various selves was most complete. When appreciating exceptional food, he wasn't Megumi pretending to be someone else, or Sukuna hiding behind a facade. He was simply himself in all his complexity. The realization was both comforting and concerning. Such moments of authentic presence were rare and valuable, but they also created vulnerabilities, openings through which perceptive observers like Eve could glimpse deeper truths. Perhaps not the actual truth, as it is too far-fetched for anyone to simply guess, but it may lead to unfavorable theories. As he continued his walk home through the quiet streets, Megumi made a mental note to be more guarded in the future, even during moments of culinary appreciation. The stakes were too high, the coming conflict too important, to risk exposing his true nature because of something as simple as an exceptional duck sauce. Yet even as he resolved to be more careful, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered a contradictory thought. Perhaps it was precisely those moments of authentic pleasure, of genuine presence, that made this new life worth living. Perhaps denying them entirely would be its own form of defeat. Balancing strategic necessity against the pursuit of pleasure had always been his challenge, across all his incarnations. Now, with the integration of his various lives, that balance had become even more complex. But complexity, like the layers of flavor in a well-prepared dish, could be appreciated for its own sake. And as he walked through the night, Megumi Fushiguro, once Sukuna, once someone else, entirely found himself smiling slightly at the thought of the next exceptional meal he might discover. Some pleasures, after all, transcended even the greatest of efforts. Different selfishness. The training room beneath the Grayson house shook with the impact of two bodies colliding at superhuman speed. Mark went flying backward, crashing into the reinforced wall with enough force to crack the specialized material designed to withstand Viltrumite's strength. "You're telegraphing your movements," Megumi said calmly, lowering his hand. "Dropping your left shoulder before you charge gives away your intention." Mark peeled himself from the wall, wincing slightly. "I wasn't telegraphing anything. You're just impossibly fast." "Both can be true," Megumi replied with a slight smile. "But your father would say the same thing. Viltrumite combat relies on speed and overwhelming force, but proper technique multiplies effectiveness." It was Saturday morning, and they had been training for nearly 3 hours. Nolan was away, something about a tsunami in the Philippines, leaving Megumi to continue Mark's combat instruction. What had begun as a casual sparring session had evolved into an intensive training regimen over the past few weeks. "Again," Megumi said, taking a ready stance. "This time, keep your shoulders level until the moment of commitment." Mark nodded, determination replacing frustration on his face. He circled Megumi cautiously, looking for an opening. When he moved, it was with explosive speed, straightforward this time, no telegraphing. Megumi sidestepped at the last possible moment, allowing Mark to pass him by millimeters. As Mark's momentum carried him forward, Megumi pivoted and delivered a precise strike to the back of Mark's neck, pulled just enough to avoid serious injury, but hard enough to make his point. "Better," he acknowledged as Mark stumbled but managed to keep his feet. "Your speed is improving, but you're still thinking like a human fighter with super strength, not a Viltrumite warrior." Mark turned, rubbing his neck. "What's the difference?" "Intent," Sukuna explained. "Human fighters, even exceptional ones, subconsciously hold back. There's a psychological barrier to causing serious harm. Viltrumites don't have that limitation. They commit fully to each attack, each movement. So I need to be more ruthless?" Mark frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the concept. "You need to be more committed," Megumi clarified. "There's a difference between ruthlessness and total commitment to action. One is about cruelty, the other about efficiency." Mark considered this, then nodded slowly. "I think I get it. Like when Dad flies through a storm, he doesn't hesitate or flinch from the lightning. He just goes." "Exactly," Megumi said, pleased by Mark's understanding. "Now try again." But this time, don't think about hitting me. Think about moving through me, as if I'm not even there. Mark took a deep breath, centering himself. When he attacked this time, the difference was immediately apparent. His movement had a fluidity it had lacked before, something that made his already impressive speed seem even more devastating. Megumi barely managed to deflect the strike, cursed energy flaring around his forearm as he redirected Mark's momentum. Even so, the force sent him sliding backward several feet. "Good," he said, genuine approval in his voice. "That's what I'm talking about." Mark grinned, the expression transforming his face from serious combatant to excited teenager in an instant. I felt the difference. It was like everything got clearer. "That's the Viltrumite combat mind state," Megumi explained. "Total focus, total commitment. Your father has been trying to teach you this, but he's so accustomed to it that he struggles to articulate the concept to someone who hasn't experienced it." They continued training for another hour, Mark improving noticeably with each exchange. By the time they finally called a halt, both were covered in sweat. Though Megumi considerably more so than his Viltrumite student, he was not as used to holding back in battle, let alone teaching without harming. "Water," Mark offered, tossing a bottle from the small refrigerator in the corner. Megumi caught it with a nod of thanks, taking a long drink before speaking again. "You're progressing faster than I expected. Your father will be impressed." "Maybe," Mark said, his expression turning contemplative as he sat on a bench against the wall. "Sometimes I think nothing I do will ever be enough to impress him. He's been doing this for centuries, you know? Everything I'm just learning is basic to him." Megumi joined him on the bench, considering his response carefully. The relationship between Mark and Nolan was complex, more so now that Mark knew the truth about his father's original mission. Despite Nolan's choice to side with Earth, the revelation had created inevitable tension. "Your father sees more in you than you realize," Megumi said finally. "He may not express it well, but with a mutual respect that seems genuine. Dr. Levy," I say after a moment, "I appreciate you bringing these concerns to my attention. Rest assured, the GDA maintains comprehensive monitoring of all powered individuals operating within our jurisdiction, including Sukuna. Monitoring isn't enough," Levy insists, desperation creeping into his voice. "He needs to be contained, studied, neutralized before he can implement whatever plan he's developing. I have resources, knowledge of countermeasures that could be effective against him." "What kind of countermeasures?" I ask, my internal alarms ringing louder. Levy hesitates again, clearly weighing how much to reveal. "There are entities with power that can match his. Beings from dimensions beyond our conventional understanding that could be temporarily summoned, controlled. And there it is. Not just psionic disturbance, but potential summoning rituals. The combination raises this from disturbed individual with unusual theories to active security threat." "I see," I say, keeping my expression neutral while I activate the silent alert under my desk with a subtle movement. "And you've researched these entities thoroughly?" "As thoroughly as possible given the circumstances," Levy replies, not noticing the slight shift in the conversation. "The risks are significant but containable. Certainly less than the risk of allowing Sukuna to continue operating freely." "Of course," I agree smoothly. "Would you be willing to share this research with our specialists? The GDA has considerable resources in unconventional threat assessment." Levy seems to relax slightly, taking my apparent interest as acceptance of his theories. "Yes, absolutely. I've compiled extensive notes on the necessary procedures, though some components are difficult to source through conventional channels." Two GDA security officers appear silently at the door behind Levy's standard procedure for the alert I triggered. They wait for my signal, professionally invisible. "Dr. Levy," I say, leaning forward slightly, "I want to be completely transparent with you. The situation you're describing is complex, with significant security implications. I'd like to have our specialists review your findings in detail, if you're amenable." "Yes, of course," he says eagerly, missing the careful phrasing. "Whatever it takes to address this threat." I nod to the security officers who step forward. These agents will escort you to our research division, where you can brief our team directly. Levi turns, startled by the officer's appearance. His expression shifts from surprise to understanding to betrayal in rapid succession. You don't believe me, he says flatly. I believe you're experiencing something genuine, I reply carefully. Whether that experience accurately reflects reality is what our specialists will help determine. By the time your specialists finish their evaluation, it could be too late. Levi warns, his voice hardening. Sukuna isn't just another powered individual, Director. He's an existential threat with centuries of experience manipulating systems exactly like yours. Perhaps, I acknowledge, rising from my desk, but proper procedure must be followed, especially when dealing with potentially world-ending threats. I'm sure you understand. Levi stands reluctantly, clutching his briefcase. You're making a mistake, Director Stedman. One that could cost billions of lives. That's always a possibility in my line of work, I reply evenly. Gentlemen, please ensure Dr. Levi receives our full cooperation and attention. As the security officers escort Levi from my office, I activate my secure terminal, typing a series of commands that will initiate enhanced monitoring of the physicist's activities and associates. His dimensional research credentials are legitimate, but his mental state is clearly compromised. The combination of advanced scientific knowledge and apparent psychotic break makes him a person of significant interest. More importantly, his fixation on Sukuna requires immediate attention. Not because I believe his claims about ancient multidimensional monsters, though I've seen enough in this job to rule nothing out completely, but because Sukuna has become the linchpin in our preparations against the Viltrumite threat. Once my security protocols are in place, I access the classified files on Sukuna/Megumi Fushiguro. The dossier is substantial despite his relatively recent emergence: psychological assessments, power analyses, surveillance reports, relationship mappings. My people are nothing if not thorough. What emerges is a profile more complex and nuanced than Levi's simplistic monster narrative. Sukuna is undoubtedly dangerous. His abilities place him among the most powerful beings on the planet, capable of harming even Viltrumites. His tactical mind is equally formidable, perhaps more so. But the pattern of his actions tells a different story than Levi's dimensional nightmares. Sukuna has consistently used his abilities to protect civilians, has integrated effectively with both the team and the Guardians, and most critically, has somehow convinced Nolan Grayson to abandon his conquest mission and ally with Earth. The last point cannot be overstated. Without Sukuna's intervention in the Flaxen dimension, Earth would likely be facing Viltrumite conquest within months, with no warning and no preparation. Instead, we now have insider knowledge of Viltrumite weaknesses, tactical vulnerabilities, and time to develop countermeasures. All because of Sukuna. I close the file and lean back in my chair, considering the broader strategic picture. The Viltrumite threat represents the most significant existential risk Earth has faced in recorded history. An empire of superpowered conquerors with millennia of experience subjugating planets, now potentially turning their attention to us. Our only meaningful advantages are Nolan's defection and Sukuna's abilities. Without either, our chances of survival drop from unlikely but possible to virtually non-existent. Which means that regardless of Sukuna's true nature or past, whether he's exactly what he appears to be or something more complicated, he is currently indispensable to Earth's defense. I activate my secure communication line to the containment facility where Levi is being evaluated. This is Stedman, I say when the connection establishes. I want Dr. Levi completely neutralized as a potential threat. Full cognitive assessment, 24-hour monitoring, and absolute restriction of access to any materials that could be used in summoning rituals or dimensional experiments. Deploy a Class 3 containment protocol. I pause, considering the dimensional implications. Additionally, I want his home and laboratory searched immediately. Confiscate anything related to dimensional travel, summoning rituals, demonology, or mystical practices of any kind. Leave nothing. If he's figured out how to access other dimensions, we cannot risk him escaping our custody through such means. Understood, sir. The facility director responds. Security level? Maximum. Consider him a Lambda-class threat, potentially catastrophic if his abilities are verified. I want dimensional dampeners installed in his containment cell and a full psychic suppression field if we have one available. He is to have no access to writing implements, electronic devices, or any materials that could be used to create summoning circles or ritualistic symbols. I lean forward, my voice hardening. Let me be absolutely clear, under no circumstances is Dr. Levy to. Your progress matters to him, not just as a Viltrumite, but as his son. Mark looked up, surprise evident in his expression. He talks to you about me? Sometimes, Megumi acknowledged. Usually in the context of training, but yes. He's proud of how quickly you're adapting to your heritage. A small smile touched Mark's lips. Really? He never says anything like that to me. Viltrumite culture doesn't emphasize verbal affirmation, Megumi explained, drawing on what he'd learned from Nolan. They express approval through increased responsibility, greater challenges. When your father pushes you harder in training, that's his way of acknowledging your growth. That's messed up, Mark said, though his tone was more thoughtful than accusatory. It's different, Megumi corrected. Neither better nor worse than human expressions of approval, just adapted to a different cultural context. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Then Mark spoke again, his voice quieter. Thanks for this, by the way. The extra training, and for everything else. Megumi raised an eyebrow. Everything else? You know, Mark gestured vaguely. Stopping my dad from killing the Guardians. Giving him a chance to choose differently. Helping prepare for the Viltrumites when they come. He paused, then added, being my friend through all of it. The simple sincerity in Mark's voice caught Megumi off guard. For all his strategic planning and careful manipulation of events, he hadn't anticipated the genuine bond that had formed between them. What had begun as a tactical alliance had evolved into something that felt remarkably like friendship, perhaps even brotherhood. You'd have done the same, Megumi replied, somewhat awkwardly. Expressions of gratitude and affection still felt foreign to him, remnants of his life as Sukuna, being in isolation for years. Only allowing Uram to truly accompany him, she was the only one whose continued presence he tolerated. Mark snorted. No way, I'd have been clueless. If you hadn't confronted my dad, he would have killed the Guardians, and I would have believed whatever story he told me afterward. His expression grew somber. You saved more than just their lives, you know? You saved my family. My mom. She would have been devastated if she'd learned what Dad was planning the hard way. Megumi nodded, acknowledging the truth in Mark's words. Debbie Grayson had indeed taken the revelation of her husband's true nature better than anyone might have expected, largely because Nolan had chosen to tell her himself, to explain his change of heart, rather than having his deception exposed after a violent act. Your father made the hard choice, Megumi said. I just created the circumstances where that choice became clear to him. Still, Mark insisted, I owe you, big time. You don't owe me anything, Megumi replied, uncomfortable with the direction the conversation had taken. We're preparing for a common threat. Cooperation is logical. Mark laughed. See, this is what I've noticed that's such a Sukuna thing to say, when you're all in that hero persona. All cold and logical on the surface, but I know better now. He punched Megumi's shoulder lightly, though lightly, for a Viltrumite still carried enough force to make Megumi brace himself with cursed energy. You care. You just don't like admitting it. Before Megumi could formulate a suitably deflective response, the door to the training room opened, and Debbie Grayson appeared, carrying a tray laden with sandwiches and drinks. I thought you boys might be hungry after all that training, she said, setting the tray on a small table near the door. I could hear the impacts from upstairs, you know. My poor house. Sorry, Mom, Mark said, not sounding particularly apologetic as he zipped across the room to inspect the food. Oh, awesome. You made the spicy chicken ones. Debbie smiled indulgently at her son before turning her attention to Megumi. Thank you for working with him. His father's training methods are a bit intense sometimes. Nolan understands power, Megumi said diplomatically. But teaching requires a different approach. Exactly, Debbie agreed, surprising Megumi with her perceptiveness. Nolan expects Mark to learn the way he did through centuries of experience and trial by fire. He forgets that Mark is still growing into his abilities. She watched as her son devoured a sandwich with typical teenage enthusiasm, affection evident in her expression. Then, more quietly, she added, "He's lucky to have you as a friend, Megumi. Someone who understands both worlds he's straddling." Before Megumi could respond, she turned back toward the door. "Don't train too much longer. Mark has homework, and I suspect you have other commitments today as well." After she left, Mark returned to the bench, carrying the tray with him. "Mom's right, he said, offering Megumi a sandwich. "About understanding both worlds. You get the superhero stuff, but you also get what it's like to be different. I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel like you do. Maybe it's because you also have a secret identity, I guess." Megumi accepted the sandwich, considering Mark's words. There was truth in them, though not in the way Mark imagined. He did indeed understand living between worlds, maintaining separate identities, but on a far more profound level than Mark could guess. "It's a common experience among powered individuals," he said finally. "The division between public and private selves." Mark nodded, his mouth full of sandwich. After swallowing, he asked, "So what's on your agenda today? More mysterious Sukuna business, since you apparently can know things by seeing the spiritual?" "Meeting with Eve," Megumi replied, ignoring the skepticism in Mark's tone. "We're continuing work on the quantum destabilizer project." "Just the two of you?" Mark asked, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Megumi gave him a sharp look. "It's a technical consultation, not a social engagement." Right, Mark said, his tone suggesting he believed otherwise. "It's just, Eve's been different lately, especially around you. Haven't you noticed?" "Different how?" Megumi asked, though he knew precisely what Mark meant. "I don't know. More intense? Like, she's always been super focused, but now it's like she's got this laser focus on you specifically." Mark took another bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. "William thinks she has a crush on you." Megumi maintained his neutral expression with effort. "William should focus on his own social life rather than speculating about others." Mark laughed. "That's not a denial. Oh man, wait till I tell William he was right." "There's nothing to be right about," Megumi said firmly. "Eve and I are colleagues working on a critical project. Nothing more." "If you say so," Mark replied, clearly unconvinced. "But just so you know, she's never invited any of the rest of us to fancy restaurants for apology dinners." Megumi narrowed his eyes. "How did you know about that?" "Eve mentioned it to Kate, who told William, who told me," Mark explained with the casual air of someone accustomed to the high school gossip network. "The teen team isn't exactly great at keeping secrets from each other." "Evidently," Megumi muttered, making a mental note to be more cautious about public interactions with Eve. If their dinner had already become team gossip, her behavior was likely attracting more attention than he'd realized. Mark, misinterpreting Megumi's, become a threat to Sukuna or our defense preparations. If he has the dimensional viewing capabilities he claims, that makes him both valuable and extremely dangerous. Treat him accordingly. "Yes, sir. Full containment protocols activated. We'll begin the search and seizure operation immediately." "Good. And I want hourly updates on his status and anything you find at his residence or laboratory. Anything with symbols, ancient languages, or references to interdimensional entities gets flagged for my personal review." "Of course, Director. We'll handle this with utmost priority." I end the call and turn to the window, looking out over the city skyline as evening approaches. Somewhere out there, Sukuna is patrolling with the teen team, or training with Mark Grayson, or consulting with Eve on quantum weapons development. Is he truly what he appears to be, a powerful ally with unique abilities? Or is he something else entirely, playing a longer, deeper game than anyone suspects? The pragmatic answer is that it doesn't matter, not yet, not with the Viltrumite threat looming. If Sukuna is our best chance against that threat, then his past, his true nature, his ultimate intentions all become secondary concerns. I've made similar calculations throughout my career. Alliances with questionable entities, cooperation with individuals whose moral compasses point in directions I'd rather not examine too closely. The greater good sometimes requires uncomfortable bedfellows. I make a note to increase surveillance on Sukuna discreetly, without interfering with his current activities or relationships. If Levy's claims have any validity, we'll need early warning. But for now, Sukuna remains our most valuable asset in the coming conflict. The intercom buzzes, interrupting my thoughts. Sir, the Guardians are requesting an update on the quantum destabilizer project. The Immortal is particularly insistent. Tell them it's progressing on schedule, I reply. I'll have a full briefing ready for tomorrow's meeting. Another half-truth in a career built on them. The project is indeed progressing, but the technical challenges are proving more significant than anticipated. Eve and Sukuna are making breakthroughs, but weaponizing quantum disruption against Viltrumite physiology while ensuring it doesn't affect Mark Grayson is an engineering problem of unprecedented complexity. I return to my desk and pull up the latest progress report from their lab. The technical details are beyond my expertise, but the bottom line is clear. They're making progress, but not quickly enough. If the Viltrumites discover Nolan's defection and send an investigation team before the weapons are ready, my secure phone rings the direct line used only by a select few individuals. The caller ID shows Grayson N. Stedman. I answer. We need to talk. Nolan's voice comes through, tense and controlled. Not over the phone. The usual place, 1 hour. He disconnects before I can respond. Typical Viltrumite directness. The usual place is a secure meeting facility 20 miles outside the city, designed specifically for conversations that require absolute privacy. Nolan and I have met there several times since his revelation, discussing Viltrumite weaknesses and defense strategies away from potential observation. I gather my materials and head for the garage. As I drive through the evening traffic, my thoughts return to Levy and his warnings about Sukuna. The man's terror seemed genuine, his conviction absolute. And yet, in 27 years at the GDA, I've learned that absolute conviction is often inversely proportional to accuracy. The most dangerous threats rarely announce themselves with convenient warnings. They emerge quietly, building strength in the shadows until it's too late to stop them. If Sukuna is truly the monster Levy believes, he's playing an extraordinarily long and patient game. He's had multiple opportunities to cause catastrophic damage, to eliminate Earth's defenders when they were vulnerable, and has instead consistently acted to protect and strengthen our position. More importantly, he's effectively leading our preparation efforts, coordinating between the team, the Guardians, and Nolan himself. His tactical insights have proven invaluable, his ability to bridge the gap between human and Viltrumite perspectives unique. The simple truth, again, is that we need him. Whatever he may or may not be, whatever his ultimate intentions, right now he represents Earth's best hope against the coming storm. As I approach the meeting facility, I make my decision. Levy will receive the best care we can provide. His claims will be thoroughly investigated, but Sukuna will remain a central figure in our defense preparations. If evidence emerges to support Levy's warnings, we'll address that situation when it arises. Until then, pragmatism dictates our course. And pragmatism says we work with the allies we have, not the perfect allies we might wish for. The facility comes into view, an unremarkable warehouse surrounded by empty land, its true nature hidden beneath layers of mundane appearance. I can already see Nolan waiting outside, his imposing figure unmistakable even at a distance. Whatever he wants to discuss, it's urgent enough to call an immediate meeting, which means our timeline may be accelerating. I park and step out into the cool evening air, straightening my tie. Time to get back to work. The fate of the world won't wait for philosophical debates about the nature of our allies. In my line of work, results are what matter. And right now, Sukuna is delivering results no one else can match. That's good enough for me. Belonging the subterranean training facility beneath the Grayson house hummed with energy, the reinforced walls vibrating slightly with the power contained within. Maharaga stood in the center of the room, its imposing figure perfectly still as it studied Mark Grayson, who hovered a few feet away, uncertainty evident in his posture. "Just stay there," Megumi instructed Mark from the observation area. "Let it examine you. This won't hurt." "You sure about that?" Mark asked, eyeing the massive Shikigami warily. "It looks like it could tear me in half without even trying." "It could," Megumi confirmed matter-of-factly. "But it won't. Not unless I command it." The Divine General Maharaga, now fully under Megumi's control after their battle in the Flaxen Dimension, was a sight to behold. Standing over 8 feet tall, its muscular humanoid form radiated power, while the large will balanced above its head rotated slowly, processing information. "What exactly is it doing?" Mark asked as Maharaga circled him, its blank face revealing nothing. "Learning," Megumi replied, watching the interaction. Maharaga's primary ability is adaptation. It can understand and counter any phenomenon it experiences. Right now, it's studying your Viltrumite physiology. "To do what with that information?" Mark's voice carried a hint of concern. "To see if certain aspects can be replicated," Megumi explained. "Specifically, I'm interested in your cellular structure, the smart atoms that give Viltrumites their durability and strength." Mark nodded, relaxing slightly. "Dad mentioned you were looking into countermeasures against Viltrumites. I guess this is part of that." "Yes and no," Megumi said. "Understanding Viltrumite physiology helps us develop weapons against them, certainly. But I'm more interested in whether Maharaga can adapt itself to incorporate similar properties, and whether it can incorporate those very same properties to my concern." Raised his hands placatingly. "Hey, no one's judging. Eve's great. Smart. Pretty, superpowered. You could do worse. There is nothing between Eve and me," Megumi stated, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. Mark wisely dropped the topic, though the knowing smirk remained on his face as he finished his sandwich. "So," he said after a moment, clearly searching for a safer subject, "when do we tell the Guardians about the quantum destabilizer? The Immortals been asking for updates on our anti-Viltrumite measures." "When we have something concrete to show them," Megumi replied, grateful for the change in conversation. "Theoretical progress won't satisfy them, and premature disclosure risks Cecil getting antsy before we're ready." Mark nodded, his expression growing more serious. "Yeah, he's been asking questions. About Dad, about you, about what really happened in the Flaxen Dimension. He's suspicious." "Cecil is always suspicious," Megumi said dryly. "That's his job. But without evidence, he'll maintain his distance. He's too pragmatic to antagonize potential assets without cause." "I guess," Mark agreed, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "Still, it feels like we're juggling a lot of secrets. Not the big stuff everyone knows about Dad's original mission now, but the details. Like how much of your power you're really holding back. Or exactly what happened between you two in the Flaxen Dimension. You said you don't want anyone to know about Maharaga besides us 5. Cecil keeps pushing for more information, and I can tell he doesn't trust that we've told him everything." "That's the nature of preparation," Megumi said with a shrug. "Information control is as important as technological development or combat training. The right knowledge in the wrong hands can be more dangerous than any weapon." Mark sighed. "Sometimes I miss when life was simpler, when all I had to worry about was keeping up my grades and hiding my powers from my friends." "Simplicity is a luxury rarely afforded to those with power," Megumi replied, his voice carrying a hint of the ancient wisdom that occasionally slipped through his careful facade. "With ability comes complexity, always." "That's deep, man," Mark said, a small smile returning to his face. "You should put that on a poster or something." Megumi allowed himself a slight smile in return. "I'll consider it." They finished their meal in companionable silence, the easy camaraderie between them a testament to how far their friendship had evolved since Megumi's arrival in this world. What had begun as strategic positioning had become genuine connection, a development that both surprised and occasionally concerned Megumi. Attachments were vulnerabilities, after all. Caring made one predictable, exploitable. Yet he couldn't deny the value of having Mark's trust, nor the strange satisfaction he found in having friends. As they cleaned up and prepared to end the training session, Mark spoke again, his tone casual but his words carefully chosen. Whatever happens with the Viltrumites, I'm glad you're on our side, Megumi. I can't imagine facing this without you. The simple sincerity in Mark's voice struck an unexpected chord within Megumi. For a moment, the strategic calculations and careful manipulations that had defined his approach to this new life fell away, leaving only the recognition of a truth he hadn't fully acknowledged until now. He wasn't just preparing Earth for the Viltrumite threat out of self-preservation or strategic necessity. He was doing it, at least in part, because he had found something worth protecting. People worth protecting. Mark, with his earnest optimism and unwavering loyalty. Debbie, with her quiet strength and remarkable resilience. Uncle Kenji with his effortless kindness. Even Nolan with his complex struggle between duty and desire. And Eve, with her. His feelings towards Eve were complicated. He knows he cares about her as a friend, certainly, but despite his own verbal denial, she has been growing on him with her continued shows of acceptable affection. I'm on the right side, Megumi replied after a moment, his voice carrying a certainty that surprised even him. Mark nodded, understanding the weight behind the simple statement. See you tomorrow for patrol? As planned, Megumi confirmed. Northeastern Quadrant, 8 p.m. As they exited the training room, Megumi found himself reflecting on the strange path that had brought him to this moment. From the king of curses to a mentor for a half-alien teenager. From a being of pure selfishness to someone who now found himself caring. It was an uncomfortable realization, yet not an entirely unwelcome one. Perhaps integration wasn't just about merging his various lives and memories, but about finding a new balance between the hedonistic self-interest of his past life and the potential for connection that his new life offered. The thought was still unsettling, still foreign to decades of solitary existence. Still, he has already grown to understand that it is not the weakness he believed it to be. He simply needs to live with it more and more as time passes. For that's all there was left for him, acceptance. Through the eyes of Madness Angstrom Levy POV, I never wanted these powers. Unlike my counterparts across the multiverse, I wasn't one with grand ambitions of fixing my world or accumulating knowledge for some greater purpose. Ironic considering I am the one version whose capability is beyond all the others. To the casual observer, I'm just Angstrom Levy, dimensional researcher, unremarkable save for my intellect. My colleagues at the Institute for Interdimensional Studies see me as brilliant but unassuming, the quiet scientist who publishes groundbreaking papers on theoretical physics and keeps to himself. None of them know what I see when I close my eyes. It happened during my first dimensional jump. A miscalculation, or perhaps something more sinister, a cosmic joke at my expense. The equipment functioned perfectly, the calculations were flawless, but something went wrong inside my head. Not wrong enough to destroy my body, just wrong enough to curse my mind. I can see through their eyes. All of them, my counterparts across infinite dimensions. Their experiences flood into me without warning, without consent. Their knowledge becomes mine. Their terror becomes mine. Their deaths become mine. At first, it was fascinating, a revolutionary breakthrough in multiversal research. I could observe other realities without physically traveling to them, gathering data from the safety of my laboratory. My papers on dimensional variance were praised as visionary, though none of my colleagues knew my insights came from direct observation rather than theoretical models. Then the nightmares began. 3 weeks ago, while sleeping, my consciousness drifted. Instead of dreams, I found myself looking through the eyes of another Angstrom Levy, one who had traveled to feudal Japan for research. What he witnessed, what I witnessed through him, defies description. A village burning with unnatural black and red flames that consumed everything yet never seemed to diminish. The sky above, crimson like freshly spilled blood. People prostrating themselves before a figure that barely resembled a human, tall, marked with strange patterns across his skin, possessing 4 arms instead of 2. Eyes that burned with malevolent amusement as he surveyed the destruction. Ryuman Sukuna, the villagers chanted, foreheads pressed to the ground. The honored one. Own Adams. You want to make it stronger? Mark sounded surprised. Isn't it already pretty much unstoppable? Megumi's lips curved in a slight smile. Nothing is unstoppable. Everything has limits. The key to victory is expanding those limits while exploiting your opponents. Maharaga had completed its circuit around Mark and now stood before him, its will spinning faster. With surprising gentleness for such a massive being, it reached out and touched Mark's arm, its fingers pressing against his skin as if testing its resistance. Does it talk? Mark asked, trying not to flinch at the contact. No, Megumi replied. At least not in any conventional sense. It communicates through action and adaptation. After a moment, Maharaga stepped back and moved to a small desk in the corner of the training room. There, it picked up a pen with surprising dexterity and began writing in a leather-bound journal Megumi had provided. What's it doing now? Mark asked, watching with fascination. Documenting its findings, Megumi explained. Maharaga's adaptations reset each time it's dismissed and resummoned. By having it record what it learns, we maintain continuity of knowledge. Smart, Mark acknowledged. So it's like building a database on Viltrumite physiology? Essentially, the adaptation process for something as complex as smart atoms is particularly demanding on my energy reserves. This method is more efficient than starting from scratch each time. Maharaga continued writing for several minutes, its massive hand somehow managing the delicate task with precision. When it finished, it closed the journal and returned to the center of the room, standing at attention as if awaiting further instructions. Megumi nodded, satisfied. That's enough for today. He made a gesture with his hand, and Maharaga dissolved into shadow. Mark let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That thing is intense. Even when it's just standing there, it feels like being watched by something old. An accurate assessment, Megumi said, walking over to retrieve the journal. He flipped through the pages, scanning the intricate diagrams and notes written in a script that seemed to shift and change as he read it. Interesting. It's made significant progress understanding the quantum-level interactions of your cellular structure. Is that good or bad for me? Mark asked with a nervous laugh. Potentially both, Megumi replied honestly. Understanding Viltrumite physiology helps us develop defenses against your people, but it also gives us insights that could benefit you personally. Like what? Like how to accelerate your healing, how to maximize your strength output, how to better resist certain types of attacks. Megumi closed the journal. Knowledge is never inherently good or bad. It's application that determines its value. The sound of the facility's security door opening interrupted their conversation. Both turned to see Cecil Stedman entering, his expression as unreadable as always behind his glasses. Mr. Fushiguro, Cecil greeted him formally. Mr. Grayson, I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Just finished, Megumi replied, subtly sliding the journal into a drawer. The GDA director didn't need to know about his findings, let alone Maharaga not yet, perhaps not ever. The Shikigami represented an ace that Megumi preferred to keep hidden. Good timing then, Cecil said, approaching with measured steps. I have some news that might interest you, Mr. Fushiguro. Megumi raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, your probation situation, Cecil continued. It's been adjusted. Effective immediately, all remaining terms of your juvenile probation have been waived. You're a free man, so to speak. Mark grinned, clapping Megumi on the shoulder. That's great news. Megumi studied Cecil's face, looking for the catch. May I ask what prompted this sudden generosity from the justice system? Let's just say that having a superhero on probation creates certain administrative complications, Cecil replied smoothly. The judge agreed that your service as Sukuna more than fulfills any remaining community service obligations. I see, Megumi said, maintaining his neutral expression despite his internal suspicion. This had Cecil's fingerprints all over it. The man rarely did anything without multiple layers of purpose. There's more, Cecil continued. The Global Defense Agency has established a stipend program for active heroes working directly on planetary defense initiatives. As a key contributor to our Viltrumite countermeasures research, you qualify for substantial financial support. Financial support, Megumi repeated flatly. Your uncle works too many hours at the hospital, Cecil said, his tone softening slightly. Our analysis suggests his overtime is primarily motivated by financial need rather than professional dedication. This arrangement would allow him to maintain a healthier work-life balance while ensuring your household remains financially stable. Megumi felt a flicker of genuine surprise. He had indeed mentioned his uncle's excessive work schedule to Cecil during a previous briefing, but he hadn't expected the director to act on it so promptly. That's thoughtful, Megumi acknowledged carefully. Merely practical, Cecil countered. We need you focused on defense preparations, not concerned about domestic finances. Mark looked between them, then excused himself. I should probably head upstairs. Mom's expecting me to help with dinner. He nodded to Cecil. Director. After Mark left, Cecil's demeanor shifted subtly, becoming even more businesslike, if that were possible. There's another matter we need to discuss, he said once they were alone. Your uncle. What about him? Megumi asked, instantly alert. He doesn't know about your extracurricular activities, Cecil stated. This creates a security vulnerability. If he discovers your identity through unofficial channels, it could compromise operational security. My uncle has no reason to suspect anything, Megumi countered. I've been careful. Perhaps, Cecil conceded. But as your involvement with planetary defense deepens, maintaining this deception becomes increasingly difficult. The GDA recommends a controlled disclosure. Megumi frowned. You want me to tell him I'm Sukuna? We want to facilitate that disclosure in a secure, supported environment, Cecil clarified. With GDA personnel present to answer questions, provide context, and ensure he understands the confidentiality requirements. Megumi considered this. Uncle Kenji finding out about his activities was inevitable at some point. A controlled disclosure under GDA supervision would be preferable to Kenji discovering the truth during a crisis. When? He asked finally. Tomorrow afternoon, Cecil replied. We've already arranged for him to have the day off. A GDA representative will accompany you to your residence for the conversation. Megumi nodded slowly. Very well. Cecil studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. There's one more thing. We've detected unusual energy signatures near your apartment building last night. Nothing conclusive, but the pattern suggests someone may be taking an interest in your civilian identity. What kind of energy signatures? Megumi asked sharply. Interdimensional fluctuations, Cecil said. Similar to those recorded during the Flaxen invasion, but on a much smaller scale. We've increased surveillance in the area as a precaution. Megumi processed this information, his mind already calculating possibilities. Begging for mercy that never came. I watched, trapped in my counterpart's perception, as this honored one casually flicked his wrist, sending invisible force through a line of supplicants, bisecting them as cleanly as a laser. Their bodies fell apart, blood painting the ground, while he laughed a sound that resonated with such casual cruelty that I felt my counterpart vomit in terror. When I finally broke the connection, I was shaking, drenched in sweat, my sheets tangled around me like restraints. A nightmare, I told myself, just a glimpse of some horror dimension, the kind that exists in the infinite tapestry of reality. But the visions didn't stop. They came randomly while working, while eating, while trying to sleep. Flashes of the same entity across different times, different worlds. Sukuna devouring humans for pleasure, consuming their flesh with methodical appreciation like a connoisseur at a fine restaurant. Sukuna battling others with powers similar to his own, laughing as he dismembered them piece by piece, prolonging their suffering for his entertainment. Sukuna taking women as his possessions, some willing in their terror, others not, all ultimately discarded when he tired of them. I began keeping a journal, documenting each vision with scientific precision, trying to maintain some semblance of sanity through methodical recording. The pages filled with horrors, my handwriting growing more erratic with each entry. Day 4. witnessed Sukuna destroy an entire city after its lord refused to provide him with a particular delicacy he desired. The death toll must have been in the tens of thousands. Day 7. Sukuna battled what appeared to be a monk with extraordinary abilities. Before killing him, Sukuna forced the man to watch as he slaughtered the monk's entire family, including young children. Day 12. Sukuna in another dimension, modern era. Using his abilities to systematically eliminate a group of individuals with similar powers. He referred to them as sorcerers. He consumed their hearts after killing them. I vomited for an hour after this vision. Patterns emerged. This wasn't just some dimensional variant. This entity existed across hundreds, perhaps thousands of realities. Always powerful, always cruel, always viewing humans as beneath him, as playthings for his amusement. In some dimensions, he was sealed away by powerful enemies. In others, he ruled openly as a god-king. In a few, he was known as King of Curses, a title that seemed to please him greatly. The visions became more frequent, more targeted, as if my initial glimpse had created a connection that strengthened with each viewing. I began seeing through the eyes of Angstrom Levies who sought him out deliberately, who studied him, who tried to understand what he was. Most died horribly for their curiosity. One was flayed alive. His skin peeled from his body inch by inch while Sukuna discussed the properties of pain receptors. Another was bisected vertically, from crown to groin, then kept alive through some terrible power while Sukuna examined his internal organs with cruel interest. A third was forced to eat his own research notes before having his jaw torn from his face. I experienced each death as if it were my own. Felt the pain, the terror, the final desperate thoughts before oblivion. Each time I emerged from these visions, I found new gray hairs in my mirror, new lines etched into my face. I learned he could manipulate some kind of energy, cursed energy, my counterparts called it. He could cut anything, control shadows, manifest flames that burned other energies. He was functionally immortal in many dimensions, living for centuries, his power growing with age. The visions were destroying me. I couldn't sleep without seeing villages burning, couldn't eat without tasting the fear of his victims, couldn't close my eyes without seeing his smile, that terrible, knowing smile that suggested he understood exactly how much suffering he was causing and reveled in it. My research suffered. My colleagues noticed my deterioration but attributed it to overwork. Dr. Michaels suggested I take a vacation. Professor Zhou recommended meditation. Director Collins threatened to revoke my lab privileges if I didn't pull myself together. How could I explain that I was being traumatized by events happening to other versions of myself across dimensions? That I was drowning in the collective horror of 1,000 Angstrom Levies who had encountered a monster beyond human comprehension? Then, 1 week ago, everything changed. I was inadvertently connected to an alternate version of myself who was in a dimension similar to mine, collecting scientific data. Following his movements through the city, experiencing his observations. He was watching a battle between the teen team and some generic villain, nothing remarkable. Until I saw him. Not in the ancient past. Not in some distant, different modern dimension. There, now, fighting alongside the teen team. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes. Moving with impossible precision. Cutting through debris with invisible force. Manipulating shadows to restrain enemies. The costume was different. The name was different. But the energy signature, that cold, ancient power, was unmistakable. Sukuna, the king of curses, the honored one. There, he called himself Megumi Fushiguro. There, he played at being a hero. I broke the connection violently, blood erupting from my nose, eyes, and ears. The strain was enormous, but the terror was greater. I crawled to my bathroom, leaving a trail of crimson across my apartment floor, and vomited until there was nothing left but bile. Impossible. Couldn't be the same entity. Not here. Not now. Not as a hero. But once the thought took root, I couldn't dislodge it. What if he existed in my world too? I researched frantically, pulling up news reports, hero registries, social media sources I'd previously ignored as trivial compared to my dimensional studies. And there he was. He literally calls himself by his true name here. Sukuna. A new hero who appeared recently working with the team. The news footage shows him clearly moving with that same deadly grace, wielding an invisible cutting force. The same powers, the same presence, barely concealed behind a thin veneer of heroism. My hands trembled so violently I could barely operate my computer. This wasn't some distant threat in another dimension. This was here, in my world, walking among us. I spent days gathering information, hacking into security cameras, following news reports. I watched him fight alongside Invincible, saw him meeting with the Guardians of the Globe. I observed him walking the streets in his civilian identity, a teenage boy named Megumi Fushiguro, supposedly a reformed delinquent. The disguise is masterful. He's integrated himself perfectly, creating a backstory that explains his unusual abilities while giving him access to Earth's greatest heroes. None of them suspect what walks among them. How could they? They haven't seen what I've seen. Last night, the visions took me somewhere hatefully familiar. I found myself looking through the eyes of an Angstrom Levy who had managed to capture footage of Sukuna in his prime ruling over feudal Japan as a god king. The recording showed him seated on a throne made of human bones, casually dismembering a man who had displeased him while courtiers watched in terrified silence. The man's screams echoed through the palace hall, but none dared intervene. Some even smiled, hoping their apparent enjoyment of the spectacle would spare them from being. Interdimensional energy could indicate many things, most of them potentially problematic. "Thank you for the warning," he said finally. Cecil nodded. "A car will pick you up at noon tomorrow for the meeting with your uncle. Until then, maintain normal patterns." He turned to leave, then paused. "And Mr. Fushiguro? Congratulations on completing your probation. Your rehabilitation has been remarkable." After Cecil departed, Megumi retrieved Maharaga's journal from the drawer, flipping through the complex diagrams and notes once more. The Divine General's insights into Viltrumite physiology were fascinating and potentially game-changing for their defense preparations. But his mind kept returning to Cecil's warning about interdimensional energy signatures. Someone or something was taking an interest in Megumi Fushiguro. The question was, did they know about Sukuna, his superhero identity, or was this related to something else entirely? Either way, it warranted investigation. But first, he needed to prepare for tomorrow's conversation with Uncle Kenji, a discussion he'd been both anticipating and dreading since arriving in this world. The Fushiguro apartment was exactly as Megumi had left it that morning, modest, neat, with the lingering scent of the coffee Uncle Kenji had brewed before his shift. Now, sitting on the couch beside his uncle, with GDA agent Maria Call occupying the armchair across from them, Megumi felt an unfamiliar tension in his stomach. "Mr. Fushiguro," Agent Call began, her tone professional but gentle. "Thank you for meeting with us today. I understand this is unexpected." Uncle Kenji looked between them, concern evident in his tired eyes. "Is Megumi in some kind of trouble? Has something happened with his probation?" "Quite the opposite," Agent Call assured him with a small smile. "Your nephew's probation has been officially terminated, with all remaining obligations considered fulfilled." Relief washed over Kenji's face. "That's wonderful news. But why is a government agent delivering it? Ms. Chun usually handles Megumi's case." "This isn't about probation, Uncle," Megumi said quietly. "It's about something else. Something I've been involved with." Kenji's expression shifted immediately to concern. "Megumi, if you've gotten mixed up in something—" "It's nothing illegal," Megumi interrupted. "Actually, it's the opposite." He exchanged a glance with Agent Call, who nodded encouragingly. "Mr. Fushiguro," she said, "are you familiar with the hero known as Sukuna?" Kenji blinked, momentarily confused by the change in subject. "The new one who works with the team? I've seen him on the news. He helped during the Flaxen invasion, right?" "Yes," Agent Call confirmed. "He's been instrumental in planetary defense efforts over the past few months." "What does this have to do with Megumi?" Kenji asked, still not making the connection. Megumi took a deep breath. "Uncle Kenji, I'm Sukuna." The words hung in the air between them. Kenji stared at his nephew, his expression cycling through confusion, disbelief, and then dawning realization. But that's not possible, he said finally. Sukuna has powers. He can do things that are... He trailed off, studying Megumi's face more intently. Can you really? Instead of answering verbally, Megumi extended his hand toward the coffee table. Dismantle, he said softly. A thin line appeared across the surface of the wooden table, a perfect cut that separated it into two equal pieces that shifted slightly but remained in place. Kenji's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Finally, he managed, "How long?" "A few months," Megumi replied. The abilities manifested suddenly. "I've been working with the teen team and other heroes since then." "All those nights you said you were studying at the library," Kenji murmured. "The unexplained absences. The injuries you tried to hide." He looked up sharply. "You were out there fighting." "What? Criminals? Aliens?" "Both," Megumi acknowledged. "Among other threats." Agent Call interjected smoothly. "Your nephew has become a valued asset in Earth's defense network, Mr. Fushiguro. His unique abilities and tactical insights have proven invaluable, particularly during the recent Flaxen invasion." Kenji ran a hand through his graying hair, still processing. "And the probation? The community service?" "He continued fulfilling those obligations while also serving as Sukuna," Agent Call explained. "Which is why the judicial system has now recognized that his heroic service more than satisfies any remaining requirements." "I see." Kenji was quiet for a moment, then turned to Megumi. "Why didn't you tell me?" The question was simple, but loaded with emotion that caught Megumi off guard. There was no accusation in Kenji's tone, only hurt and concern. "To protect you," Megumi replied honestly. "The fewer people who knew, the safer you would be." "Safe," Kenji repeated with a sad smile. "While you were out there risking your life." He shook his head. "I'm a nurse, Megumi. I've treated victims of violence. I've seen what happens in the aftermath of these superhero battles. The thought of you being in that kind of danger..." "I'm not ordinary," Megumi reminded him. "My abilities provide significant protection." "No one is invulnerable," Kenji countered, years of emergency room experience evident in his voice. "Not even Omni-Man, from what I've seen." Agent Call cleared her throat. "Mr. Fushiguro, I understand your concerns. But please know that your nephew operates with substantial support and resources. The Global Defense Agency monitors all hero activities and provides immediate assistance when needed." Kenji looked at her, his expression hardening slightly. "And why is the government involved in this? Why are you here for this conversation?" "Security protocols," she replied smoothly. "When a hero's civilian identity is disclosed to family members, we provide support and guidance to ensure both parties understand the implications and responsibilities." "Responsibilities," Kenji echoed. "You mean keeping his secret?" "Among other things," Agent Call confirmed. "Knowledge of a hero's civilian identity represents a significant security vulnerability for both the hero and their loved ones." Kenji turned back to Megumi, studying him with new eyes. "All this time, I thought you were finally finding your way after everything that happened, getting your life back on track. But you were becoming something else entirely." Megumi felt an unexpected tightness in his chest at the mixture of pride and sorrow in his uncle's expression. "I am on track," he said quietly. "Just not the track we imagined." Kenji reached out suddenly, pulling Megumi into a tight embrace. "I'm proud of you," he whispered. "Terrified for you, but proud." The gesture caught Megumi completely off guard. Physical displays of affection were foreign to him, especially in his life as Sukuna, where touch had been either clinical or in battle, never comforting. He remained stiff for a moment before awkwardly returning the embrace. When Kenji pulled back, his eyes were damp. "Your parents would be proud too, you know? Your father always said you were destined for something extraordinary." The mention of parents sent a strange pang through Megumi. Though he had come to understand that this was indeed his third life, that he had been Megumi all along, Just as he had once been Sukuna and someone else before that, the emotional connection to these family memories still felt distant, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. Yet, the genuine love in Kenji's eyes, the unconditional acceptance despite the shocking revelation, it stirred something within him that felt almost like guilt. As Sukuna, he had never known such acceptance. His own mother had feared him from birth, seeing in her child something unnatural, something to be feared rather than loved. His grandmother, the immortal Tengen, her star plasma vessel having been his grandmother, had viewed him not as a child to be nurtured but as the son of heaven, a being with responsibilities to guide humanity's advancement. He had rejected that path, of course. Why should he guide and elevate those who had shunned him, feared him, called him demon since his first breath? Instead, he had chosen subjugation, domination, the imposition of his will upon a world that had offered him nothing but fear and expectation. And here was this man, this simple, ordinary human, offering unconditional love to him. No expectations of greatness, no fear of his power, just concern for his safety and pride in his choices. "There's more," Agent Call said, interrupting Megumi's unexpected introspection. As Mr. Fushigiro's involvement with planetary defense efforts increases, his financial needs are being addressed through a GDA stipend program. Kenji blinked, shifting mental gears. Financial needs? In simple terms, she continued, Megumi will be receiving compensation for his work as Sukuna. Enough that you no longer need to work excessive overtime shifts at the hospital. Understanding dawned on Kenji's face as he turned to Megumi. "You did this? Arranged financial support so I wouldn't have to work so much?" Megumi, still processing his own unexpected emotional response, simply nodded. Kenji smiled, though his eyes remained concerned. "Always looking out for others, even while carrying such a burden yourself. You're so much like your father." The comparison stirred something deep within Megumi, memories of his father in this life, still hazy and incomplete, but undeniably his. It felt strange to connect with these memories that were simultaneously his and yet felt like they belonged to someone else. In his life as Sukuna, he had taken what he wanted without regard for those he harmed. Why should this be different? Yet it was. Somehow it was. "There are some forms to sign," Agent Call said, producing a tablet from her briefcase. "Standard non-disclosure agreements, emergency contact authorizations, that sort of thing." As Kenji reviewed the documents, occasionally asking questions that Agent Call answered with practiced efficiency, Megumi found himself watching his uncle with a strange mixture of emotions he couldn't quite identify. This man had welcomed him without question, had worked himself to exhaustion to provide for him, had worried about him and cared for him without any expectation of return even before his remembrance, when he was still but a delinquent who only brought trouble and a bad reputation. It was so unlike virtually anything Sukuna had experienced in his long existence. The only one who could possibly be compared to this would be Uram, his most loyal follower, the girl who he found and raised as a portable fridge and cook. In essence, now remembering her and their relationship, he realizes that he indeed did in his own way care about her, akin to perhaps the way a father would care for one's daughter. Though perhaps that is his new way of viewing all things, clouding his previous feelings towards her. He has changed quite substantially since his loss and remembrance of his original life. "One last thing," Agent Call said as Kenji finished signing the forms. "The GDA will be installing enhanced security measures in your apartment, discreet ones that won't disrupt your daily life. Standard protocol for families of active heroes." Kenji nodded, then turned to Megumi. "I still have 1,000 questions, but I suppose they can wait until Agent Call has finished her official business." "Actually," Megumi said, "I think I'd like to answer those questions now," he stated. Glancing at Colonel, she nodded. "Of course, be at your own leisure. My role here is primarily supportive. This is a family matter at its core." As they settled in for what would undoubtedly be a long conversation, Megumi found himself experiencing something entirely new, a desire to share, to explain, to connect with this man who had shown him nothing but kindness. Not for strategic advantage, not for manipulation, simply because it felt right. It was still disconcerting, unsettling, still foreign despite everything that happened, for it simply could not dwarf the decades of existence as the lone king who stood atop the mountains, whose hands could reach the heavens and shatter the earth. Yet, as he began answering Kenji's questions, carefully edited versions of the truth, but more honest than he might have been before, Megumi realized he was experiencing something he had not known in decades. Belonging. Not as a king feared by subjects. Not as a curse dreaded by sorcerers. But as family. The concept was so alien that he almost couldn't process it. Yet as Kenji listened with rapt attention, asking thoughtful questions and expressing genuine concern rather than fear of his abilities, Sukuna found himself warming to this unfamiliar dynamic. Perhaps, he thought as he demonstrated a small, controlled application of cursed energy at Kenji's request. This was what he had been missing all along. Not just in this life, but in his previous one as well. Someone who saw him truly saw him past his strength and accepted him anyway. It was a dangerous thought. Attachment was vulnerability. Caring made one predictable, exploitable. And yet, when Kenji smiled at him with pride untainted by fear, Megumi couldn't help but think that perhaps some vulnerabilities were worth the risk. How? This is ridiculous, Rex Splode muttered, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall of the GDA's largest conference room. We're preparing for an alien invasion, and Stedman wants us to play Trust Falls and share our feelings? Kate, currently in triplicate, rolled her eyes at him from across the room where she was helping arrange chairs in a circle. Would it kill you to be a team player for once? It might, Rex shot back. I'm allergic to forced bonding activities. Megumi observed the exchange silently from his position near the doorway. The entire team and the Guardians of the Globe had been summoned for what Cecil termed a mandatory team integration exercise. A concept that clearly appealed to some more than others. The Immortal stood talking quietly with War Woman and Darkwing, his eyes occasionally sweeping the room with the practiced assessment of someone who had led teams across centuries. Green Ghost and Martian Man were examining the refreshment table, while Red Rush zipped around the room, seemingly unable to stay still for more than a few seconds. This is so awkward, Mark whispered, sidling up next to Megumi. Dad's been avoiding the Guardians since his big confession. Now they're all stuck in the same room together. Indeed, Nolan Grayson stood somewhat apart from the others, his imposing figure drawing occasional wary glances from the heroes he had once planned to eliminate. The tension was palpable, despite the weeks that had passed since his revelation about the Viltrumite threat. Cecil knows what he's doing, Megumi replied quietly. If we're going to defend Earth effectively, the teams need to function as a cohesive unit. After all, I was done in the very same way, the working together of the strong to defeat the strongest. Mark sighed. Yeah, I get that. But couldn't we just, fight some bad guys together? That's how teams bond in the movies. Life isn't a movie, Mark, Megumi said, his tone dry but not unkind. Unfortunately, the door opened and Cecil Stedman entered, followed by a young man Megumi recognized as Robot. Thank you all for coming, Cecil began, moving to the center of the room. I know some of you have reservations about this exercise, but our research indicates that team cohesion is directly correlated with operational effectiveness. We get it, Cecil, the Immortal said, his ancient voice carrying easily across the room. Skip the sales pitch and tell us what we're doing here. Cecil adjusted his glasses, unperturbed by the interruption. Today's activities will focus on 3 key areas: communication, trust, and knowledge integration. You'll be working in mixed teams, members from both the Guardians and the team together, to complete a series of challenges. A collective groan rose from several participants, Rex's being the loudest. Participation is mandatory, Cecil continued, his tone making it clear this wasn't negotiable. And yes, Mr. Splode, that includes you. Eve, who had been quietly conversing with Shrinking Ray near the windows, caught Megumi's eye and offered a small smile. He acknowledged it with a slight nod, aware of the intense focus in her gaze even at this distance. Her fixation had only grown in recent weeks, becoming increasingly difficult to manage without directly addressing it. The first exercise, Cecil announced, is simple information exchange. You'll pair up one guardian with one team member and spend 15 minutes learning about each other's abilities, backgrounds, and tactical approaches. He began reading off assigned pairs from a tablet. The Immortal and Rex Splode, War Woman and Adam Eve, Darkwing and Robot, Green Ghost and Shrinking Ray, Martian Man and Duplicate, Red Rush and Invincible. He paused, looking up, and Omni-Man and Sukuna. The room fell silent as the implications of the last pairing registered. Pairing Nolan with Megumi was either a stroke of strategic brilliance or a potential disaster, depending on one's perspective. The two most powerful individuals present, both with complex histories and agendas, forced to directly engage with each other. Well, in a sense, since they have at least been able to communicate decently since the battle. It is still sometimes awkward. You have designated areas around the facility, Cecil continued, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Locations are on your communicators. You have 15 minutes, starting now. As the pairs reluctantly dispersed, Nolan approached Megumi with measured steps. It seems we're partners for this exercise, he said, his tone neutral but his eyes watchful. So it seems, Megumi replied, equally measured. Shall we? They made their way to a small conference room on the east side of the facility, neither speaking until the door closed behind them. I suspect this pairing wasn't random, Nolan said, taking a seat at the small table. Megumi remained standing, preferring the tactical advantage of mobility. Cecil doesn't do random. He's testing our dynamic, or ensuring we have an opportunity to align our stories before presenting them to the larger group, Nolan suggested. We haven't spoken privately since our return from the Flaxen Dimension. We haven't needed to, Megumi said. Our arrangement has been clear. Nolan studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Has it? I sometimes wonder if we truly understand each other. Sukuna. The use of his hero name rather than his civilian identity was deliberate, a subtle reminder of the public persona they both maintained. Understanding isn't necessary for cooperation, Megumi replied. Only aligned interests. And are our interests still aligned? Nolan asked, leaning forward slightly. You've integrated yourself remarkably well into Earth's defense network. The Guardians respect your abilities. The team follows your tactical guidance, and my son considers you his closest confidant. The observation carried a hint of accusation, or perhaps concern. It was difficult to tell with Nolan. Is that a problem? Megumi asked directly. Nolan's lips curved in a slight smile. Not at all. In fact, it's impressive. In a few short months, you've positioned yourself as indispensable. A valuable skill. You would know, Megumi countered. You spent 20 years doing the same. A moment of silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken implications. We should probably discuss our abilities, Nolan said finally, changing the subject. For the exercise. Megumi nodded, accepting the shift. What would you like to know that you haven't already observed? The limits of your energy manipulation, Nolan replied without hesitation. In the Flaxen Dimension, you demonstrated capabilities beyond what you've shown the teams here. I'm curious about the discrepancy. Strategic reserve, Megumi said simply. I never show everything I'm capable of. I imagine you follow a similar approach. Nolan inclined his head, acknowledging the point. Wise, though it raises the question of what else you might be concealing. We all have our secrets, Megumi replied, even from allies. Indeed, Nolan's gaze was penetrating. Those secrets between allies can become problematic when lives are at stake. Megumi met his gaze steadily. Then perhaps we should address the most relevant one. Have you received any communication from Viltrum since our return? The question was direct, perhaps even dangerous, but necessary. If the Viltrumite Empire had already detected Nolan's defection, their timeline for preparation would need to accelerate dramatically. No, Nolan answered after a moment. But that doesn't mean they aren't aware of my changed status. Communication across such distances isn't instantaneous, even for Viltrumites. How much time do we really have? Megumi pressed. Nolan's expression grew grim. Less than I initially estimated. 3 months, perhaps 4. No more than that. The quantum destabilizer won't be ready in that time frame, Megumi noted. Eve and Ray have made progress, but the targeting system remains problematic. Then we need alternatives, Nolan said. Other weapons, other strategies. Megumi nodded. I'm working on several, including one that might interest you particularly. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Oh, Maharaga's study of Viltrumite physiology has yielded some unexpected insights, Megumi explained. The smart atoms that give your species its durability might be replicable through certain applications of cursed energy. Nolan's interest was immediately apparent. You believe you can grant Viltrumite-like durability to others? Not exactly, Megumi clarified, but I might be able to develop techniques that mimic certain aspects of it. Enough to give our defenders a fighting chance against your people. Fascinating, Nolan murmured. Though I wonder why you haven't shared this possibility with Cecil or the others. It's theoretical, Megumi replied. And as you noted, some secrets are best kept until they're no longer theoretical. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Cecil entered without waiting for a response, his expression carefully neutral. Time's up, he announced. Everyone is reconvening in the main conference room for the next phase. As they followed Cecil back, Nolan spoke quietly enough that only Megumi could hear. This conversation isn't finished. I didn't expect it to be, Megumi replied. He's still choosing a more formal tone compared to before the confrontation. Still attempting to maintain distance from one you don't fully trust. Sukuna thought to himself. The main conference room had been rearranged during their absence. The chairs now formed a complete circle, and a holographic projector had been set up in the center. Take your seats, please, Cecil instructed as the pairs filtered back in. For this next exercise, each pair will present what they've learned about their partner to the group. Rex groaned audibly. Seriously? We're doing show and tell now. Consider it tactical information sharing, Cecil replied smoothly. In a crisis situation, knowing your allies' capabilities could mean the difference between success and failure. The presentations began with the Immortal and Rex, an unlikely pairing that had clearly spent most of their 15 minutes in barely civil disagreement. Their presentation was terse, focusing on basic ability descriptions without any personal insights. War Woman and Eve followed, their rapport noticeably warmer. Eve spoke enthusiastically about War Woman's centuries of combat experience and her collection of mystical weapons, while War Woman praised Eve's molecular manipulation abilities and scientific mind. As the presentations continued, Megumi observed the group dynamics with interest. Despite the initial reluctance, information was being exchanged, connections were forming, and the tension in the room was gradually easing. Cecil's strategy, though heavy-handed, was proving effective. When it came time for Nolan and Megumi to present, the room fell silent again, all eyes turning to the two most powerful individuals present. Nolan spoke first, his deep voice carrying easily. Sukuna possesses energy manipulation abilities unlike anything I've encountered in my centuries of experience. His primary techniques, dismantle and cleave, can cut through virtually any material, including Viltrumite flesh. He continued with a clinical assessment of Megumi's demonstrated capabilities, careful to mention only what had been shown publicly. His tactical mind is equally impressive. He analyzes situations and adapts strategies with remarkable efficiency. When it was Megumi's turn, he maintained a similar tone. Omni-Man's Viltrumite physiology grants him strength, speed, and durability far beyond human capabilities. His centuries of combat experience make him both a formidable opponent and a valuable ally. He continued with details about Viltrumite weaknesses that Nolan had already shared with the group, the specific sound frequencies that disrupted their inner ear function, their vulnerability to certain toxins, the limitations of their healing abilities when facing massive trauma. As they concluded, Megumi noted the calculating look in Cecil's eyes. The director was assessing not just what they said, but what they didn't say, the careful boundaries both maintained even in this supposedly open exchange. Thank you all, Cecil said when the final pair had finished. This brings us to our last exercise for today, practical application. He activated the holographic projector, displaying a complex three-dimensional map of what appeared to be a military installation. This is a simulation of a potential Viltrumite incursion scenario, he explained. You'll be divided into 3 mixed teams, each assigned to defend a different sector of the installation. Your objective is to repel the invaders while minimizing civilian casualties and infrastructure damage. The teams were quickly assigned, deliberately separating the most powerful members to create balanced units. Megumi found himself grouped with the immortal Green Ghost, Rex, and Kate. The simulation begins in 5 minutes, Cecil announced. Use that time to develop your initial strategy. As the teams huddled in different corners of the room, Rex immediately took charge of their group. All right, I say we take an aggressive approach. Hit them hard before they can establish a foothold. The immortal shook his head. Viltrumites are strongest in direct confrontation. We need to be more strategic. Sukuna, Green Ghost said, turning to Megumi. You've fought a Viltrumite. What's your assessment? All eyes turned to him, and Megumi felt a momentary satisfaction at being deferred to despite Rex's attempt at leadership. He allowed the fool his shine simply to avoid the annoyance of its brightness. Though sometimes times like this, that brightness does have its uses. The immortal is right, he said. Direct confrontation plays to their strengths. We need to separate them, use terrain to our advantage, and focus on coordinated attacks rather than individual heroics. Rex frowned but didn't argue. Fine. What's the plan then? Megumi moved to the holographic display, examining their assigned sector. We have 3 primary entry points to defend. I suggest we position as follows. The immortal and I will take the main entrance, as we have the best chance of temporarily holding off a Viltrumite if necessary. Green Ghost, you'll cover the east entrance. Your intangibility gives you mobility advantages in that more confined space. Rex and Kate, you'll handle the west entrance, which has the most civilians. He continued, outlining specific tactics for each position and contingencies for various scenarios. The others listened attentively, even Rex grudgingly acknowledging the soundness of the approach. As the simulation began, the teams were directed to separate rooms where advanced VR systems would create the scenario. The technology was impressive. Haptic feedback suits provided realistic sensations of movement and impact, while visuals were projected directly onto specialized contact lenses. The simulation itself was brutally realistic. 3 Viltrumites, modeled after Nolan but with distinct appearances, attacked simultaneously at different entry points. The AI controlling them incorporated everything Nolan had shared about Viltrumite tactics, making them formidable opponents even in this virtual environment. Megumi found himself working alongside the immortal with surprising efficiency. The ancient hero's millennia of combat experience complemented Megumi's tactical precision, allowing them to coordinate attacks against their Viltrumite opponent with minimal verbal communication. On your left, the immortal called as the simulated Viltrumite attempted to flank them. Megumi responded instantly, sending a wave of cutting force that forced the alien to change course, directly into the immortal's fist. Across their sector, Rex and Kate were working with similar coordination, Rex's explosive projectiles hurting civilians away from danger zones while Kate's duplicates provided evacuation assistance. Green Ghost, at her position, was using her intangibility to confuse and disorient her opponent, phasing through walls to lead the Viltrumite away from populated areas. The simulation lasted 30 intense minutes, during which all 3 teams were pushed to their limits. When it finally ended, they emerged from their respective rooms sweating and breathing hard, despite the fact that no real physical exertion had occurred. Impressive performance, Cecil said as they gathered again in the main conference room, particularly from Team 3. Megumi's group exchanged looks of surprise. They had been so focused on their own scenario that they hadn't been aware of how the others were faring. The objective wasn't to win against the Viltrumites, Cecil explained. That would be unrealistic given the parameters. The goal was effective coordination and civilian protection. Team 3 achieved a 97% civilian survival rate, the highest of any group. Rex couldn't help a smug smile. Told you we should go aggressive. Actually, Cecil countered. The data shows your team's success was primarily due to Sukuna's tactical approach and your group's adherence to it. The coordinated defense strategy minimized civilian exposure while maximizing your combined effectiveness against the threat. The immortal nodded, giving Megumi a look of genuine respect. The kid knows what he's doing. His approach was sound. Coming from someone who had led armies across centuries, the acknowledgement carried weight. Megumi inclined his head slightly in acceptance of the compliment. This concludes today's formal exercises, Cecil announced. However, I strongly encourage you all to continue these interactions informally. The cafeteria has been prepared with refreshments, and the training facilities are available for those who wish to practice together. As the group began to disperse, some heading toward the cafeteria while others formed smaller conversation clusters, Eve made her way directly to Megumi. That was impressive, she said, her eyes bright with that now familiar intensity. The way you coordinated with the immortal, it was like you'd been fighting together for years. Adaptability is essential in combat, Megumi replied neutrally, aware of Mark approaching from his left. Dude, you guys crushed it, Mark said enthusiastically. Our team got our butts kicked. Dad kept trying to take on all 3 Viltrumites himself. A flawed strategy, Megumi observed. Yeah, well, try telling him that, Mark sighed. Hey, a bunch of us are heading to the cafeteria. You coming? Before Megumi could respond, Eve interjected. Actually, I was hoping to discuss some new findings from the quantum destabilizer tests with Sukuna. It might help with the targeting issues we've been facing. Mark looked between them, a knowing smile forming. Sure, science stuff. Got it. Catch you guys later then. As he walked away, Eve turned back to Megumi, a hint of triumph in her expression. I really do have new findings to discuss, but they can wait if you'd prefer to join the others. Megumi considered his options. The social interaction in the cafeteria held little appeal, but allowing Eve more one-on-one time might further encourage her growing fixation. On the other hand, the quantum destabilizer project was crucial to their defense preparations. Let's discuss your findings, he decided. But in the lab, not here. Eve nodded, clearly pleased. The lab it is. The GDA research lab was Eve's domain, a space where her brilliance shone without restraint. As they entered, Megumi noted the organized chaos that characterized her workspace, holographic displays showing molecular structures, equipment humming, and notebooks filled with her precise handwriting scattered across multiple surfaces. Sorry about the mess, Eve said, though her tone suggested she wasn't sorry at all. I've been running simulations around the clock. Megumi moved to the central workstation where a 3-dimensional model of what appeared to be the quantum destabilizer rotated slowly above a projection pad. Your findings, he prompted. Eve's eyes lit up as she approached the display, her fingers moving through the hologram to expand certain sections. I've been working on the targeting problem from a different angle. Instead of trying to make the weapon avoid specific DNA markers, which is proving nearly impossible given Mark's hybrid genetics, I've been exploring selective activation parameters. She manipulated the display, highlighting a component near the weapon's core. The destabilizer doesn't have to discriminate at the targeting stage if we build in a molecular recognition filter at the activation stage. Megumi studied the design, genuinely interested despite himself. You're suggesting the weapon would fire indiscriminately but only activate against specific molecular structures? Exactly. Eve's enthusiasm was palpable as she moved closer to him, her shoulder nearly touching his as she adjusted the display. The energy discharge would pass harmlessly through non-Viltrumite tissue, but destabilize when it encounters their unique cellular density. Clever, Megumi acknowledged. Have you tested this approach? Simulations only so far, Eve admitted, turning to face him. Their proximity was suddenly apparent, but she didn't step back. We need more data on Viltrumite molecular structure to refine the parameters. I was hoping you might have insights from your encounters. Megumi considered the request. The information gained from Maharaga's study of Mark and his confrontation with Nolan could indeed prove valuable to Eve's research. Yet sharing everything might reveal more about his own intentions than he was comfortable disclosing. "I have some observations that might help," he said finally. "Though they're based on direct combat experience rather than scientific analysis." Eve nodded eagerly. "That's still valuable. Sometimes empirical data is more useful than theoretical models." She moved to a nearby desk, clearing space among the papers. "Let me grab my notes and we can compare findings." As she busied herself organizing her materials, Megumi found himself studying her with unexpected interest. Her dedication to the project was impressive, her scientific mind approaching problems from angles others might miss. There was an intensity to her focus that reminded him, in some ways, of his own single-mindedness when pursuing jujutsu. "Here we go," Eve said, returning with a tablet and several notebooks. "So, what did you notice about Viltrumite physiology during your fight with Omni-Man? Anything about how his cells responded to your energy-based attacks?" Megumi shared carefully selected observations how his dismantle bypassed certain aspects of Viltrumite durability in ways that could perhaps be replicated, the way Nolan's healing factor responded to different types of injuries, the apparent density variations in different parts of his anatomy. Eve took rapid notes, occasionally interrupting with questions that demonstrated her sharp understanding of both physics and biology. As they worked, Megumi noticed her gradually relaxing, her formal scientist persona giving way to something more natural. "You know," she said during a brief pause, "this is the first time we've really collaborated without me having to drag information out of you." Her tone was light, almost teasing. "It's nice." Megumi raised an eyebrow slightly. "The circumstances are different. This project has clear strategic value." Eve rolled her eyes. "Right? Because everything has to have strategic value with you." She set down her tablet, leaning against the desk. "Would it kill you to admit you might actually enjoy working together?" The directness of her question caught him slightly off guard. "I find our collaboration productive," he allowed. "Wow, high praise from the great Sukuna," Eve said with a laugh. "I'll take it." There was something disarming about her in this moment the professional scientist and obsessive observer temporarily set aside, revealing just intelligent, perceptive, and surprisingly easy to talk to when not fixated on unraveling his every secret. "You're different here," Megumi observed. "More human," Eve suggested when he didn't finish. "Yeah, well, the lab is my space. I don't have to be Adam Eve here, or even the teen team's resident science genius. I can just be me." Megumi nodded, understanding the sentiment more than she might realize. Everyone wore masks, some literal, some metaphorical. The freedom to set those aside even briefly was rare. "So," Eve continued, her tone deliberately casual as she turned back to the holographic display, "what about you? Do you have a space where you can just be you?" "I'm always myself," Megumi replied, though he knew it wasn't entirely true. Even now, with his 3 lives integrated, he maintained careful boundaries between his various personas. Eve shot him a skeptical look. "Right? Because the guy who barely speaks during team meetings and the tactical mastermind who just led a perfect defense simulation and the guy who sometimes talks like he's from another century are all the same person." Her perception was uncomfortably accurate. "People contain multitudes," he said simply. "Walt Whitman," Eve noted with a smile. "See? That's what I mean. 1 minute you're all tactical assessment, and the next you're quoting 19th century poetry. You're a walking contradiction, Megumi Fushiguro." The use of his civilian name in this context casual, familiar should have irritated him. Instead, he found himself surprisingly unbothered by it. "Perhaps apparent contradictions are what make people interesting," he replied. Eve's smile widened. "Now that's something we can agree on." She turned back to the hologram, making a few adjustments. "Speaking of interesting contradictions, I've been thinking about our dinner a few weeks ago." Megumi tensed slightly, wary of where this might be heading. "You were more open then," she continued. "More present. I've still been wondering what changed." "Nothing changed," Megumi said carefully. "The context was different." Eve turned to face him fully. "Was it? Or did you just let your guard down for once, and then regret it afterward?" The directness of her question was jarring, but also refreshing after weeks of dancing around the growing tension between them. Perhaps both, he admitted after a moment. Eve nodded, seeming satisfied with even this small acknowledgement. Well, for what it's worth, I liked that version of you. The one who gets excited about good food and isn't afraid to speak his mind. Megumi studied her, reassessing. Her fixation was still evident in the intensity of her gaze, but there was also something genuine in her words and appreciation for who he was, not just fascination with what he could do. For the first time, he considered that perhaps his resistance to her interest wasn't entirely warranted. Was Eve's attention really so different from Mark's friendship or Kenji's familial affection? Different in nature, certainly, but perhaps not in sincerity. The realization was uncomfortable but difficult to dismiss. If he could accept friendship and family connections in this new life, why did he so reflexively reject the possibility of other types of relationships? The answer, of course, was Yorozu. Her obsession, her devotion that had transcended reason. It had been useful at times, but ultimately hollow. A connection based on power and fear rather than genuine understanding. But Eve wasn't Yorozu. Her interest, while intense, stemmed from curiosity and genuine appreciation rather than blind worship. She challenged him, questioned him, saw him as a person obsessed with or not rather than a deity to be revered. The quantum destabilizer, Megumi said, deliberately redirecting the conversation. How soon can you implement these modifications? Eve allowed the change of subject, though her knowing smile suggested she recognized the evasion. With the data you've provided? Maybe 2 weeks for a prototype, another month for testing. Faster if Ray can help with the fabrication. That's within our timeline, Megumi noted. Assuming Nolan's assessment is accurate. And if it isn't? Eve asked. If they come sooner? Then we adapt, Megumi replied simply. As we always have. Eve nodded, turning back to her notes. I should get these calculations started while they're fresh in my mind. But, she hesitated, then continued with unusual directness. Maybe we could grab dinner again sometime? To discuss the progress, of course. Megumi considered the invitation. The strategic value of continuing their collaboration was clear. The weapon development was crucial to Earth's defense. But he found himself considering other factors as well: the engaging quality of her mind, the comfort of conversation with someone who saw beyond his carefully constructed facades. Perhaps it wouldn't be so terrible to explore this potential connection further. Not with the intensity Eve might hope for, perhaps, but with an openness he hadn't allowed himself previously. He'd need to be careful, though. He himself was quite possessive when he considered something his. It would be in ways that would make Yorozu and Eve's obsessions trivial in comparison. Perhaps, he began, but stopped abruptly. A sensation washed over him, a familiar energy signature that he hadn't felt since his arrival in this world. Cold, precise, and unmistakable in its nature. Cursed energy, but not his own. Megumi? Eve asked, concern replacing her earlier confidence. What's wrong? He was already moving toward the door, his body responding before his mind could fully process the implications. I need to go. Something's happened. What? Wait, Eve called after him. At least tell me what's going on. I'll contact you later, he said, not slowing his pace. This is important. He was out of the lab and moving through the GDA facility at a speed that drew startled looks from personnel he passed. The moment he reached the exterior, he abandoned all pretense of normal human movement, channeling cursed energy to enhance his speed to its maximum. The energy signature was coming from the outskirts of the city, near an abandoned industrial area. As he raced toward it, his mind cycled through possibilities, each more unlikely than the last. Couldn't be what he thought. It was impossible. And yet, the signature was unmistakable, as distinctive to him as his own reflection, a cursed energy he had known intimately for decades in another life. He arrived at the source, a derelict warehouse with broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. The area was deserted. The only sound the distant hum of highway traffic and the soft whistle of wind through the damaged building. Megumi approached cautiously, every sense heightened, cursed energy ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. He pushed open the rusted door, its hinges protesting with a metallic groan. The interior was dim, dust motes dancing in the few shafts of late afternoon sunlight that penetrated the broken roof. At the center of the vast empty space stood a figure slender, female, dressed in traditional Japanese clothing that looked wildly out of place in this modern, abandoned setting. She turned as he entered, her face as familiar to him as his own despite the time that had passed since he had last seen it. Her eyes widened in recognition, a mixture of disbelief and joy spreading across her features. "Sukuna-sama," Yuram called out, her voice carrying the same reverent tone he remembered from 1,000 years ago. "I have found you at last." Reunion time seemed to stand still in the abandoned warehouse as Sukuna stared at the figure before him. Yuram, his faithful servant, his personal chef, the closest thing to family he had known in his centuries as the king of curses, stood just meters away, as real and tangible as the dusty floor beneath his feet. "Yuram," he said, his voice betraying more emotion than he would normally allow. "How is this possible?" She took a hesitant step forward, her traditional kimono rustling softly in the silence of the warehouse. Her eyes never left his face, drinking in his features as if afraid he might disappear at any moment. "Sukuna-sama," she repeated, her voice trembling slightly. "It is truly you. I was not certain the ritual would work." Sukuna approached her slowly, his senses alert for any sign of deception or danger. But there was none. This was undeniably Yuram, her cursed energy signature as familiar to him as his own. The cold, precise aura that had always complemented his fiery power perfectly. "Explain," he commanded, though his tone lacked the harshness it might once have carried. "How did you find me? How did you cross between worlds?" Yuram immediately knelt in a formal position, head bowed in respect, a gesture that seemed both archaic and deeply personal in this abandoned modern setting. "Forgive my presumption in seeking you out, Sukuna-sama," she began, her voice steadying as she fell into the familiar rhythm of reporting to her master. "After your disappearance, when Fushiguro regained control of his body before the battle with Gojo Satoru, I fled." Sukuna's expression darkened at the mention of Gojo, his final battle, the one he had been preparing for, only to have it snatched away. He was still somewhat bitter about not being able to kill the Six Eyes. "Continue," he said, moving to sit on a broken concrete pillar, gesturing for Yuram to rise. She did so, though she remained standing at a respectful distance. "I sought out Kenjaku, believing she might know what had happened to you. We collaborated, researching ways to locate you." "Kenjaku?" Sukuna repeated, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Always interfering, always scheming. What did she want in return?" "Knowledge," Yuram replied simply. "Information about you that only I possessed. Your techniques, your binding vows, your preferences." Sukuna nodded. That sounded like Kenjaku forever collecting data, storing it away for some future machination. "And what did you discover?" "That you were not dead," Yuram said, a flash of fierce loyalty in her eyes. We refused to believe it, and the evidence supported our conviction. Your essence had not dispersed as it would have in death. It had transferred, moved beyond our realm entirely. And so you followed," Sukuna concluded, studying her with new interest. "How?" Yuram hesitated, and for the first time, a flicker of apprehension crossed her face. "I devised a method, a binding vow of unprecedented scale." "Explain," Sukuna commanded again, leaning forward slightly. "I used your remaining finger as an anchor," she began, her voice steady despite her obvious concern about his reaction. "The last fragment of your original body that remained in our world. With it, I could establish a connection to your essence, wherever it had gone." Sukuna's eyes narrowed. A finger alone would not provide sufficient connection for interdimensional travel. "What else?" Yuram's hands clasped tightly before her. "I sacrificed items of significance, cursed tools of immense value, the Kamyutoke being among them." At this, Sukuna's expression darkened visibly. The kami took his cursed tool, one of his two favored weapons that he used to bring the Void Generals and the Fujiwara clan to their knees alongside the entire army of sorcerers of the Heian era. It had been lost till Yorozu recreated it upon her death, a foolish notion of love from her, attempting to kindle some feeling of affection and remembrance towards her when using it in the future, despite him being her killer. You destroyed the Kamyutoke? His voice was dangerously quiet. Yuram immediately prostrated herself, forehead touching the dusty floor. Forgive me, Sukuna-sama. I know it was precious to you, but I deemed finding you more important than preserving any artifact, no matter its value. I will accept any punishment you deem appropriate. For a moment, Sukuna remained silent, his face unreadable as he considered her words. In his previous life, such presumption might have been met with immediate, terrible consequences. The Yuram he had known would have expected nothing less. But he was not that Sukuna anymore, not entirely. And besides this, he never expected to regain Kamyutoke or Hiten anyway without recreating them himself. Rise, Yuram, he said finally, his tone softer than she would have expected. The Kamyutoke was merely an object. Valuable, yes, but replaceable. Continue your explanation. Surprise flickered across her features as she straightened, clearly having expected a harsher response. Even with the finger and the sacrifice tools, the vow required more. Something of true value. And what did you offer? Sukuna asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Yuram met his gaze directly. My ability to make binding vows. A heavy silence fell between them as Sukuna processed this revelation. The sacrifice of one's ability to make binding vows was not merely giving up a technique or capability, it was severing a fundamental connection to the very fabric of jujutsu itself. You sacrificed your connection to the binding vow system. To find me? He asked, unable to fully mask his astonishment. Yes, Sukuna-sama, she replied simply, as if the decision had been obvious. It was the only offering significant enough to power the vow I needed. Sukuna rose from his seat, pacing the dusty floor as he considered the implications. A memory surfaced, one from centuries ago, when he had first explained binding vows to a young Yuram. Flashback. The forest clearing was silent except for the soft sound of flowing water from a nearby stream. Sukuna sat cross-legged on a flat stone, watching as his young servant practiced the technique he had just taught her. Again, he commanded, observing as Yuram attempted to channel her cursed energy in the way he had demonstrated. Your control is improving, but your understanding is still lacking. The girl, for she was little more than that then, despite her already formidable abilities, paused, frustration evident in her usually composed features. Forgive me, Sukuna-sama, she said, bowing her head. I do not understand why the binding vow requires such specific terms. Sukuna's lips curved in a rare smile that held actual warmth. Because, Yuram, binding vows operate on principles of value and exchange. What is valuable differs from person to person. He gestured to the stream. To a man dying of thirst in the desert, that water would be worth his most prized possession. To us, it is merely convenient. Yuram nodded slowly. So the same sacrifice might yield different results depending on who makes it? Results when it comes to value, Sukuna confirmed. This is why binding vows are particularly useful to the strong. What might be precious to an average sorcerer could be worthless to one such as myself, for the standard is based on what is precious to the average person. He demonstrated by casually slicing his palm, letting blood drip onto the stone. For most, blood represents life, vitality, a significant sacrifice. For me, it is merely fluid, easily replenished. Thus, a blood sacrifice yields me greater returns for lesser cost. Yuram's eyes widened with understanding. Then the most powerful binding vows would require sacrificing. Something truly irreplaceable. Yes, Sukuna agreed. The ultimate binding vow would be to sacrifice one's very ability to make binding vows, to sever one's connection to the system itself. Have you ever attempted such a vow, Sukuna-sama? Yuram asked, her curiosity overcoming her usual reserve. Sukuna's expression darkened momentarily. Once, I failed. Failed? Yuram echoed, clearly surprised that her master would admit to any failure. Heaven will not sever its connection with its son, Sukuna said cryptically. Binding vows are, at their core, a connection to the divine order, to the very rules that govern cursed energy. And well, let's just say my relationship with that order is complicated. The memory faded as Sukuna returned his attention to the present, to Euram kneeling before him in an abandoned warehouse in a world far from their own. You succeeded where I failed, he said quietly. Heaven refused to sever its connection with me, yet you managed to sever yours. Perhaps because I was never connected to heaven in the same way, Euram replied. I was not born as the son of heaven, merely a servant who learned to manipulate cursed energy through dedication and your guidance. Sukuna nodded slowly. And the vow brought you here, to this specific world, this specific location? The vow brought me to you, Sukuna-sama, Euram clarified. Wherever you might be. I had no knowledge of what awaited me, whether it would be death, another realm, or something else entirely. She looked around the warehouse, taking in the unfamiliar architecture and materials. I still do not fully understand where we are. This world. It is strange. The energy here feels different, the very air tastes wrong. We are in another dimension entirely, Sukuna explained. One where jujutsu does not exist as we knew it. Instead, there are superheroes and aliens, beings with powers derived from different sources altogether. Euram's expression remained composed, though her eyes widened slightly. And you have integrated into this world? I have, Sukuna confirmed. Though not by choice initially. I awoke here in this body, still Megumi Fushiguro's form. But in this world, it is truly mine. All my lives are one, my existence as the king of curses, and now this. He studied her reaction carefully. Much has changed, Euram. I have changed. I see that, Sukuna-sama, she said softly, her perceptiveness as sharp as ever. There is a different quality to your cursed energy. Less driven by destruction, more integrated. And you speak differently as well. Sukuna found himself appreciating her insight. Euram had always been more than just a servant, she had been a witness to his existence. Someone who truly knew him across his life. This world faces a threat, he continued. Aliens called Viltrumites, with physical powers that rival or exceed even the strongest cursed spirits. I have aligned myself with this world's defenders. Euram's expression remained neutral, though something flickered in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, or curiosity. You fight alongside others? As an equal. As a leader in many ways, Sukuna corrected. Though yes, I work with them rather than simply commanding them. He paused, considering how much to reveal. I have found connections here. People of value. I understand, Euram said, though her tone suggested she was still processing this significant change in her master's approach. What would you have me do, Sukuna-sama? How may I serve you in this new world? The question hung between them, simple on the surface, but layered with meaning. In asking how she might serve, Euram was reaffirming her dedication to him, but also acknowledging that her role might need to change given his own transformation. Sukuna considered her carefully. Euram's abilities had always been formidable, her ice manipulation, her combat skills, her strategic mind. She could be a valuable asset in the coming conflict with the Viltrumites. But more than that, she represented a connection to his past that was both comforting and complicated. She knew him as he had been the king of curses, feared and revered. She had served that version of him faithfully for centuries. Could she adapt to what he had become? For now, he said finally, you will remain hidden. This world has systems for detecting and monitoring powered individuals. Your arrival has likely already triggered alarms. He moved closer to her, his expression softening slightly. I need to understand how your abilities function in this world, how your cursed energy interacts with the physics here. And I need to prepare others for your presence. Euram nodded immediately. As you wish, Sukuna-sama. I will remain concealed until you determine it is appropriate for me to emerge. And Euram, he added, his tone shifting to something almost gentle, Thank you for finding me, for the sacrifices you made. The words seemed to catch her off guard. In all their time together, expressions of gratitude from Sukuna had been exceedingly rare. Her composure slipped momentarily, revealing genuine emotion beneath. I would have searched forever, Sukuna-sama, she said simply. For as long as it took. Sukuna nodded, acknowledging her loyalty without further comment. There is much to discuss, but not here. This location is too exposed. He considered his options. Taking her to his apartment was too risky. Uncle Kenji might return unexpectedly. The GDA facilities were obviously out of the question. The Grayson house had too many variables with Nolan's enhanced senses. I know a place, he decided. An abandoned construction site I've been using for training. It's isolated and unlikely to draw attention. Yuram rose gracefully to her feet. Lead the way, Sukuna-sama. As they prepared to depart, Sukuna found himself in an unfamiliar position explaining his new world to someone who had known him in his old one. The irony wasn't lost on him. For centuries, he had been the one constant in Yuram's existence, her master, her purpose, her guiding force. Now, in this strange new reality, he would need to help her find her place just as he had found his. The thought was oddly satisfying. Perhaps having someone who truly knew him, who had witnessed his worst and remained loyal nonetheless, would make navigating this complex new life somewhat easier. Or perhaps it would complicate everything beyond measure. Either way, the King of Curses had regained his most faithful servant. The person who he considered his own kin, and that is all that mattered at the moment. Gift for the fallen, the abandoned construction site offered a semblance of privacy. The skeletal framework of unfinished buildings providing cover from prying eyes. Yet even here, amidst the concrete and twisted metal, Sukuna couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The GDA's surveillance network was comprehensive, and he had little doubt that Cecil Stedman was monitoring his every move. For now, however, the immediate priority was Yuram. As they sat in the familiar alcove of the unfinished basement, Sukuna activated his communicator, accessing a secure GDA database with the skills he had acquired over the past few months. I need to create a background for you, he explained, his fingers flying across the touchscreen. Something that will allow you to exist in this world without drawing unwanted attention. Yuram watched him with quiet curiosity, her head tilted slightly as she observed this display of modern technology. What are you doing, Sukuna-sama? Fabricating a new identity, he replied, his attention focused on the screen. This world, just like the modern world we both woke into in our previous world, relies heavily on documentation: birth certificates, social security numbers, driver's licenses. Without these, you'll be an anomaly, easily detected by authorities. He located a suitable candidate in the database, a woman who had died in infancy, leaving behind a clean slate with no existing records. This will do, he murmured, downloading the information and preparing to alter it to fit Yuram's needs. Is that permitted? Yuram asked, a hint of concern entering her voice. Will it not bring unwanted attention from those in power? Sukuna's lips curved into a sardonic smile. I don't ask for permission, Yuram. I simply take what is needed. And as for attention, that is easily managed. He spent the next hour meticulously crafting Yuram's new identity, drawing on his knowledge of human systems and his acquired hacking skills to create a persona that was both believable and untraceable. Date of birth, social security number, educational records, employment history, all were carefully fabricated and inserted into the appropriate databases, creating a digital footprint that would withstand casual scrutiny. There, he said finally, leaning back with satisfaction. You are now Tsukumo Aoi, a freelance chef with a passion for traditional Japanese cuisine. You have a small apartment in the city center, a clean criminal record, and a history of paying your taxes on time. He turned the tablet toward Yuram, displaying a photograph he had generated using advanced AI software, a stylized image that captured her likeness while subtly altering her features to align with her new identity. Yuram studied the image with detached curiosity. Aoi Tsukumo, she repeated, testing the name on her tongue. Does this persona please you, Sukuna-sama? It's functional, Sukuna replied. It will allow you to exist without drawing attention. But that's just a tool. What matters is who you truly are and your loyalty to me. That will never change, Yuram assured him, her eyes meeting his with unwavering devotion. Satisfied, Sukuna closed the tablet and set it aside. There's still the matter of your cursed energy. It's unlike anything that exists in this world. Its presence will be detectable to those who know what to look for. And you believe there are others who can sense such things? Yuram asked, her expression sharpening. Sukuna nodded. I do. I can sense them, though they are far from here. It is of no concern to me, however. He paused, considering his options. For now, you will suppress your cursed energy as much as possible. I will teach you methods to blend it with the background radiation of this world, to make it less noticeable. I will learn quickly, Yuram promised. I have no doubt, Sukuna replied, a hint of warmth entering his voice. As he began explaining the principles of energy suppression, a new sensation washed over him, a faint but unmistakable trace of divine energy. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but familiar enough to make him pause mid-sentence. What is it, Sukuna-sama? Yuram asked, sensing the change in his demeanor. Something unexpected, he murmured, rising to his feet. A gift, perhaps, from an unlikely source. He closed his eyes, focusing on the source of the energy, a point in the sky directly above them. A connection to heaven, the same force that had prevented him from sacrificing his ability to make binding vows centuries ago. The energy was faint, almost hesitant, but undeniably present. It carried a message not in words, but in a feeling, an impression. Guidance, acceptance, approval. Sukuna opened his eyes, a mixture of surprise and something akin to amusement on his face. It seems heaven has decided to do a favor for its fallen son, he said to Yuram. What do you mean, Sukuna-sama? The new identity I created for you, Sukuna explained. It has been blessed, enhanced. It will withstand scrutiny far better than I initially believed possible. He accessed the GDA database again, pulling up Yuram's newly created profile. The information was the same as before, but there was now a subtle layer of protection, a divine seal that masked any inconsistencies and deflected any attempts to tamper with the data. It seems your new identity has been verified at the highest levels, Sukuna murmured, a hint of wry amusement in his voice. No one will question who you are, where you came from, or what you're doing here. You are now officially Aoi Tsukumo. Yuram's eyes widened slightly. By whose power, Sukuna-sama? By the power of heaven itself, Sukuna replied, and for the first time in centuries, he found himself smiling at something not entirely of his own making. It seems even the divine have their uses, he added, mostly to himself. He set down the tablet and turned his attention to Yuram, studying her with a critical eye. Now that she had a legitimate identity, the next step was to integrate her into this new world. You'll need to familiarize yourself with modern customs and technology, he said. Learn to use a computer, a smartphone, a credit card. Observe how people interact, how they dress, how they speak. I will learn quickly, Sukuna-sama, Yuram assured him. I have no doubt, Sukuna replied. And while you're doing that, I'll be working on a more pressing problem. He turned away, pacing the dusty floor as he considered the implications of this unexpected divine intervention. Why would heaven, which had seemingly abandoned him centuries ago, suddenly take an interest in his affairs? It had a second son after all, Satoru Gojo, both of them having been born under celestial phenomenon. Satoru Gojo, shifting the balance of the world, the cloudless sky lit with bright stars, a sensation of pressure engulfing all of Japan upon his birth, as was what he read from the documents Kenjaku provided. It was a contrast to his birth phenomenon. Rather than something beautiful, his was destructive. The cursed energy of the entire nation boiled upon his first breath. Upon his first cry, the rivers burned, sorcerers and civilians alike died. A demon he was called. Ironic, for he was the first heaven's first attempt at providing guidance toward sorcerers, as was what his grandmother Tengen told him. Rejection, hatred, and revulsion towards their supposed guide. Their savior from the evils of curses. Sukuna scoffed at the thought. He had defied that purpose. Guidance towards those weaklings who only knew to show him hate? Ridiculous. Though still, beyond it all one must wonder and question. Why the aid? Why aid him despite his rebellion to his purpose? Sukuna turned back to Yuram, a new thought occurring to him. The divine intervention was indeed unprecedented. Heaven did not simply bestow favors without cause or invocation. Yuram, he said, his voice taking on a more formal tone. Tell me the exact wording of your binding vow, the precise terms you used to sever your connection to the binding vow system. Yuram straightened, her expression solemn as she recalled the ritual that had brought her across dimensions. Of course, Sukuna-sama. She closed her eyes, reciting from memory. I, Yuram, faithful servant to Ryuman Sukuna, the honored one, first son of heaven, do hereby relinquish my connection to the binding vow system that governs all jujutsu. I surrender this fundamental right so that I may follow my master beyond the boundaries of our world, wherever his essence may have traveled. By heaven's witness and by the authority granted to those who serve its firstborn, I claim passage to Sukuna-sama's side, that I may continue my service as was ordained when first I pledged myself to him. Sukuna's eyes narrowed as he processed her words. By heaven's witness, he repeated softly, and by the authority granted to those who serve its firstborn. Yes, Sukuna-sama, Yuram confirmed. I invoked your status as heaven's firstborn to strengthen the vow. Was that presumptuous of me? No, Sukuna said, a hint of amusement in his voice. It was clever, perhaps more clever than you realized. He paced the room again, the pieces falling into place. You invoked heaven directly in your vow. You claimed authority through your service to me, to the first son. And heaven responded. I don't understand, Sukuna-sama, Yuram admitted, her brow furrowing slightly. Heaven does not interfere in mortal affairs without invitation, the vow system akin to a hand of it being called upon, Sukuna explained. It cannot otherwise act directly. Your binding vow created such a channel not just to find me, but to establish your place at my side. He gestured to the tablet displaying her new identity. The protection now surrounding your fabricated identity isn't my doing, nor is it merely digital. It's divine sanction. Heaven has acknowledged your right to be here with me. Yuram's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Then my vow. It continues to function even though I surrendered my ability to make binding vows? In a manner of speaking, Sukuna nodded. The vow itself is complete. You found me, as you intended. But the invocation of heaven's witness created an ongoing recognition of your status. A divine acknowledgement that you belong at my side. He studied her with renewed interest. You may have surrendered your ability to make binding vows, Yuram, but in doing so, you gained something perhaps more valuable, heaven's recognition of your service to its firstborn son. Yuram bowed her head, humbled by the implications. I sought only to find you, Sukuna-sama. Any other consequence was unintended. Intended or not, it works in our favor, Sukuna replied. Your presence here now has divine sanction. Even those who might sense something unusual about your existence in this world will find their suspicions diverted. He fell silent for a moment, contemplating this unexpected development. Heaven, which had turned from him when he rejected his purpose as its guide, had now indirectly aided his faithful servant. Perhaps not for his sake, but for hers, for the devotion she had shown in following her ordained path when he himself had abandoned his. The irony is not lost on me, he murmured, more to himself than to Yuram. Heaven aids the servant while continuing to ignore the son. Sukuna-sama? Yuram questioned softly. He waved away her concern. It's nothing. A reflection on old grievances that matter little now. He returned his attention to the practical matters at hand. We should continue with your integration. There is much to teach you about this world and how to navigate it. As they resumed their discussion of modern customs and technology, Sukuna found himself contemplating the complex web of divine intervention, personal choice, and cosmic balance that had brought them to this point. Heaven may have abandoned him when he rejected his purpose, but it had not forgotten him, nor, apparently, those who remained faithful to him despite his fall. A gift for the fallen son's most loyal servant. Perhaps even a message to the sun himself. Sukuna dismissed the thought. Divine intentions were irrelevant. What mattered was that Yuram was here. Her presence legitimized beyond what he could have arranged himself. Another piece on the board as he prepared for the coming conflict with the Viltrumites. And perhaps, though he would scarcely admit it even to himself, a welcome reminder of a time when he was not just powerful but truly revered. Tension. The Grayson household buzzed with unusual activity. Debbie moved about the kitchen with excited energy, arranging platters and checking the dining room table for the third time. Mark leaned against the doorframe, watching his mother's preparations with amusement. "Mom, it's just dinner with Megumi and his friend," he said. "Not a state dinner with the president." Debbie paused, smoothing her apron. I know, but it's the first time Megumi's ever brought a friend here. I want to make a good impression." Mark smiled. "I think that ship sailed when he found out Dad was planning to conquer Earth." "Mark!" Debbie scolded, though there was no real heat in it. They had all grown accustomed to the strange new reality of their family situation over the past months. Nolan entered from his study, eyebrow raised at the elaborate preparations. "Debbie, I think you've outdone yourself." "I just want everything to be perfect," she replied. "Megumi's become important to this family. If his friend is important to him, then—" The doorbell rang, interrupting her explanation. Mark pushed off from the doorframe. "I'll get it." He opened the door to find Megumi standing beside a slender Japanese woman with striking features and an air of composed dignity. She wore a simple but elegant black dress that somehow made her look both modern and timeless. "Hey!" Mark greeted, stepping aside. "Come in. Mom's been cooking all day." "This is Tsukumo," Megumi said as they entered. His tone casual, but with an underlying formality that Mark had come to recognize as his friend shifting into a more public persona. "She's a chef I've been hiring to prepare meals for me occasionally." Tsukumo bowed slightly, her movements precise and graceful. "It is a pleasure to meet Megumi-san's friends," she said, her accent noticeable but her English clear. "Thank you for inviting me to your home." Mark led them to the living room where Nolan and Debbie waited. The introductions continued, with Debbie warmly welcoming Tsukumo, while Nolan studied her with that penetrating gaze he reserved for new variables in his environment. "A chef?" Nolan inquired, his tone conversational but his eyes watchful. "That's an interesting profession. I specialize in traditional Japanese cuisine," Tsukumo replied with perfect composure. "Megumi-san appreciates authentic flavors that are difficult to find in this city." "Tsukumo is being modest," Megumi interjected. "Her food rivals the best I've ever tasted." Coming from Megumi, whose appreciation for culinary excellence was well known among his friends, this was high praise indeed. Debbie's eyes lit up with interest. "I'd love to hear about these cooking techniques," she said, gesturing toward the kitchen. "Would you mind if I asked for some tips while we finish preparing dinner?" "It would be my honor," Tsukumo replied with another small bow. As the women moved toward the kitchen, Mark noticed something curious, the way Megumi's eyes followed Tsukumo. Not with the interest of someone attracted to her, but with something more complex, something almost protective. "So," Nolan said once they were alone, "how did you meet your chef friend?" Megumi's expression remained neutral. "I found her restaurant online. After tasting her food, I arranged for private cooking services." "Convenient," Nolan observed. "And she just happened to be available whenever you needed her?" "Good food is worth arranging one's schedule around," Megumi replied smoothly. Mark glanced between them, sensing the subtle tension. "Dad, what's with the third degree? Megumi's allowed to have friends outside the team." Nolan's expression softened slightly. "Of course. I'm merely curious about someone new entering our circle, given our unique situation." From the kitchen, the sound of Debbie's delighted laughter floated through the house. Whatever Tsukumo had shared with her had clearly made an impression. "She seems nice," Mark offered, trying to break the tension. "And if she cooks as well as you say, Maybe we should hire her for family dinners sometimes. Perhaps, Megumi agreed, though something in his tone suggested he found the idea unlikely. Mark hesitated before adding in a lower voice. Eve is going to lose her mind when she finds out about this, you know? Megumi's expression remained carefully neutral. Why would Eve have any reaction to my hiring a chef? Come on, Mark said with a knowing look. You've seen how she gets about you. She practically scans anyone who comes within 10 feet of you with those molecular vision eyes of hers. Eve's interest is scientific, Megumi replied dismissively. Mark snorted. Yeah, and Dad's just a regular science writer. Dinner itself was a curious blend of Debbie's home cooking and elements that Tsukumo had clearly influenced. The presentation more artful, certain flavors more pronounced. Throughout the meal, Mark observed the dynamic between Megumi and Tsukumo with growing interest. They didn't interact like new acquaintances. There was a familiarity in their exchanges, a shorthand in their communication that suggested a much longer association than Megumi had implied. Tsukumo anticipated Megumi's preferences without being told, serving him precisely what he wanted before he could ask. More telling was how Megumi behaved around her. Slightly less guarded than usual, his responses less measured, as if her presence allowed him to relax a fraction of his perpetual vigilance. Tsukumo, Nolan said during a lull in the conversation. Megumi mentioned you're a freelance chef. Have you been in that line of work long? Several years, she replied smoothly. I trained in Japan before coming to America to expand my culinary horizons. And what brought you to this particular city? Nolan pressed, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. Tsukumo met his gaze without hesitation. Opportunity. There are few authentic Japanese chefs here, which creates demand for my skills. Lucky for Megumi, Debbie interjected with a warm smile. Finding food that reminds you of home must be comforting. Indeed, Tsukumo agreed, her eyes briefly meeting Megumi's. Familiar tastes can ground us, even in unfamiliar surroundings. The conversation shifted to other topics: school, current events, the ongoing preparations for what everyone present knew was coming but avoided naming directly. Throughout it all, Mark continued his observation, increasingly certain that there was more to Tsukumo than Megumi was revealing. After dinner, as they moved to the living room for coffee, Mark managed to catch Megumi alone for a moment in the hallway. So, you want to tell me the real story? He asked quietly. Megumi raised an eyebrow. About Tsukumo, Mark said. You two have known each other a lot longer than you're letting on. For a moment, Megumi seemed to consider his options. Then, with a slight nod, he acknowledged the truth of Mark's observation. She's an old friend, he admitted. Someone I knew before. I trust her completely. Why the secrecy then? Mark asked, genuinely curious rather than accusatory. Simplicity, Megumi replied. The fewer complications in our current situation, the better. Mark studied his friend, recognizing there was still more being left unsaid. But he also understood Megumi well enough by now to know when not to push. She seems cool, he said instead. And Mom's practically adopted her already. Though seriously, he added, lowering his voice, Eve is going to freak. You know how she gets about you. She's been doing that weird molecular scan thing on you every time we mention any woman in the same sentence as your name. Between you and me, Mark stated his last words becoming a whisper. I think she's checking whether you know? Mark began, making a ring with 2 fingers and a single finger near it. Released it with anyone. Megumi's expression remained impassive, but a flicker of annoyance crossed his features at Mark's crude gesture. Eve's personal concerns are irrelevant to our mission, he replied coolly, and I'd suggest focusing on more pressing matters than juvenile speculation about others' private lives. Mark raised his hands defensively. Hey, I'm just giving you a heads up. You know how Eve gets when she's interested in something, or someone, so-called scientific curiosity and all that. Before Megumi could respond, they were interrupted by Debbie calling them back to the living room. The rest of the evening passed without incident, though Mark continued to observe the curious dynamic between Megumi and Tsukumo with growing fascination. Later that week, Megumi returned to his apartment after a particularly grueling training session with the teen team. His muscles ached pleasantly from exertion, a reminder of progress made in their preparations for the coming Viltrumite threat. The apartment was quiet, Uncle Kenji having gone out with friends from the hospital, a rare social evening made possible by his reduced work schedule. The financial support from the GDA had transformed his uncle's life, allowing him time for friendships and hobbies long neglected during years of overtime shifts. Megumi moved through the darkened apartment with practiced ease, making his way to the kitchen. The light from the refrigerator illuminated Uram, who stood at the counter preparing what appeared to be a late dinner. "You sensed my approach," Megumi observed, not surprised by her presence. They had established this routine over the past week, Uram arriving to prepare meals when Uncle Kenji was absent. "Of course, Sukuna-sama," she replied, her movements precise as she arranged sliced fish on a plate. "Your energy signature is unmistakable, even when suppressed." Megumi nodded, taking a seat at the kitchen island to watch her work. There was something again oddly comforting about having her here, a connection to his past life that, despite its complications, felt like a form of continuity in this strange new existence. "The Graysons were impressed by you when I introduced you," he commented, accepting a cup of tea she had prepared in anticipation of his arrival. Uram inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "The mother is kind. The son is observant. The father—" She paused, considering her words carefully. "The father carries power and suspicion in equal measure." "An accurate assessment," Megumi agreed. "Nolan Grayson is not easily deceived. Yet he accepted my presence," Uram noted, arranging vegetables with artistic precision. "For now," Megumi replied. "His focus remains on the larger threat to Earth. A chef, even one with unusual energy, is a minor concern by comparison." The doorbell rang, interrupting their conversation. Megumi tensed slightly. They weren't expecting visitors, and Uncle Kenji had his own keys. "Remain here," he instructed Uram, rising from his seat. He moved to the door with cautious steps, extending his senses to identify the visitor. The familiar signature of molecular energy confirmed his suspicion before he even reached the entrance. He opened the door to find her standing in the hallway, a tablet clutched in one hand and a determined expression on her face. "Eve," he greeted her, keeping his tone neutral. "This is unexpected. Sorry to drop by unannounced," she said, though her expression suggested she wasn't particularly sorry. "But I've made a breakthrough with the quantum destabilizer targeting system. I thought you'd want to see it right away." She was already moving past him into the apartment before he could respond, her steps purposeful as she headed toward the living room. "I've managed to isolate the specific molecular signature that differentiates Viltrumite's cellular structure from human," she continued, activating her tablet. "If we modify the resonance frequency to—" She stopped abruptly as she sensed another presence in the apartment. Her head turned toward the kitchen, where Uram stood in the doorway, her posture composed but alert. The atmosphere shifted instantly, a palpable tension filling the space between the two women. "Oh," Eve said, her voice carefully controlled. "I didn't realize you had company." Megumi moved to stand between them, his expression revealing nothing of his internal calculations. "Eve, this is Tsukumo Aoi," he introduced formally. "She's a chef I've hired to prepare authentic Japanese cuisine." "A chef?" Eve repeated, her eyes briefly flashing pink as she instinctively activated her powers. "How convenient." Uram bowed slightly, her face a perfect mask of polite deference. "It is a pleasure to meet Megumi-san's colleague." Eve's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Colleague? I think we're a bit more than that." She moved closer to Megumi, casually placing her hand on his arm. "Megumi and I have been working closely together for months now. We've developed quite the connection." Uram's expression remained impassive, though her eyes tracked Eve's hand on Megumi's arm. "I've been helping Megumi refine his abilities," Eve continued, not removing her hand. "We spend hours together in the lab, just the two of us. It's quite intimate work." "Eve," Megumi said, his tone carrying a subtle warning as he gently but firmly removed her hand from his arm. Tsukumo has prepared dinner. Perhaps you'd like to continue our discussion over a meal. Eve's eyes narrowed slightly at the rebuff, but she recovered quickly. Actually, I brought dinner for us. She gestured to a bag by the door that Megumi hadn't noticed earlier. I thought we could go over the data while we ate. Just us. How thoughtful, Yuram commented, her voice perfectly neutral. However, I have already prepared Megumi-san's favorite dishes. Perhaps another time. Eve turned to face Yuram fully, her stance subtly shifting to one of challenge. I'm sure your cooking is lovely, but Megumi and I have important work to discuss. Time-sensitive matters that can't wait. The quantum destabilizer, Megumi interjected smoothly. You mentioned a breakthrough? Yes, Eve said, activating her tablet again, though her attention remained partially on Yuram. I've made significant progress on the targeting system. Something I wanted to share with you first, before the others. She emphasized the last words, a clear message of privileged status. Perhaps I should leave you to your discussion, Yuram offered, though she made no move to actually depart. No need, Eve replied with false sweetness. I'm sure you can continue your cooking, while Megumi and I work. We're used to focusing despite distractions. She moved to the living room couch, deliberately setting her tablet on the coffee table and arranging herself comfortably, as if staking a claim to the space. Megumi, I need your input on these calibration parameters. Megumi glanced between the two women, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. Tsukumo, please continue with dinner preparations. Eve and I will review her findings in the meantime. Yuram bowed slightly. Of course, Megumi-san. As Yuram returned to the kitchen, Eve patted the space beside her on the couch. These calculations are quite detailed. You'll need to sit close to see properly. Megumi chose the adjacent armchair instead, maintaining a professional distance. I can see perfectly well from here. Eve's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. As you wish. She began her presentation, her voice carrying just loud enough to ensure it would reach the kitchen. As I was saying, I've been working on this non-stop, barely sleeping, really, but it's worth it when we make progress together. For the next 20 minutes, Eve outlined her findings, her explanation scientifically sound but peppered with unnecessary, slightly loud personal references. Remember when we discussed this late in the lab last week? And that approach you suggested during our dinner really paid off. Megumi listened attentively, offering insights and suggestions where appropriate, all while acutely aware of the emotional undercurrents swirling beneath the scientific discussion. When Eve finally concluded her presentation, she closed her tablet with a decisive snap. So, what do you think? With these modifications, we could have a functional prototype within a week. Your work is impressive, Megumi acknowledged genuinely. The targeting solution is elegant. Eve's expression softened slightly at the praise, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Thank you. I've been working on it non-stop since our last session. A delicate cough from the kitchen doorway drew their attention. Yuram stood there, her posture respectful. Forgive the interruption, but dinner is prepared, Megumi-san. Should I set a place for your guest as well? Before Megumi could respond, Eve rose from the couch, moving to stand close beside him. Actually, I think Megumi and I should continue this discussion at my lab. We have equipment there that would help visualize these calculations better. She turned to him, her expression a mixture of determination and possessiveness. Don't you agree? The discussion can continue here, Megumi replied evenly. The data is comprehensive, and your explanation was clear. Eve's smile became fixed. But the prototype components are at the lab. We could make actual progress tonight if we went there now. The hour is late, Megumi observed, and we both need to maintain our strength for tomorrow's training session. Eve hesitated, clearly weighing her options. Then, with visible reluctance, she nodded. You're right, of course. Efficiency requires proper rest. She gathered her tablet, her movements precise and controlled. I should go then. Let you enjoy your dinner. She walked to the door with Megumi following, then paused in the entryway. "Oh, I almost forgot. Cecil wants us to run a joint simulation tomorrow with the Guardians. He specifically requested that you and I work together on the tactical approach." Her voice carried just enough to ensure Yuram would hear. "We make such an effective team, after all." "I'll be at the facility at the usual time," Megumi confirmed. Eve smiled, reaching out to straighten an imaginary wrinkle on his shirt collar. "Perfect. I'll be waiting." She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a more intimate level. "She's not just a chef to you, is she?" Megumi met her gaze steadily. "Tsukumo is exactly what I said she is." "No one is ever exactly what they seem, Megumi," Eve replied, her eyes searching his. "Not even you." She stepped back, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. "Especially not you." "We all contain multitudes," Megumi replied, using the phrase that had become something of a refrain between them. "Some more than others," Eve responded with a pointed look toward the kitchen. She stepped into the hallway, then turned back one last time. "I'll see you tomorrow. Don't be late." With that parting instruction, she departed, leaving Megumi standing in the doorway, watching her retreating figure with a mixture of concern and resignation. When he returned to the kitchen, Yuram was arranging their meal with her usual precision, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. "She is perceptive," Yuram observed quietly, placing a perfectly arranged plate before him. "And possessive. Reminds me of someone." Yorozu's name was unspoken between them. Megumi sat, appreciating the artistry of the presentation. "Eve is complicated. She sees you clearly," Yuram continued, taking her own seat across from him. "Or at least she believes she does. She senses your true nature, even if she cannot name it." "Eve sees patterns where others see only chaos," Megumi acknowledged. "It makes her valuable as an ally, but also potentially problematic." "And as more than an ally?" Yuram asked, her tone carefully neutral as she poured tea. Megumi paused, considering the question. "That remains to be seen. Though perhaps not for long, since he himself has begun to consider what it would be like to accept her advances." They ate in companionable silence for a while, the familiar flavors of Yuram's cooking bringing a sense of continuity that transcended worlds and lifetimes. "She will return," Yuram said finally. "Her curiosity and her possessiveness will drive her to seek answers." "I know," Megumi replied. "And when she does, we'll be prepared." "As you wish, Sukuna-sama," Yuram said with a slight bow of her head. As they continued their meal, Megumi found himself contemplating the growing complications in his carefully constructed life. Eve's perception, Yuram's presence, the approaching Viltrumite threat, all variables in an increasingly complex equation. But complexity, like the flavors in a well-prepared dish, could be appreciated for its own sake. And as the greatest sorcerer he knew well, true mastery came not from avoiding complications, but from turning them to one's advantage. 3 weeks passed in a blur of preparation and tension. The Quantum Destabilizer project had entered its final testing phase, the Guardians and Teen Team had established joint training protocols, and Earth's defenses were steadily strengthening against the coming Viltrumite threat. Yet amid this global crisis, a more personal tension had been building to breaking point. Eve stood in her laboratory, staring at the molecular simulation before her without really seeing it. Her mind was elsewhere, replaying the same patterns that had consumed her thoughts for weeks. Megumi and Tsukumo. Every interaction she'd observed between them carried an intimacy that drove her to distraction. The way they communicated without words, the way Tsukumo anticipated Megumi's needs before he expressed them, the way his usual guardedness softened slightly in her presence. It wasn't romantic. Eve had analyzed their body language enough to determine that much. But it was something deep and established, something that excluded her completely, and it was driving her mad. She'd started tracking their movements obsessively, creating complex algorithms to predict where they might appear together, manufacturing reasons to be present whenever they met. Her lab notebooks, once filled with elegant scientific formulas, now contained pages of observations about their interactions, precise timestamps, duration of eye contact, frequency of proximity. Simulation complete, the computer announced, startling her from her thoughts. Eve blinked, forcing her attention back to the task at hand. The quantum destabilizer's targeting system had successfully discriminated between Viltrumite and human cellular structures in all 500 test scenarios. Under normal circumstances, this achievement would have filled her with triumph. Instead, she felt only a hollow satisfaction, her thoughts immediately turning to sharing the news with Megumi. Would he be impressed? Would this finally be enough to break through his careful distance? She ran her fingers over the simulation results, imagining his reaction. Would his eyes light up with that rare spark of genuine interest? Would he offer one of those rare, precious compliments that she collected and replayed in her mind during sleepless nights? The laboratory door slid open behind her, and Eve turned, her heart rate accelerating as she recognized Megumi's energy signature before she even saw him. She'd become attuned to it over the months, could sense his presence from across a crowded room, could distinguish the subtle variations that indicated his mood or level of energy expenditure. Your message said the final simulations were complete, he said, moving to examine the data displayed across her screens. Yes, Eve confirmed, unable to keep a hint of pride from her voice. Perfect discrimination across all test scenarios. The prototype is ready for physical testing. She watched him intently, cataloging every micro-expression, every subtle shift in his posture. Her enhanced perception, normally focused on molecular structures, had been repurposed to study him with scientific precision. Megumi nodded, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts as he studied the results. Impressive work. Cecil will be pleased. Cecil? Eve repeated, a bitter edge entering her voice. Is that all you can think about? Pleasing Cecil? Preparing for the Viltrumites? Megumi turned to her, one eyebrow raised slightly. Isn't that what we've been working toward? Earth's defense. Yes. But Eve stopped, frustrated by her inability to articulate what she really wanted to say. She turned away, her hands clenching at her sides. Never mind. I'll inform Cecil that the targeting system is ready for implementation. She moved to send the message, but Megumi's voice stopped her. Something's bothering you, he observed. Not a question, but a statement of fact. Eve laughed, the sound brittle even to her own ears. You think. She turned back to face him, weeks of frustration finally boiling over. Her 3 weeks, Megumi. 3 weeks of you avoiding being alone with me. 3 weeks of bringing to every team gathering. 3 weeks of watching you two communicate in some private language no one else understands. Megumi's expression remained carefully neutral. Tsukumo is... Don't, Eve interrupted, raising a hand. Don't tell me she's just a chef. Don't insult my intelligence that way. She stepped closer to him, her eyes glowing faintly pink as her emotions affected her molecular control. What I want to know is why. Why won't you give us a chance? Is there something wrong with me? The raw vulnerability in her voice seemed to catch Megumi off guard. For a moment, his careful mask slipped, revealing something almost like confusion beneath. There's nothing wrong with you, Eve, he said finally, his tone softer than usual. Then why? She pressed, moving closer still. Why won't you accept what's between us? Why won't you love me like I love you? The words hung in the air between them. Eve's declaration finally spoken aloud after months of growing feelings. Her heart pounded in her chest, fear and hope warring within her as she waited for his response. Megumi studied her for a long moment, his red eyes unreadable. Why do you think you love me, Eve? He asked finally, his voice carefully neutral. The question caught her off guard. What do you mean, why? How can you ask that after everything we've been through together? Humor me, he replied, his gaze never leaving hers. What is it about me that inspires such devotion? Eve's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed with determination. If he wanted reasons, she would give him reasons. You're brilliant, she began, her voice gaining strength. Your mind works in ways that challenge me, that make me think differently. You see patterns others miss, connections that elude everyone else. She began pacing, her hands moving expressively as she continued. You're powerful but controlled. I've watched you in battle, the precision, the economy of movement, the absolute mastery over your abilities. It's beautiful, like watching the perfect chemical reaction, where every element behaves exactly as it should. Megumi remained silent, watching her with that intense focus that always made her feel simultaneously exposed and exhilarated. You appreciate beauty, she continued. Not just superficial beauty, but true artistry. The way you respond to exceptional food, to elegant solutions, to perfect execution, it reveals a depth most people lack. I've cataloged every instance where your expression changes when tasting something extraordinary. Did you know that? The slight relaxation around your eyes, the almost imperceptible nod of appreciation. She paused, realizing she might have revealed too much about her observations, but unable to stop now that the floodgates had opened. And you see me, she said, her voice dropping lower, more intense. Really see me. Not just Adam Eve the hero or the science prodigy, but me, my mind. You treat me as an equal. You challenge me. You respect. Her eyes began to glow brighter with emotion. Do you have any idea what that means to me? To be truly seen? My parents never saw me, not really. They saw a project, an achievement to boast about. Our daughter, the prodigy, they'd say to their colleagues. But they never asked what I wanted, what I dreamed about. The bitterness in her voice was palpable now. When my powers manifested, they were terrified not for me, but of me, of what I might do to their precious reputation if word got out. Control yourself, Samantha, they'd say. Don't draw attention. As if my entire existence was an inconvenience to their academic careers. She laughed, a hollow sound. And then when I couldn't hide it anymore, when my best friend betrayed me and told everyone about my abilities, they didn't comfort me. They were angry that I'd allowed myself to be discovered. We moved 3 times because of it, and each time they made it clear that it was my fault, my burden to bear. Eve's hands clenched at her sides, pink energy crackling around her fingers. Even when I joined the teen team, it wasn't about me. It was about my powers, my usefulness. Rex sees me as a tool, a convenient molecular manipulator to complement his explosions. Kate sees me as a competitor. The others see the scientist, the problem solver, the team member. Her voice broke slightly. But you... From that first day in the museum when I froze and you never judged me. You understood my fear without me having to explain it. You saw my weakness and didn't use it against me. She took a step closer, her eyes searching his. And then in the lab, working together, you treated my mind as valuable, not just my powers. You listened to my theories, challenged my assumptions, pushed me to think beyond conventional models. Do you know how rare that is? To be valued for your mind rather than what you can do for others. Eve's expression intensified, a fervent light entering her eyes. I've studied you, Megumi. Every movement, every word, every reaction. I know when you're holding back in training, I can see the precise moment you decide to restrain your true capabilities. I know which foods make your pupils dilate slightly with pleasure. I know that you sleep an average of 4.3 hours per night based on the subtle variations in your energy signature throughout the day. She was breathing faster now, her control slipping as she continued her confession. I've analyzed the molecular composition of every woman who approaches you, looking for weaknesses, for flaws. I've created simulations of potential scenarios where we might be separated, developing countermeasures for each one. I've even calculated the optimal molecular structure for our potential offspring, though I know that's premature. Eve stopped suddenly, seemingly shocked by her own admission, but then her expression hardened with resolve. And yes, I know how that sounds. I know it's not normal, but neither are we, Megumi. Neither are you. You're extraordinary, and ordinary measures of devotion would be insufficient. She took another step closer, close enough now that she could feel the heat radiating from his body. And then there's this connection between us, this resonance. I can feel it on a molecular level, the way our energies interact, complement each other. Don't tell me you don't feel it too. Megumi remained silent for several heartbeats, his expression unreadable. Then, to Eve's surprise, he sighed a small sound that nevertheless carried weight. I feel something, he acknowledged finally. But Eve, I'm not. He paused, seeming to struggle with his words, a rarity for someone usually so precise in his speech. I'm not familiar with this kind of connection. Eve's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Despite my experience with women, he continued carefully, and Eve's expression darkened visibly at the reminder of his past lovers, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to reach out and erase the very memory of them from existence. I have no experience with the emotional aspects of such relationships. The admission seemed to cost him something, a vulnerability he rarely displayed. Connections are difficult for me. Always have been. Eve's expression softened, hope rekindling in her chest. That's all? That's why you've been keeping me at a distance? Because you're not used to emotional connections? She moved closer, emboldened by his admission. Megumi, that's not a reason to avoid trying. It's a reason to start. We can learn together. Her eyes gleamed with a fervent light once more. I can teach you, guide you. I've studied human relationships extensively, analyzed the chemical and neurological components of emotional bonding. I understand the theoretical framework perfectly. It's not that simple, he countered, though something in his tone had shifted. I'm not like other people, Eve. The way I think, the way I feel, it's different. I know that, she insisted, a desperate edge entering her voice. That's part of why she stopped, took a breath, then continued more carefully. That's part of what draws me to you. You're unlike anyone I've ever met. She reached out, hesitantly placing her hand on his arm. Just give us a chance. That's all I'm asking. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I need you, Megumi. I've calculated all possible scenarios for my future, and every optimal outcome includes you. Every single one. Megumi looked down at her hand, then back to her face. Something shifted in his expression, the careful neutrality giving way to something more primal, more intense. In a fluid motion that caught Eve completely by surprise, he reversed their positions, pinning her against the laboratory wall. His hands gripped her wrists, holding them firmly but not painfully above her head, his body close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. Do you truly understand what you're asking for, Eve? He asked, his voice lower, rougher than she'd ever heard it. I don't date, as you might understand it. I don't share. I don't compromise on what I consider mine. His eyes held hers, intense and unblinking. And I am not above removing obstacles that displease me. Permanently. The thinly veiled threat should have frightened her. Instead, Eve felt a shiver of excitement run down her spine, her pupils dilating as she stared back at him. This was the true Megumi, the primal force she had glimpsed beneath his controlled exterior, the power she had sensed lurking behind his careful mask. Good, she whispered, her voice husky with desire. Because I feel the same way. Why do you think I've been scanning every woman who comes near you? Why do you think I've been watching Tsukumo like a hawk? I don't share either, Megumi. A smile spread across her face, not her usual scientific curiosity, but something darker, more possessive. I've wanted you since I first saw what you could do, since I first realized how your mind works. You're mine, whether you've accepted it yet or not. Her eyes glowed with an almost feverish intensity. Do you know I've mapped the molecular structure of every inch of the lab where you've stood? That I can recreate your energy signature in my simulations with 99.8% accuracy? That I've calculated precisely how much force it would take to disassemble someone at the molecular level if they tried to take you from me? For a moment, they remained frozen in that tableau, predator and predator, each recognizing something of themselves in the other. Then Megumi's lips curved into a smile that made Eve's heart race. Perhaps we understand each other better than I thought, he murmured, before she could respond. His mouth claimed hers in a kiss that was nothing like the tentative first explorations of new lovers. This was possession, dominance. A claiming, and Eve responded with equal fervor, her body arching against his as she returned the kiss with a passion that matched his own. Her hands, still pinned above her head, strained against his grip not to escape, but to touch him, to claim him as he was claiming her. He released her wrists, and immediately her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as the kiss deepened. His hands moved to her waist, then lower, lifting her effortlessly as she wrapped her legs around him. The laboratory equipment around them trembled slightly as Eve's molecular control wavered under the onslaught of sensation. Beakers cracked, computer screens flickered, and the molecular simulation she'd been working on earlier dissolved into random patterns as her powers responded to her emotional state. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Eve's eyes were glowing pink with power and desire. "My apartment," she gasped. "Now." Megumi's eyes held a gleam that sent another shiver down her spine. "Now," he agreed, his voice a command rather than an acknowledgement. As they left the laboratory, Eve couldn't help the triumphant smile that spread across her face. She had finally broken through his defenses, finally claimed what she had known was hers from the moment she truly saw him. And if his possessiveness matched her own, if his darkness complemented hers well, that only made the victory sweeter. After all, what was love if not the perfect molecular bond between complementary elements? Between souls? And they were nothing if not perfectly matched in their obsession. She'd been right all along. They were meant for each other, designed to fit together with atomic precision. All the data, all her observations and calculations, had led to this inevitable conclusion. Megumi Fushiguro belonged to her now, and she would sooner tear apart the very fabric of reality than let anyone take him away. Joy morning light filtered through the half-drawn curtains of Eve's apartment, casting soft golden patterns across the rumpled sheets. Eve lay on her side, watching Megumi's profile as he stared at the ceiling, his expression thoughtful in the aftermath of their night together. Her body ached pleasantly, a physical reminder of the hours they'd spent exploring each other with an intensity that had surprised even her. For someone who claimed limited experience with emotional connections, Megumi had demonstrated remarkable proficiency in other areas. "What?" Megumi asked without turning his head, somehow sensing her scrutiny. "Nothing," Eve replied, unable to keep a smile from her face. "Just enjoying the view." This drew his attention, one eyebrow raising slightly as he turned to face her. "The view, she confirmed, tracing a finger along his bare shoulder. "It's a good one." "You're staring," he pointed out, though there was amusement rather than criticism in his tone. Eve grinned unapologetically. "Can you blame me? Besides, you started it with that thing you did around midnight." "Which thing specifically?" Megumi asked, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. "You know exactly which thing," she replied, feeling her cheeks warm at the memory. "The one that made me knock over the lamp." "Ah," he nodded sagely. "That thing." "Don't look so smug," Eve chided, poking his chest. "I seem to recall you nearly falling off the bed when I did that twist with my—" "I was repositioning for optimal leverage," he interrupted, though a slight darkening of his cheeks betrayed him. She was quite unique compared to his previous women. Eve laughed, the sound bright and unrestrained. "Is that what we're calling it now? Would you prefer strategic realignment?" he asked with mock seriousness. "I'd prefer coffee," she replied, nestling closer against his side. "But that requires movement, and I'm way too comfortable right now." Megumi's arm came around her, his hand tracing idle patterns along her spine. "Movement is inefficient when the current position is optimal? Look at you using my own logic against me," Eve said, delighted. "I'm rubbing off on you already." "A concerning development," he deadpanned. Eve smacked his chest lightly. "Rude. For that, you're definitely making the coffee." "Am I?" "Consider it your punishment for sass." Megumi's chest rumbled with a quiet laugh. "I thought you were the one who broke the lamp. That was your fault and you know it," she countered, propping herself up on one elbow to look at him properly. "You can't just do that and expect me to maintain control of all my faculties." "Noted for future reference," he replied, his expression serious but his eyes betraying his amusement. Eve sighed dramatically. Fine. I suppose I can be magnanimous in victory and make the coffee myself. She sat up, stretching languidly, aware of his eyes on her. Besides, you'd probably make it too strong anyway. Victory, Megumi echoed, watching as she pulled on his discarded shirt. She confirmed with a smug smile. I got you into my bed, didn't I? After months of careful planning and execution. Careful planning, he repeated flatly. Oh, please, Eve said, heading toward the kitchen. Like you didn't notice me creating increasingly flimsy excuses to be alone with you? The emergency lab consultations? The coincidental patrol route overlaps. From the kitchen came the sounds of coffee preparation and what suspiciously sounded like humming, a behavior Megumi had never observed from Eve before. Your subtlety could use refinement, he called out, sitting up against the headboard. Says the man who spent 3 weeks avoiding being alone with me. Eve called back. Real mature approach there. I was being cautious, Megumi defended. You were being ridiculous, Eve corrected, returning with 2 steaming mugs. Here, black, no sugar, just like your soul. She handed him 1 mug and settled back beside him with her own, which was considerably lighter in color from added cream. How did you know my coffee preference? Megumi asked, taking a sip. It was annoyingly perfect. I pay attention, Eve replied simply. Unlike some people who pretend not to notice when a girl is practically throwing herself at them. I noticed, Megumi said quietly. And yet you kept bringing Tsukumo to every team gathering, Eve pointed out, though there was no real heat in her voice. Megumi tensed slightly beside her, but she continued before he could respond. Speaking of Tsukumo, she said, keeping her tone deliberately casual. She's not just a chef, and you two aren't romantically involved. It wasn't a question. Megumi met her gaze steadily. No, we're not romantically involved. But she's not just a chef, Eve pressed. No, he acknowledged after a moment. She's not. Eve nodded, having confirmed what she'd already deduced. And there's a lot of context I'm missing, things about her, about you, that you're not telling me. Megumi studied her face, as if weighing how much to reveal. Yes, he said finally. There is. Eve considered this, then surprised him by settling back against his chest. Okay. Okay? He echoed, clearly having expected a different reaction. She confirmed. I've watched you two enough to know she's important to you, but not in a way that threatens this. She gestured between them. There's no romantic spark there. No matter how much it drove me crazy seeing you two together. She tilted her head to look up at him. I needed to know everything about you to make you mine, but I trust that you won't cheat on me, so I'm okay with not knowing all your secrets. For now. For now, he repeated, his arm coming around her shoulders, his hand finding its way to her breast, fingers tracing idle patterns that made her breath catch. You're surprisingly accepting, he observed, his touch becoming more deliberate, drawing a soft moan from her. I'm practical, Eve managed to reply, her body arching slightly into his touch. And I've got what I wanted most. The rest can wait. And what was it you wanted most? He asked, his voice dropping to that lower register that made her pulse quicken. You, she said simply. Just you. Megumi's lips curved into that rare, genuine smile that always made her heart skip a beat. Practical indeed, he murmured, his fingers continuing their exploration. And beautiful, and intelligent, and powerful. His touch became even more, making coherent thought increasingly difficult. I see no reason to seek other women for pleasure when you are of a higher quality than all of them. The matter-of-fact compliment, delivered in his typical straightforward tone even as his hands were doing things that made her gasp, was so perfectly him help but laugh. A sound that quickly transformed into another moan. That Eve couldn't, that's quite the compliment, she managed to say between increasingly ragged breaths. It's an accurate assessment, he replied, his smile being in a way that sent shivers down her spine. Wait, she gasped. placing a hand on his chest. Your coffee will get cold. I don't care about the coffee, Megumi murmured against her neck. I spent good money on those beans. Eve protested weakly, her resolve already crumbling as his touch became more insistent. I'll buy you more, he promised, his lips finding that spot behind her ear that made her forget all about coffee, morning schedules, or anything else beyond the sensation of his hands on her skin. Further conversation was temporarily suspended. You're going to be late for training with Mark, Eve observed later, watching as Megumi gathered his scattered clothing from around her bedroom. Mark will survive, he replied, pulling on his shirt. He'll ask questions, she warned, stretching languidly across the bed. Mark always asks questions, Megumi countered. Usually the wrong ones. Eve laughed. He's not as oblivious as you think. He's been making those annoying, suggestive eyebrow wiggles whenever we're in the same room for weeks now. Mark's eyebrows are his own problem, Megumi stated, locating his second sock under the bed. What will you tell him? Eve asked, genuinely curious. Megumi straightened, fully dressed now, and regarded her with that penetrating gaze that had first captivated her attention. The truth, that my personal relationships are none of his business. That'll only make him more curious, Eve pointed out. Mark's curiosity is also his own problem. Eve sat up, pulling the sheet around her. And what about the others? Rex will be insufferable once he figures it out. Rex is perpetually insufferable, Megumi observed dryly. This changes nothing. Cecil will want to update his relationship matrices for the team. Cecil can update whatever he wants. It won't affect our work. Eve tilted her head, studying him. You're very calm about all this. Megumi approached the bed, leaning down until his face was level with hers. Should I not be? Most people have more concerns about workplace relationships, she explained. Team dynamics, professional boundaries, that sort of thing. Most people, Megumi replied, his voice dropping to that lower tone again that made her pulse quicken again. Don't have what we have. And what's that? Eve asked, her breath catching. A mutual understanding that anyone who interferes will face consequences, he stated simply, before kissing her with an intensity that left her momentarily breathless. When he pulled back, Eve couldn't help but smile. I've thought about what I'd do to anyone who tried to come between us, she admitted. It's not very heroic. Of course you have, Megumi replied, the corner of his mouth twitching in what might have been amusement. I would expect nothing less. He straightened, heading for the door. I'll see you at the facility later. Cecil wants to review the quantum destabilizer prototype. I'll be there, Eve promised. Maybe we can sneak away early for coffee. Coffee? Megumi repeated, his expression deadpan but his eyes holding a promise that sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. Well, among other things, she amended with a grin. After the door closed behind him, Eve flopped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with an uncharacteristically giddy smile. She'd done it. She'd actually done it. Samantha Eve Wilkins, known to the world as Adam Eve, had successfully captured the most fascinating, complex, powerful being she'd ever encountered. A bubble of pure joy rose within her, completely at odds with her usual controlled demeanor. She bounced up from the bed, spinning in a circle in the middle of her bedroom, arms outstretched. He's mine, she whispered to the empty apartment. Then louder, he's mine. She jumped onto her bed, bouncing like an excited child, all pretense of sophisticated composure abandoned in her private celebration. The pillows went flying as she leaped from the bed to her dresser, performing an impromptu victory dance that would have shocked her teammates had they witnessed it. Mine, 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 she sang, twirling around her bedroom, pink energy swirling around her in response to her joy, lifting small objects into the air in a miniature celebration. She caught sight of herself in the mirror, hair disheveled, wearing nothing but Megumi's discarded t-shirt, face flushed with happiness, and burst into delighted laughter. Look at you, she told her reflection, pointing accusingly. The brilliant Adam Eve, dancing around like a teenager after her first kiss. Her reflection offered no response beyond her own giddy smile. "But he's worth it," she continued, hugging herself tightly. "He's absolutely worth it." She flopped back onto her bed, staring up at the ceiling with a dreamy expression that would have been unrecognizable to her teammates. Gone was the analytical scientist, the tactical asset, the controlled hero, replaced by a woman simply, completely happy. "He's mine," she whispered again, hugging a pillow to her chest and inhaling the lingering scent of him. "All mine." She rolled over, burying her face in the pillow to muffle a squeal of delight that would have mortified her if anyone had heard it. For all her powers, all her intelligence, all her careful planning, there was something wonderfully, perfectly human about this moment of pure joy. Tomorrow she would return to being the brilliant, controlled atom Eve, the molecular manipulator, the tactical asset, the scientific mind. She would help prepare Earth's defenses, would continue her research, would maintain her professional demeanor. But today, just for now, she would celebrate her victory the way any woman might, with ridiculous dancing, private smiles, and the lingering sensation of belonging to someone who, more importantly than anything, belonged to her. Compass Mark's POV. I used to think being a superhero would be simpler. Bad guys do bad things, you stop them, everyone goes home happy. Black and white, good and evil, heroes and villains. Then my dad turned out to be an alien conqueror who slaughtered billions across the galaxy. And I still love him. That's the thing they don't tell you about morality. It gets complicated when it's personal. When the villain is someone you care about, someone who's tucked you in at night and taught you to throw a baseball and made your mom laugh that special way that lights up her whole face. I'm thinking about this as I fly over the city on my regular patrol route, the wind rushing past my mask, the familiar weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. 3 months since Dad's confession. 3 months of preparation for a war most of Earth doesn't even know is coming. 3 months of wondering what kind of person I am, that I can know what my father has done and still want him in my life. My communicator buzzes, bringing me back to the present. "All clear in the financial district," I report automatically. "Roger that, Invincible," the GDA operator responds. "Continue your patrol route." I bank left, heading toward the industrial sector. The evening sky is painted in shades of orange and purple, the city lights just beginning to flicker on below. It's beautiful from up here, peaceful. Hard to believe it might all be gone soon if we can't stop the Viltrumites. As I fly over an abandoned rail yard, something catches my eye. Graffiti on the side of a warehouse, fresh enough that the paint still glistens in the fading light. It's not the graffiti itself that makes me pause, it's what it spells out. Invinci, the word is unfinished, as if the writer was interrupted. I descend cautiously, landing in the empty yard. The warehouse looms dark and silent, but I can sense I'm not alone. "I know you're there," I call out, my voice echoing slightly in the open space. "Show yourself." A figure emerges from the shadows, tall, muscular, with distinctive tribal tattoos covering his face and arms. I recognize him immediately. "Titan," I say, tensing slightly. "You're the guy from that robbery a while back." "Good memory, kid," he replies, his deep voice carrying across the yard. "I need your help." I don't move closer, remembering Megumi's lessons about maintaining tactical advantage. "Why would I help you? Last I checked, you were a criminal." "Because sometimes the line between criminal and victim gets blurred," Titan says, stepping fully into the light. "Machine Head is destroying this city from the inside out. Drugs, weapons, human trafficking, nothing's off limits to him. And you're what? A concerned citizen?" I can't keep the skepticism from my voice. "I'm a father," Titan replies, his expression hardening, "with a daughter who deserves better than to grow up in Machine Head's world." I study him, trying to read his intentions. Megumi's warned me repeatedly about manipulation, about how easily people can use your own heroic instincts against you. "Why me?" Ask. "Why not go to the Guardians? Or the police?" "The police are in Machine Head's pocket," Titan says bitterly. "And the Guardians don't bother with street-level problems like this. But you're new. Not part of the system yet. His words trigger a conversation with Megumi from a few weeks ago. Flashback. We were sitting on the roof of my house after a particularly grueling training session. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the yard below. My muscles ached from the hours of combat practice, but it was a good kind of pain, the kind that meant progress. Something's bothering you, Megumi observed, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I sighed, pulling my knees up to my chest. Just thinking about my dad. Ah, a single syllable loaded with understanding. He's killed people, Megumi. Lots of people. Entire civilizations. I picked at a loose shingle. And I still love him. What does that make me? Megumi was quiet for a long moment before responding. It makes you human. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I asked, a bitter edge to my voice. It's not supposed to make you feel anything, he replied. It's simply a fact. Humans compartmentalize. They separate their personal feelings from objective reality. But isn't that wrong? I pressed. Shouldn't I hate him for what he's done? Megumi turned to look at me then, his expression unreadable. Do you want to hate him? No, I admitted. But maybe I should. Should? Megumi repeated, a hint of disdain in his voice. Who determines what you should feel? People? The world? Some civilization's abstract conception of justice. I didn't have an answer for that. I'll tell you my perspective, he continued after a moment. I care about what brings me pleasure and what brings me displeasure. I care about who I want to care about and I hate who I want to hate. The opinions of the world mean nothing to me. He gestured toward the city spread out below us. Out there, they have their rules, their judgments, their ideas of good and evil. But those are just their own constructs useful for maintaining order, perhaps, but not binding on the individual soul. So what, nothing matters? There's no right or wrong. I challenged. I didn't say that, Megumi corrected. I said I choose what matters to me. I choose what is right and wrong to me. I'll always do what I want, whether others consider it evil or good, so long as it brings me pleasure. He turned to me, his red eyes intense in the fading light. Your father has done terrible things. This is fact. You love him anyway. This is also fact. Both can exist simultaneously without contradiction. That sounds selfish, I said, though without judgment. Perhaps, he acknowledged. But isn't your love for your father selfish as well? You choose to love him despite knowing what he's done, because that love brings you comfort. Because a world where you hate your father is less pleasant than one where you love him. His words hit me like a physical blow, cutting.